The divine crossbow, spanning dozens of zhang, was fixed upon a white jade platform, entirely crafted from beast bones that were pieced and polished together. The body of the crossbow merged with the jade platform and was inseparable. The jade platform was also engraved with various colorful talismanic patterns, surrounded by figures, all of whom were at least of the 7th order, each a top-notch powerhouse at the peak of the totem path. From the day the skyrending divine crossbow was forged, it connected to the earth, impossible to move, thus, the effective range of the arrows it could shoot couldn't reach the wasteland. This treasure was forged by the human race as a means of self-preservation, inherently incapable of initiating attacks, only able to retaliate passively. Since ancient times, whenever the bowstring was drawn, it was destined to return drenched in blood without fail, helping the Wan clan through numerous crises. However, this was the first time it faced a beast emperor. Historically, the beast emperors rarely left the 13 wastelands, showing little interest in the human territories, or perhaps, it was apprehensive of the whole cards held by the various dominant clans. Every 10 or so years during the beast tide, it was usually led by several beast kings. In the recorded history, the times the beast emperor personally stepped into human domains were few and far between. When Chuzheng arrived, the divine crossbow had already been activated, the bowstring fully drawn. Wan Qiong stood beside the divine crossbow, his expression grave, still recovering from serious injuries, his complexion somewhat pale. Skyrending divine crossbow, 8th order, using the carcasses of 13 8th order complete savage beasts as the main material, supplemented with immortal jade as the base, condensing 4,863 talismanic patterns. This weapon of mass destruction is tailored for fleshly beings, significantly amplifying its might, with attached divine skills, evil breaking, spirit accumulation, blood suppression. Clearly, this was a weapon specially forged to target powerful savage beasts, capable of inflicting severe damage to the flesh. Chuzheng dissipated the spiritual light in his eyes and turned his head to look. Not far ahead of the arrowhead, a light curtain was suspended in mid-air, resembling a glass mirror, reflecting a scene that appeared as if it were hell. Mixed among various colored savage beasts, stretched endlessly like a tide, amidst them, remains of shattered green stone temples could be vaguely seen, scattered and no longer intact. This was a tribe that had just been crushed by the beast tide, with no survivors. This represents the irreconcilable conflict between the savage beasts and the human race, between prey and predator, which could never coexist peacefully. During these short days since the frontline collapse, Chuzheng felt that his incense fire willpower had been greatly diminished. With a large number of followers dying or injured, his own cultivation had started to show signs of decline. This was an unavoidable side effect of the incense fire divine path. Chuzheng stared at the light curtain, his expression suddenly stern. Above the overwhelming beast tide, a giant tiger sprawled among the clouds, its 6-colored wings hanging in the air, exuding intense fluctuations of the laws, with many fierce birds and rare species following on the side of its wings, covering the sky and earth. Continue your journey on empire separated by the light curtain. Chuzheng could not ascertain its specific details, but from its terrifying size that rivaled life stars, its strength was evident. If nothing unexpected, this was the beast emperor. Chuzheng glanced at the crossbow arrow poised to launch, his breathing slightly heavy. Could it be? Was this an attempt to kill the beast emperor across the void directly? For a moment, Chuzheng felt uneasy. He had never witnessed the power of the skyrending divine crossbow, and even from behind the light curtain, he could feel a suffocating, terrifying pressure emanating from that white tiger. Totem cultivators of the 7th and even 8th order, in front of this white tiger, were no different from ants. Before Chuzheng could ponder further, the skyrending divine crossbow suddenly emitted a faint glow, and the arrow had already left the bowstring. Crack, a crisp cracking sound exploded, the void within thousands of miles filled with web-like cracks, directly shattered by the bowstring. The terrifying aftermath was gradually smoothed out by the faintly glowing talismanic patterns, ensuring no nearby beings were hurt. In an instant, the crossbow arrow entered the light curtain, crossing the void, reaching a destination unknown billions of miles away. A blinding divine light shone from between the curtains, and Chuzheng strained his eyes to see. The howling arrow, carrying a tremendous airwave, tore a massive gap within the beast tide and headed straight for the Beast Emperor. The enormous tiger under Wu Yun suddenly stood up, its six-colored divine wings fluttered slightly, casting a screen of light formed by condensed Tao laws in front of it. Crack, the 6 screens of light were pierced in an instant, and the crossbow bolt continued its relentless trajectory, passing through the shoulder side of the white tiger, tearing open a blood hole more than 10,000 zhang in diameter, with royal blood gushing down like raging waves, forming a river of blood in the blink of an eye. It's injured. As expected of the skyrending divine crossbow, its power is truly terrifying. In front of the screen of light, a crowd of totem cultivators looked exhilarated, yet the countenance of Wan Qiong turned pale as snow in an instant. This single arrow had killed countless millions of savage beasts, possessing the might to obliterate worlds, but it only left a blood mark on this beast emperor's body, hardly considered a serious wound. The blood hole, with a diameter of more than 10,000 zhang, was like just another meteorite crater on a star in comparison to the enormous body of the white tiger, almost unaffected. If it were not for the law of obliteration carried by the crossbow bolt, which could suppress the regeneration of flesh and blood of living beings, it would not take long for such a wound to heal. Suddenly, the screen of light rippled intensely, and a thunderous beast roar, filled with tyrannical intent to kill, echoed from an unseen distance, causing Chu Zheng's eardrums to swell, nearly bursting. His expression changed drastically, and the Tribulation chi at his side began to surge violently, rapidly evolving towards impending death. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Zheng's 9 orifices golden core within his dantian vibrated thunderously, Yuan Qi surged violently, deploying all his life-preserving divine skills, he rapidly fled toward the distance. Under shrinking earth into inches, he was already tens of thousands of li away in the blink of an eye. The next instant, a razor-sharp claw pierced through the screen of light, traversing countless tens of thousands of li of void, striking with lethal force. The expression of Wan Qiong changed instantly, the shock was evident in his eyes, but there was no time for him to be distracted. The Beast Emperor was the absolute strongest among savage beasts, within the Wan clan alliance, apart from him, no one else could bear it. He struggled to prop up his severely injured body, the 9 layers of totems he bore all lit up with divine light, condensing nature's spiritual energy, materializing into a solid form, blocking in front of that claw. Bang! The 9 totems shattered, and the body of Wan Qiong exploded significantly, chunks of organs mixed with blood and bones that were mashed into mud, splattered everywhere. The severe aftermath swept across all directions, affecting all living beings within tens of thousands of Li Chuzheng, who had fled to an extreme distance, was also considerably affected, his internal organs shook, suffering some minor injuries. Although at a very heavy cost, this claw was ultimately blocked by Wan Qiong. The affected area was not wide, some were severely injured, but no one died. Wan Qiong did not attend to his own injuries, blood gushing from between his teeth, he let out a fierce howl, his voice spreading far and wide, "Spread my command, abandon all things that cannot be easily carried, evacuate the ancestral land immediately." What about the skyrending divine crossbow? Several top powerhouses of the Wan clan shifted slightly in expression. The skyrending divine crossbow was immovable. To evacuate completely would mean leaving this supreme treasure behind. Let it be. I will seal it. Wan Qiong did not hesitate, his muscles surged, temporarily stopping the bleeding. He summoned the heavenly phoenix flying ship with a wave of his hand, board the ship. Abandon the skyrending divine crossbow? Are we going to give up our ancestral land? Clan leader, why must we resort to this? All the high-ranking members of the Wan clan were filled with confusion. Aside from the skyrending divine crossbow, there were many heavy weapons within the ancestral land that were inconvenient to take away, as well as a large amount of resources. Stay updated through Empire. These things couldn't all be afforded space and storage, representing accumulations over millions of years. Moreover, aside from the ancestral land, there were many large tribes nearby, and it would be impossible to evacuate within a single day. Leave behind all the supplies. Send the message quickly. We must be fully prepared within 2 hours. Wan Qiong took out several secret medicines, stuffed them into his mouth, and suppressed his injuries with a more urgent tone. Bring as much as we can, burn the rest, and ensure that clan members under 30 board the ships first. Inform all tribes to converge towards the Yen clan. Seeing Wan Qiong's urgent urging, the people around him dared not delay any longer and immediately rose into the sky, dispersing in all directions to notify several nearby large tribes. At the same time, the great witches within the Wan tribe began to act, sending orders across the void to the tribes under the banner of the Wan clan alliance. As he looked at the skyrending divine crossbow beside him, Wan Qiong's breathing grew heavier, and he cast talisman seals, connecting them to the talismanic patterns on the Immortal Jade platform, and formed a series of god locks to thoroughly seal the skyrending divine crossbow. The spiritual intelligence of high-grade savage beasts was already not low, completely capable of operating the divine crossbow. This weapon must not fall into the hands of savage beasts. Aside from the power of its arrows, the skyrending divine crossbow's ability to seek out chi and open doors in space could cause great trouble for the human race. After doing all this, Wan Qiong's eyes were filled with thick bloodlines, and he never imagined the Beast Emperor's strength had grown to this point, even capable of acting across the void with the skyrending divine crossbow. In at most one day, that monstrosity would find this place. From start to finish, he only had one chance to act. Now, it was crucial to save the lives of his clan members as much as possible. While many of the Wan clan members boarded the ships one after another, Chuzheng returned to the side of the skyrending divine crossbow and looked towards the somewhat disheveled Wan Qiong. Clan leader Wan, I need to make a trip back to the Wangshan tribe. The Wangshan tribe was too weak to withstand the onslaught of the beast tide. He could not just watch these acquaintances be directly devoured by beasts. The location of the Wangshan tribe was not too far from the Wan tribe, and he should be able to get there in time to notify them. No need, just stay by my side, I will send someone else to fetch them. Wan Qiong did not agree. Relocating a small tribe of just a few thousand people was simple, anyone could go, but Chuzheng was indispensable. This was the hope of the Dongyuan human clan. Thank you, clan leader Wan. Chuzheng sighed in relief, bowing in gratitude. No need, between you and me, it is just a transaction. The Wangshan tribe is also a part of the Wan tribe. Even if you hadn't spoken up, I would have sent someone regardless. Wan Qiong waved his hand, heavily injured and not in the mood for more words. Board the ship. His gaze swept across the area inch by inch, his eyes reflecting a complex expression. To abandon the ancestral land that had been prolonged for 1,000,000 years, even he could not help but feel a mix of emotions at this moment. Following Wan Qiong's order, the tribes within the scope of the Wan clan alliance began to move, converging in the direction of the Yen family alliance. Now that savage beasts were rampant everywhere, many tribes suffered heavy losses, and some were even wiped out entirely. The ancestral land of the Wan clan was no exception, trampled flat by the Beast Emperor, with countless lives lost as a result. Fortunately, the Yen clan received the news quickly and sent many reinforcements, minimizing the casualties to the greatest extent. The Great Witch God traversed the world to inspect the battlefield and discovered, somewhat unexpectedly, that the White Tiger, after flattening the Wan clan's ancestral land, had not taken any further action but instead seemed to have settled beside the skyrending divine crossbow, as if it had fallen into slumber. As each tribe retreated and under the influence of the beast tide, the territory once occupied by the Wan clan soon fell. Among the three major clans, the Yen clan was the strongest, with Yen by standing as the current strongest of the Dongyuan human clan, and their foundation was deep enough. Without the interference of the Beast Emperor, the human race eventually managed to hold back the vanguard of the beast tide and re-established their defenses. After this battle, Chuzheng's golden body was mostly destroyed. Due to the chaos of war causing displacement among various tribes, the number of worshippers significantly decreased, and the daily incense fire willpower saw a precipitous decline. His steadily rising cultivation faced a setback, but fortunately, this deficit could be supplemented by consuming spirit pills, so his realm had not dropped. The Yen clan tribe. Inside the Grand Hall, the chiefs of the three major human race clans came together once again. This was arguably the most frequent they had seen one another in thousands of years. Besides the three of them, only Chuzheng was present. Wan Qiong's complexion was still deathly pale, his body covered in cracks, his totem shattered, and he had sustained almost incurable serious injuries. Chuzheng had examined him with his spiritual eye and found that, with his current repair master rank, he simply couldn't repair the injuries. Initially, his rank as a repair master was only Zeroth order, but he had still been able to partially repair the Great Circulatory Qi guideline of 6th order. Now, his repair master rank had reached 6th order, yet he could not repair anything of 7th order. The existence of 7th order, as well as 8th order, apparently held a qualitative difference from those below 6th order. Without reaching that level, there was no way to fix the problem. This abomination's strength has grown stronger than before. I suspect that it has already set half a foot into the legendary holy domain and may soon become a true holy beast. Wan Qiong's voice was slightly hoarse. He had clashed with the Beast Emperor twice, and no one knew the strength of that white tiger better than he did. Holy beasts were only legends in ancient times, never truly witnessed by anyone. I even doubt whether this realm truly exists. Yan Bai's brow furrowed, his expression solemn, but if it is real, I fear it could bring a calamitous disaster upon our human race. I actually think this could be an opportunity. Shan Sun shook her head, disagreeing with Yan Bai's view. A divine light flashed in her eyes, brilliant as the stars, exactly because no one has ever seen a real holy beast. There naturally isn't a holy beast totem either. But if that monstrous creature truly steps into that realm, it could also be an opportunity for our human race. The few people beside her were slightly moved, catching the implications in her words. If they could carve a genuine holy beast totem, perhaps those who came after them would have a chance to advance further, stepping into the holy domain. If we could obtain its essence blood and carve out a stone tablet of the holy beast totem, our human race will inevitably have the opportunity to slaughter savage beasts and dominate the Dongyuan. Since ancient times, when has a holy beast appeared? Over these many years, only the current white tiger has had even a slim chance. Shan Sun's gaze grew increasingly intense. It's merely skulking and surviving for the moment, not unprecedented. As long as the fire seed remains, the human race can still rise again, it just needs some time. The lifespan of that monstrous creature is still unknown. I fear it could outlast us all. If it attacks now, we still have no power to fend it off. Wan Qiong sighed softly, his face showing no joy. Creating the holy beast totem was too ethereal. If the Beast Emperor really entered that realm, it would be very hard for the human race to survive. Continue your adventure at Empire after all. The demon from 1,000 years ago nearly killed it, and among the generations of Beast Emperors, this white tiger harbored the strongest hatred towards the human race. Considering the lesser pressure on the current heavenly spirit race compared to the human race, one could already see some clues. The three of them exchanged glances, and finally, their gaze fell on Chuzheng nearby, faintly hopeful. They all came from beyond the outer space. Could he perhaps have some way to deal with the Beast Emperor? Chuzheng. Was this asking him to kill the Beast Emperor? In the gazes of the three, after a moment of silence, Chuzheng appeared slightly embarrassed. My strength is still shallow. Asking him to confront the Beast Emperor was akin to a fairy tale. If it really came to that step, the Dongyuan human race would most likely have already perished. The three immediately looked somewhat disappointed. At this moment, they too were desperately seeking a miracle. Chuzheng thought for a while, took out a pile of beast bones, and sat down to continuously carve bone inscriptions. Aside from the Immortal Ascension method from the Eternal Calamity treasure record, he wrote down every immortal martial scroll he had mastered. There was no point in hiding these scrolls now, they'd only be for the dead to see eventually. But even with these scrolls, given the current situation, they weren't likely to be of much use. Time was too pressing to wait for these cultivation techniques to take effect. Seeing Chuzheng's actions, the three immediately understood and gathered around him, passing around the inscribed scrolls. After a while, Shan Sun was the first to look up, her face troubled. It won't work. Even if we start cultivating now, there won't be enough time. She could sense that among these scrolls, there were paths superior to the totem path, but given the current situation, starting from scratch, it was unknown how many years it would take to see even a hint of success. These cultivation techniques were indeed very important for the Dongyuan human race, symbolizing the future. But under the present circumstances, they were unlikely to be effective. If they couldn't get past this obstacle and handle the Beast Emperor, the Dongyuan human race might not have a future at all. Wan Qiong and Yan Bai also looked up at Chu Jing, each letting out a long sigh. If the man from 1,000 years ago were you, perhaps we would still have a fighting chance. But now, just waiting for that white tiger to wake up meant the downfall of the human race was imminent. Hearing this, Chu Jing frowned, slipping into thought. His gaze shifted, landing on Shan Sun. A flash of insight sparked across his mind, and he blurted out, "I want to see the witchcraft cultivation method." Witchcraft primarily cultivated the divine soul, different from the totem path, with the potential to break through realms. He held the Incense Fire Divine Path and the Eternal Calamity Treasure Record, possessing many secret techniques that could amplify the divine soul within a short period. At the very least, he could use formations to draw in large amounts of moonlight to gather in qi, which could potentially help Shan Sun force a breakthrough into a new realm. Regardless, it was worth the attempt. Hearing this, Shan Sun didn't harbor much hope, but still he raised his hand and cast a glow of spiritual light, implanting the witchcraft cultivation method into Chu Jing's mind. Now, they had no other paths to try, so letting Chu Jing give it a try was harmless. Unexpectedly to everyone, once the Beast Emperor fell asleep, it was for 3 years with not the slightest sign of waking. The ancestral land of the Wan clan alliance had completely turned into a paradise for savage beasts, without a trace of human presence. Taking advantage of this precious time, Chu Jing studied the witchcraft cultivation methods and once again molded his golden body, seizing the opportunity to promote the qi refining technique and the second-fold immortal martial path. With the arrival of many newborns, traces of qi cultivators appeared among various tribes, and those with extraordinary talents had already stepped into the Jade Bone realm. The increase in qi cultivators gradually caused some small changes between heaven and earth. Inside the grand hall, Chu Jing, who was circulating his circuit of qi, suddenly opened his eyes, looked up at the sky, and felt a sudden chill in his heart. Since entering the Dongyuan realm, he had never felt any changes in heavenly fate. The heavenly Tao of this realm seemed to have always been asleep, with no reactions whatsoever. But just now, he vaguely felt that heavenly fate had begun to flow, but it was not flowing towards the qi refining lineage. Instead, it flowed in another direction. The heavenly Tao of the Dongyuan realm seemed to have awakened and displayed an unfriendly attitude towards the qi refining lineage. Chu Jing immediately began to experiment. He tentatively tried to draw some protective heavenly fate, and soon encountered resistance from heavenly Tao. Something is wrong. This situation made Chu Jing frown. Something had definitely changed in the Dongyuan realm that he was unaware of. Within the territory of the Yan family alliance, inside a small tribe called Songha, it was noon, and the great sun hung high. Inside a stone house, a 3-year-old child, who was resting, suddenly opened his eyes, which showed a maturity not befitting his age. The nature's spiritual energy here is decent, cultivating to Tao integration is not difficult. After sensing his surroundings, a hint of satisfaction flickered in the boy's eyes. During the last battle with the Tianyao Federation, he had failed before achieving success and died midway, resting for several years before he had a chance to try again. This time, he could not afford to waste it. Thinking this, Niao Longhu rolled off the bed, pushed the door open, and walked out of the stone house, ready to start absorbing the essence of the great sun and circulate circuit of qi. Just 2 steps outside the door, he saw a child seated in meditation under the burning sun, surrounded by a mist of yang qi, fluctuating with his breaths. What a coincidence! Seeing the child before him flowing with yin-yang dual qi, Niao Longhu's expression momentarily stalled, subconsciously thinking he had encountered a fellow practitioner. After coming to his senses, he immediately approached and greeted, "I am surnamed Nia, given the name Longhu by my master, a disciple of the great Clarity primordial Taoist Lord lineage. My master is the North Spirit Golden Immortal, who cultivates in the Chuyun Cave of Liang Mountain in the Guangyuan realm." May I ask, fellow Taoist, from which celestial abode do you come? The child, disturbed, slightly opened his eyes with impatience. What do you want? Seeing the clear and piercing gaze of the child, Niao Longhu's eyes sharply intensified. Where did you learn the chi refining technique? The Taoist school had a clear decree not to disseminate teachings within the Chaos Sea. He had been incarnated and experienced calamities through thousands of lifetimes and had only occasionally met incarnated fellow practitioners, but had never seen the lineage of chi refining before. The child in front of him was clearly a kid, yet practiced chi refining technique. There was only one explanation. Someone had propagated teachings in this realm. What chi refining technique? Have you lost your mind in your sleep? A hint of anger surfaced on the child's face. Sleeping until the sun is high. Have you completed your morning lessons today? Be careful, or Uncle E will smack your bottom. Experience more tales on Empire. Niao Longhu had no interest in picking a fight with a child and searched through the fragmented memories in his mind, indeed finding some traces of chi refining techniques. Drawing in the yin-yang dual chi, 100 days spiritual transformation, sculpting jade bones, constructing the Tao embryo, gathering golden core, refining primordial spirit. Niao Longhu's expression involuntarily revealed a trace of solemnity. This was not some superficial breathing technique, but a genuine chi refining technique, a route to the heavens. Who was so bold as to impart such techniques to the world, without fear of karmic retribution befalling them? If they were not careful and provoked the heavenly Tao, leading to a tribulation targeting chi cultivators, then this realm would be utterly ruined for them. Once the great realm sealed the boundary wall, there would no longer be any opportunity to incarnate and undergo tribulations. Niao Longhu pursed his lips, his eyes brimming with suspicion, and immediately turned to leave, beginning his investigation of the tribe before him. His incarnation came with jumbled memory fragments, unable to sort out useful information. An extensive investigation was required to understand the cause and effect. Taoist Venerable Jingchu. Weapon forging technique, formation techniques, alchemy. After circling around the Pine Crane tribe, Niao Longhu learned quite a bit about Taoist Venerable Jingchu, his heart growing heavier. So many auxiliary cultivation methods, this did not seem like imparting techniques, but more like changing heaven and earth. Was a branch from the Taoist school planning to make a move on the Chaos Sea? Was this world one of their outposts? While contemplating, he stopped in front of a sacrificial altar. A 30-foot-tall divine statue stood atop the altar, draped in a yin-yang Taoist robe, the contours of the facial features distinctly visible. That face. Looking at the slightly familiar face of the divine statue, Niao Longhu fell into thought. After staring at the divine statue for a long while, he gradually came to his senses and remembered a person he was not particularly keen to associate with, Chuzheng. In the ancestral land of the Yan clan, Chuzheng suddenly felt a storm of thunder and lightning pass through his heart, and the power of faith around him began to boil. He abruptly opened his eyes, a chill in his heart. Someone in this world had called his true name. The true name of a deity, for an incense spirituality deity, was of utmost importance. With the golden body responding, he had to manifest signs of divinity. If the main body was not far, he might even have to personally rush to the place. What baffled Chuzheng was how there could be someone in this world who knew him, even calling out his true name to his divine statue. Chuzheng focused and soon located the golden body. A glimmer of spiritual light flashed in the eyes of the divine statue, seeing the 3-year-old boy standing before it. Niao Longhu, Zeroth Order/8th Order Bone Age 3, an incarnation undergoing tribulation of a heavenly immortal, with awakened wisdom. Details. Chuzheng did not check the details, filled with surprise. He hadn't expected to have such a deep connection with this Niao Longhu, and now they had met again. However, this time he had arrived a bit earlier, and now he was at the refined spirit level, while Niao Longhu had yet to set foot on the path of cultivation. Withdrawing his divine sense, Chuzheng did not hesitate and immediately stood up, heading in the direction of Niao Longhu. On the path of chi cultivation, Niao Longhu was much stronger than him, and he had many questions to ask. Last time, at the Tianyao Federation, things happened so suddenly that he did not have the chance to ask in detail. Moreover, with the current situation, Niao Longhu might have a better solution. To reach that tribe more quickly, Chuzheng directly requested a totem cultivator at the Pinnacle Realm to send him there. Moments later, he arrived before the divine statue. At that moment, Niao Longhu was still dazed, not having come back to his senses. "Brother Daoist Nya, it's been a long time," Chuzheng greeted with a fist and palm salute. Including the time spent in the divine court, he hadn't seen Niao Longhu for over 100 years, feeling somewhat moved by the reunion of old acquaintances. "Why is it you again?" Niao Longhu snapped back to reality, seeing Chuzheng before him, and his face immediately turned green. For him, the Tianyao Federation was just an incident a few years ago, and even thinking of it now felt ominous. Seeing Chuzheng again, he felt like he hadn't properly calculated the auspiciousness of his incarnation for this tribulation, which was truly an oversight. It's been a long time, seeing Brother Dao away from the human realm is truly comforting. "Please come with me for a drink, let's catch up." Chuzheng showed no concern for Niao Longhu's evident reluctance, laughing heartily, grabbed Niao Longhu, and headed straight for the ancestral land of the Yen clan. The moon was full, the dark canopy adorned with stars like candles shining through a sea of gauze, dreamlike and illusory. Inside the greenstone grand hall, a table was set, basins of savage beast flesh, spirit fruit brew steaming with spiritual fog and emitting a tempting sweet fragrance. Niao Longhu sat stiffly in his chair, his small stature barely able to peek over the table, his eyes filled with gloom. The moment he saw Chuzheng, he had a premonition of his fate. This incarnation to undergo tribulation was probably coming to a hasty conclusion. At the Golden Core realm, Chuzheng could already provoke mysterious immortals. Now his cultivation had improved even further, and those he could provoke would only be more troublesome. "Brother Daoist Nya seems to be in a bad mood?" "We are sworn brothers, if there's something on your mind, feel free to speak up." Chuzheng drank another cup of spirit brew and got straight to the point. "I've encountered some trouble, was worrying with no one to consult, and your arrival, Brother Dao, has relieved the urgency of my situation." "Why do you spread your teachings in this world while undergoing incarnation for tribulation?" Niao Longhu's mouth twitched, he took a deep breath and said, "You've really outdone yourself this time." "What does this mean?" Chuzheng looked slightly startled. "How did you embark on the path of incense fire deity?" Niao Longhu was somewhat aggrieved, his gaze on Chuzheng carried a hint of disappointment. Having spent decades with Chuzheng in the Tianyao Federation, he could see that Chuzheng's talent was extraordinary and his comprehension was far beyond that of ordinary people. For this reason, had his path been smooth, Chuzheng in the Qi refining lineage might have achieved great heights. Becoming a mysterious immortal or even a golden immortal was not an impossibility. But now that Chuzheng had taken the path of the incense fire deity, things were different. "During the last tribulation, I accidentally discovered the path of becoming a god through incense fire." Chuzheng's gaze tightened and he asked, "Is this path not feasible? I hope Brother Daoist can enlighten me. With your talent, you should proceed steadily. Why take such a risky shortcut?" Niao Longhu's face was complex at this moment. He was unsure whether to lament the fearlessness of the ignorant or to comment on Chuzheng's wild fantasies. With such complex willpower, after your returning to void, the primordial spirit will inevitably be impure. How then could you achieve Dao integration? The Qi refining lineage is supposed to minimize the addition of karma. By becoming a god and protecting your followers, aren't you inviting boundless karma, thus putting the cart before the horse and squandering your energy for nothing? Now you not only preach in this realm but have also shaped an incense flame golden body and taken the path of becoming a god through incense, which is tantamount to destroying your own path. How can you achieve great things with such impatience for quick success?" Hearing this, Chuzheng frowned and instinctively retorted, "Did not the ancestral Dao also have countless golden bodies? Why wasn't he afraid of the karma added to him? According to Brother Daoist, what use were so many golden bodies for him?" Upon hearing this, Niao Longhu was momentarily at a loss for words. He was just a heavenly immortal, far from the realm of the ancestral Dao. How could he comment on the matters of the ancestral Dao? After a long silence, he finally sighed lightly. The mortals worship the ancestral Dao golden body, seeing only their own essence. What effect does it have on the ancestral Tao? Can you compare yourself to the ancestral Tao? The entire Taoist school had only produced such one ancestral Tao. The path of becoming a deity through incense, for the qi refining lineage, was all harm and no benefit. This, Niao Longhu could guarantee. Chuzheng fell into deep thought. He had never noticed anything amiss about the path of becoming a god through incense. His primordial spirit's cultivation had grown steadily, and he had not felt any impurities. If it weren't for the nourishment from the incense fire willpower, his own cultivation might not yet have reached the divine transformation. As Niao Longhu said, it was indeed a true shortcut, but it was also fraught with many risks that could potentially hinder his future prospects. But having come this far, Chuzheng couldn't possibly abandon the path of the incense fire deity merely on Niao Longhu's word. That would be a retreat. He would find a solution. Before that, he would continue with the original plan to take over the faith of all in the Dongyuan human clan. If he could accomplish this, he would be able to complete the 9 transformations of Divine Infant and enter Dongsheng or even the Immortal Tribulation secret realm in an extremely short amount of time. Enjoy more content from Empire. Once he reached that step, it wouldn't be too late to decide on his next course of action. The example of Zhao Tingxian was still in front of his eyes, proving that the path of becoming a deity through incense was not unattainable, but that one must grasp certain methods. What he needed most now was to increase his cultivation more quickly so that he could take charge and prepare for leaving the Songyun realm. Brother Daoist Nya, let's talk about these matters another day. Today, there is indeed something for which I'd like to ask your help. Chuzheng steered the conversation back and looked up towards the hall entrance. Please, come in. 3 figures appeared at the hall entrance and slowly walked inside. They were the leaders from the 3 clans. Seeing the 3 people coming in together, Niao Longhu's heart sank. Their cultivation was comparable to his own, standing at the pinnacle of heavenly immortals. One more step, and they would be supreme beings comparable to mysterious immortals, from which he was still far away. However, whether he could take this step remained an unknown. He had lingered at this juncture for a long time yet still had not found the way. Brother Daoist Nya has just woken from his enlightenment, and might not fully understand the current predicament of the Dongyuan human clan. Let me explain a bit. Chuzheng got up and introduced Niao Longhu to the identities of the 3 individuals from Wanqiong, then he laid out the current situation plainly. Your thoughts are somewhat naive. After hearing what Chuzheng had said, Niao Longhu shook his head and looked toward Shan Sun, his eyes devoid of any ripples. You want to set up a great formation, forcibly gathering moonlight, pooling it into Yin Qi, to aid her in breaking through. This idea is not wrong. Under normal circumstances, there's even a great chance of success, but you forgot to consider the existence of the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao? Upon hearing the term Heavenly Tao, Chuzheng was struck with a thought. He had noticed the changes in heavenly fate before, just not fully understanding the reasons behind them. This world has its limits. It is not that you can reach a realm merely because you wish to. If the Heavenly Tao does not unlock its shackles, the beings within the realm will forever have no chance of advancing. As Niao Longhu's words fell, the leaders of the 3 clans couldn't help but change their expressions simultaneously. How is this possible? Shan Sun exclaimed in a moment of loss. If the Heavenly Tao does not permit our advancement, are we to just wait for death then? Bloodshot eyes appeared in Yanbai's vision, unable to imagine that the bottleneck that had troubled him for long was due to the world before him. Why must you be dissatisfied? Niao Longhu glanced at the 3 individuals, puzzled. The world before you, indeed has shackles, but it has never actively harmed you in the slightest. How difficult is the path of cultivation? The immortal path undergoes 9 tribulations, exactly 81 bolts of heavenly lightning before one can ascend to immortality. After ascension, numerous existential great calamities such as the 5 elements and yin-yang enwrap one, presenting a treacherous path at every step, akin to treading on thin ice. For those of the qi refining lineage, it's the same, with constant natural disasters and man-made calamities. The heavens seem intent on annihilating us, always on the brink of death, requiring constant diligence every day, not daring to relax even for a moment, for a slight mishap would mean the annihilation of both body and Tao, with no chances of returning. You simply need to inscribe your totem from birth, not needing to worry about your own cultivation. As years pass, ascending to immortality is as simple as eating and drinking, isn't that enough? Not being entangled by tribulation chi and still reaching this stage, how fortunate are you? Nia Longhu sighed deeply. You three were born as the pride of the heavens, destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. This world has already granted you ample favor. The three individuals inevitably fell into silence. Indeed, from birth, they had been enveloped by the aura of the heavenly favorites, accompanying them non-stop to this very day. But this didn't mean they were satisfied with that. According to what you have just said, should us Dongyuan people just obediently await our slaughter, merely waiting for death? Wan Qiong sneered, should I even thank heaven then? That wouldn't be necessary. Niao Longhu waved his hand. The Dongyuan human clan has survived to this day and will naturally continue to do so in the future. The current situation is but a minor disturbance. What about that white tiger? Chu Jing questioned. Its power seems to have exceeded the limits of this realm. Clan leader Wan is the supreme expert of this realm, and even when using our clan's secret treasure, he still had no ability to counter it. If it were not for that beast emperor, the situation wouldn't have gotten this bad. Listening to your earlier words, I can also understand the notion behind your preaching, but still the same sentence, you have oversimplified the situation. Niao Longhu said indifferently, why do you think that white tiger has been asleep for numerous years and has yet to awaken? Even after thousands or tens of thousands of years, it won't be able to overcome that barrier and will only have the path of becoming one with the Tao. Its power has already reached the world's limit. Who knows, after one of these hibernations, it may never wake again. Niao Longhu surveyed the individuals before him and spoke lightly, you're overestimating your own place. Just the few of you, what virtue or ability do you have to meddle with the rise and fall of a realm's populations? We are but ants, how are we to speculate on the intentions of the heavens? As long as heaven isn't dead, this battle, the Dongyuan people will not perish, nor will the savage beasts. Brother Daoist Nya, are you suggesting that even without any intervention, the human race would still emerge unscathed from this battle? Chu Jing had a slightly puzzled expression, while the leaders of the three clans nearby also showed subtle doubt in their eyes. If there was a chance to annihilate the human race, the savage beasts would definitely not let it slip, they would certainly eradicate them completely. I spoke of a scenario without external forces interfering, but now you are already intervening. Niao Longhu shook his head, glanced at the three from Wanqiong, and spoke slowly, I ask the three of you to step aside for a while, as there are some secrets that I cannot divulge just yet. The three from Wanqiong exchanged glances, said nothing more, and turned to leave the hall. They didn't go far, entering a side hall not too far away. In the Chaos Sea, transmitting such a massive scale of chi refining technique to people, do you understand the consequences it could bring about? Stay updated via Empire. After the three had left, Niao Longhu's expression suddenly darkened, and his brows were tinged with irritation. Becoming an avatar and facing tribulation is no trivial matter, it involves numerous risks. Due to Chu Jing last time, he had already wasted several years. If he were to fail the tribulation again this time, and it were to terminate prematurely, his true form might encounter severe troubles. After stepping into the heavenly immortal realm, cultivation is like rowing upstream against the current, not advancing is retreating, and tribulation chi accumulates unceasingly. At this rate, the tribulation chi of his true form would soon trigger a minor tribulation. The most frustrating part was that he had no reason to blame Chu Jing. The world of becoming an avatar to face tribulations inherently involves great randomness. He had rarely encountered any fellow chi cultivators before, yet now he had encountered the same person twice, which was almost unheard of. If it weren't for Niao Longhu being sure there was no causal connection between him and Chu Jing, he would even suspect it was Chu Jing's deliberate doing. Brother Daoist Nya, my entry into the path of chi refining was also due to a coincidence. Without my sect's enlightenment, there are inevitably some aspects I do not grasp well. I hope you won't hesitate to instruct me. Chu Jing spoke with a solemn face, sincerely asking for guidance. On his path of cultivation, he had never had the guidance of a knowledgeable master, and had always been fumbling his way forward, sometimes making assumptions in his actions. However, being in the Immortal Alliance, even if he wanted to take a master, there really was no way for him to do so. The occasional appearance of an avatar undergoing tribulation won't have much of an impact on the world, because the avatars destined for tribulation are ultimately meant to die, and the heavenly fate they gain will eventually nourish the world. Now, with so many Qi cultivators in the Dongyuan realm, the accumulated tribulation Qi does not disperse and all require the blessing of heavenly fate. This naturally attracts the attention of the heavenly Tao, which is not the way of this realm, and it will certainly be rejected by the heavenly Tao. Niao Longhu restrained the irritation on his face and spoke gravely. Once a Taoist orthodoxy is abandoned by heaven and earth, it will inevitably trigger a Taoist tribulation. At that time, if there is no external help, all Qi cultivators will die. What is a Taoist tribulation? Chu Zheng's heart grew cold. Niao Longhu pondered for a while, then decided to start from the beginning in explaining to Chu Zheng, "You can consider the great realm in front of us as a powerful cultivator. The beings within the realm are like the yuan qi in our bodies, a constantly circulating energy. The great realm draws energy from the great universe to grow stronger, which can be seen as our cultivation. The cultivation systems of different worlds often cannot be compatible, just like the conflicts between the myriad heavens and realms and the Immortal Alliance Martial Hall, an irreconcilable kill or be killed situation. The heavenly Tao is the actual ruler of the great realm, making basic judgments. People like us who embody to face tribulations are external evils for the great realm. Typically, the heavenly Tao will eliminate such external evils when they intrude. However, most of the time, the heavenly Tao is in dormancy. Minor intrusions of external evils sometimes dissipate before it even reacts, causing no major disruptions. The world we are currently in has no communication or interaction with the outside. Even if cultivators of the totem path have combat power comparable to heavenly immortals, they still cannot break free from the world's shackles. This clearly shows that the current great realm has entered a semi-sealed state, allowing entry but not exit, and is very resistant to external forces. Now that you are spreading the Qi refining technique to the world, it's like completely rooting external evils. The Qi refining lineage, seizing heavenly life for oneself, and using heavenly fate for one's own benefit, are threats that the heavenly Tao cannot tolerate. Once the heavenly Tao of this realm reacts, it will inevitably start purging. The loss of heavenly fate means a decline in the heavenly Tao's own power. To avoid this, nature will bring about killing tribulations and then strengthen the boundary wall, completely sealing the great realm to prevent other external interferences. At this point, Niao Longhu could not help but sigh deeply. The manifestation of a Taoist tribulation is nothing but natural disasters and human calamities, but the final outcome will inevitably be the triumph of the heavenly Tao. Given the current spread of the Qi refining technique, due to your interference, the Dongyuan human clan might be eradicated as a result. For the heavenly Tao, the survival of a specific Taoist orthodoxy is not too important. After some time, new human clans will naturally arise and retrace the old paths. Is there a way to resolve this? Chu Zheng's brow furrowed tightly. He had not anticipated that the Dongyuan human clan might be implicated because of him, and he felt somewhat uneasy at the thought. Currently, I have two methods. The first is to seize the moment while the Qi refining technique has not spread far, to nip it in the bud. The witches of this realm are highly skilled in the path of the divine soul, and erasing some children's memories is not a difficult task. There is still a chance to recover. Or, as he moved to the second option, Niao Longhu's voice hesitated slightly, invite a mysterious immortal from the Taoist school to intervene, to shatter the spirit of the heavenly Tao of this realm, and integrate the Dongyuan realm into the Taoist school, directly incorporating it into the myriad realms. As the words fell, before Chu Zheng could speak, Niao Longhu added another sentence. However, the region of the Chaos Sea is unique. Golden immortals cannot enter, and mysterious immortals may not necessarily threaten the heavenly Tao of this realm. After all, it is a vast realm capable of independently cultivating beings at the pinnacle of heavenly immortals. The power of its heavenly Tao is difficult to fathom. Later, I will invite those three to come in and first try to erase the traces of the Qi refining technique. If there isn't enough time, we can discuss it in detail later. Chuzheng did not hesitate too much and directly chose the first method. The second method was too risky and uncertain, and he did not know how many days it would require. It was better to try the first method first. Brother Daoist Nya, apart from this qi refining technique, will the incense fire divine path also have an impact? While asking, Chuzheng couldn't help but hesitate. If the incense fire divine path also had to be abolished, then his incarnation undergoing this trial by reincarnation would be futile, gaining nothing. The incense fire divine path will not have much impact on the heavenly fate. Those believers are originally the creatures of Dongyuan realm. Overall, their impact on the world is negligible, but for you personally, it's not so clear. Nya Longhu was somewhat uncertain. He had never personally followed the incense fire divine path. Previously, Chuzheng had mentioned the ancestral Tao, and for a moment, he also hesitated to make a definite judgment. After you cultivated the incense fire divine path, did it have any impact on you? Hearing this, Chuzheng thought for a while and honestly said, I must not conceal the fact that I am currently cultivating multiple paths. So far, I have not found any disadvantages, but perhaps more time is needed to verify. The last time we met, I knew you were not a person of the Taoist school, not living within the myriad heavens and realms. You must be residing within the Immortal Alliance or the Martial Hall. Nya Longhu pondered for a few moments, then cautiously advised, now the war between the myriad heavens and realms and the Immortal Alliance Martial Hall is escalating, becoming ever more vast, and showing a sign it might decide the fate of the cosmos. You are ultimately a Qi cultivator, staying in the Immortal Alliance. There will come a day when you cannot stay hidden. If the situation turns dire, come find me in the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Then, I will take you to meet several Tao Lords and introduce you to them. Chuzheng was highly perceptive, and he truly could not bear to see such a capable individual remain hidden and buried. Thank you, Daoist brother. During this incarnation and this trial, I also encountered a strange occurrence and would like to inquire about it. After expressing his thanks, Chuzheng placed one hand on his dantian, slightly opened his mouth, and breathed out the golden core, emitting a dim divine light, drawing it out of his body. A 9 orifices golden core? Seeing the golden core in front of Chuzheng, Nya Longhu was slightly stunned. A 9 orifices golden core, among Qi cultivators, is exceedingly rare. Even if someone has slightly lesser talent, in the future, they might have the opportunity to reach the status of a golden immortal. That an incarnation could form a 9 orifices golden core was truly extraordinary. This core is not mine, but I obtained it from a temple of the ancestral god, and it should be a relic of a mysterious immortal, Chuzheng said with some confusion. Can this golden core actually be transplanted? If a golden core could be transplanted, then Qi cultivators could completely transplant a 9 orifices golden core to enhance their own talents, which obviously seemed against the natural order. Transplant a golden core? Nya Longhu rubbed his face, his brow tightening slightly, somewhat puzzled. A golden core can naturally be transplanted, but this is only on the surface. It doesn't impact one's personal talents much and doesn't mean that possessing a 9 orifices golden core qualifies one to reach the golden immortal status. Inside the golden core, there exists a unique imprint belonging solely to the Qi cultivator. Even if forcefully merged, there would be a sense of rejection. However, within this golden core, I only feel your Qi, very pure, with not a trace of impurities. Nya Longhu examined the golden core closely, his confusion deepening. Unless the owner of this golden core deliberately dispersed their power, even spending a great deal of energy to forcibly erase the imprint on the golden core, and then personally performed the act of cutting the abdomen to take out the core. Only then is this possible. Nya Longhu's eyes filled with doubt. What would be the benefit of doing such a thing? Sacrificing so much energy to cut oneself open to extract a golden core, leaving behind a core that might never be retrievable in this realm? For someone else? Not only is there no benefit, but it also adds a layer of karma. Chuzheng took back the golden core, contemplative. The first time he encountered the ancestral Tao golden body was in the Tsangyun secret realm, where he obtained the eternal Calamity treasure record. This second time encountering a temple of the ancestral god, he acquired a 9 orifices golden core. If one said there was no connection between the two, something still felt amiss. The 9 orifices golden core was of great significance to his true form. At least, when it came to the selection of divine skills, it provided a confirmation. Once he returned to Tsanyun and stepped into golden core completion, it wouldn't take long. Perhaps you indeed have great heavenly fate in the path of chi refining. After pondering for a long time, Nya Longhu could only come to this conclusion. There were always some things in the world that couldn't be judged by conventional wisdom. Brother Daoist Nya, what are your plans next? Chuzheng didn't dwell on it any further and turned to inquire about Nya Longhu's subsequent arrangements. Send me to a safe place. I want to cultivate in tranquility. This time, having transformed and undergone calamities, I no longer wish to stay with you. Nya Longhu didn't hesitate at all and emphasized again, if you have any other questions, ask them all now. Don't come looking for me again in this life. Being with Chuzheng, nothing good ever happened, a belief Nya Longhu held without doubt. Chuzheng pondered for a moment and asked, this totem path seems to have little conflict with chi refining techniques. Do you think they can be cultivated concurrently? You, who already master several paths, still want to cultivate concurrently? Why be so greedy? In your lifetime, reaching the pinnacle of one path is already difficult enough. Why distract yourself further? Nya Longhu was greatly puzzled. He only cultivated the path of qi, and sometimes even felt that his lifespan wasn't sufficient, let alone diversifying into other Taoist orthodoxies, which was simply a waste of time. Learning more is always right. Experience new stories on Empire. Chuzheng didn't feel that his energy was insufficient. Cultivation was not something that could be achieved overnight. It required a lot of time, and cultivating multiple paths didn't put any pressure on him. It also allowed him to explore the secrets of other Taoist orthodoxies. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. If he hadn't cultivated the immortal path, he wouldn't have been able to forge the town immortal mace or develop the lawbreaking runes. The totem path has a fixed limit and isn't very useful, but it's easy to manage. If you want to cultivate it concurrently, it's not impossible. Brother Daoist Nya, to express my gratitude for resolving my doubts, I have a talismanic pattern to give you. Chuzheng took out a smelted spirit mine from his sleeve and carved a talismanic pattern onto it. This is. Looking at the talismanic pattern on the spirit mine, Nya Longhu felt it looked somewhat familiar. This talismanic pattern is called lawbreaking. It might have some remarkable effects against immortal path cultivators, Chuzheng explained. Realizing this, Nya Longhu took the fist-sized spirit mine and tucked it into his robes, indifferently saying, similar runes have existed in the 10,000 realms for ages. Since ancient times, people have studied them, and even the ancestral Tao has passed down the immortal banishing rune. Still, your rune should also be able to verify a thing or two. Chuzheng wasn't surprised that people had already researched talismanic runes targeting immortal path cultivators. If he could study something, so could others. The world is never short of exceptional geniuses. Well, I will invite those 3 over to discuss, and after that, I'll send Brother Daoist Nya on his way. Chuzheng sensed that Nya Longhu had some reservations about him, so he immediately stood up and left the temple to invite the leaders of the 3 clans. After explaining the situation, the leaders of the 3 clans did not delay. They quickly passed on commands to each tribe, and the witches of the tribes handled the matter. At this point, their only option was to trust Chuzheng and Nya Longhu. They knew much less about the rules of the great universe and the world than Nya Longhu did. Could we try the method you mentioned before? Shansun hesitated for a moment, looking toward Chuzheng with a flicker in her eyes. What she referred to was Chuzheng's earlier suggestion of using an array to gather moonlight to aid her in her breakthrough realm. The temptation of advancing her realm was too great, even if it might be in vain, she still wanted to give it a try. This. Chuzheng wavered a bit at Shansun's persistent desire to try, and subconsciously looked towards Nya Longhu. Do whatever you want to do, I won't interfere, and it has nothing to do with me. Niao Longhu's expression tightened slightly as he jumped off the chair and tugged at the corner of Chu Zheng's beast skin coat. Send me off first. He did not want to stay a moment longer. Every opportunity for transformation through trials was precious, and if it could be spared, he naturally did not want to waste it. The sun and moon essence qi in the Dongyuan realm was quite abundant, and his cultivation speed here would be much faster. Finding a place to quietly stay for a few hundred years, then coming out to face tribulations and dissipate the tribulation qi, that was what he now wished to do. If that's the case, brother Daoist Nya, we shall meet again. Chu Zheng did not insist, and immediately asked Yan Bai to arrange for 2 people to escort Niao Longhu to the human race's heartland. After Niao Longhu left, Chu Zheng pondered for a moment, agreed with Shan Sun's idea, and began preparing to set up a grand formation for her. To assist a Majesty like Shan Sun at the peak of the 8th Order in breaking through, the formation to be set could not be a simplified version like the ones Chu Zheng had set up before, it required a complete 9th Order grand formation. Having selected one after several days, Chu Zheng immediately began observing the night sky and deducing the most intense moment of Yang Qi in the coming decade. This time, the grand formation Chu Zheng intended to set, known as the reversing yin-yang formation, was originally a killing formation, but it had a unique effect in gathering the yin-yang dual qi. A complete formation, given Chu Zheng's current cultivation, was utterly impossible to set up on his own. It required the assistance of an 8th Order Supreme being to craft the formation flags. At the moment of the most intense Yang Qi, he would draw upon the heavenly Yang Qi, then wait for the sunset and moonrise, transforming extreme Yang into extreme Yin, and extracting the true essence of supreme Yin Qi to nourish the divine soul, perhaps giving Shan Sun a fleeting chance. At this moment, the Beast Emperor slumbered in the Wan clan's ancestral land, and it was unknown when it would awaken. Once it awoke again, the Yen clan would become the next Wan clan alliance, and many would die then. Even if it was as Niao Longhu had said, the human race might ultimately remain safe, but during this process, the deceased could not be brought back to life. As the leader of a clan, Shan Sun could not simply sit by, despite the high risk involved. No 9th Order entity existed in the Dongyuan realm due to the heavenly Tao, and Chu Zheng also wanted to use this opportunity to see if other changes could be drawn out. The tribes that originally belonged to the Wan clan alliance had gradually integrated into the Yen clan, which leapt to become the strongest power within the Dongyuan human clan. Because of this, the Wan clan's members inevitably felt some reluctance, and many of the lower tribes did not quite understand Wan Qiong's previous decisions and even harbored some grievances. In their eyes, the skyrending divine crossbow had already injured the Beast Emperor. A few more strikes could have potentially driven back the beast tide. In the ancient histories, every beast tide had always been repelled in the end. However, under Wan Qiong's command, the ancestral land was just given up, an outcome many in the Wan clan found difficult to accept. Facing some skepticism, Wan Qiong never explained himself. His entire focus was on assisting Chu Zheng in crafting formation flags and searching for a suitable location for the formation. In his eyes, personal honor or disgrace was far less significant than the survival of the clan. After facing the Beast Emperor twice, he had already been gravely injured at his foundation, significantly shortening his lifespan, having not much time left. If he wanted to restore the ancestral land within his lifetime, he could not afford to waste any effort on these trivial matters. The Wangshan tribe, along with the Wan clan, also merged into the Yen clan, a small tribe of thousands of people, hardly noticeable. However, partly out of personal interest, Chu Zheng recommended Lai's daughter, Ying, to a divine shaman. Ying indeed had outstanding talent and was ultimately taken under the divine shaman's wing, carefully instructed. As for Ying's previous position, another which was dispatched by the Wan clan to take over. Initially, Chu Zheng also wanted to offer Lai a chance, but he declined, choosing instead to remain within the Wangshan tribe, often going to the front line to fight in the beast tides, accumulating military merits. Chu Zheng did not insist, observed the starry sky at night, mingled at the edges of the battlefield during the day, saved countless people using his repair panel, and steadily increased his followers. As the number of people he saved grew, Chuzheng suddenly noticed that occasionally a streak of golden light would descend from the void and merge into his body. This streak of golden light, elusive, disappeared before Chuzheng could open his spiritual eye. He checked thoroughly for a long time, found nothing unusual, and even his cultivation speed had quickened a bit. Over time, he stopped obsessing over it and temporarily put it out of his mind. Discover exclusive tales at Empire. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. The Beast Emperor continued to slumber within the Wan clan's ancestral land, and the Beast Tide's attacks grew increasingly unruffled, stabilizing the situation. As various tribe witches acted, the recently ignited practice of chi refining technique gradually fell into silence, no longer mentioned, and the immortal martial arts also went unqueried. During this process, Chuzheng discovered once again the changes in the heavenly fate, the previously activated heavenly fate once again entering its initial dormant state, as if it had fallen into deep sleep. However, Chuzheng's golden body still advanced methodically, and the arts of alchemy and forging continued to spread, a craft that could be completely separated from the chi refining technique, not stirring changes in the heavenly fate, but significantly benefiting the human race. Chuzheng's daily increase in incense fire willpower began to grow steadily, and the explosive increase in the number of believers was most directly reflected in the changes in his cultivation. The strength of Star's divine soul continuously soared and had stepped into the 9 transformations of divine infant realm. One step further would bring him into Dongsheng. To avoid the regression of his cultivation again, Chuzheng's original body had already begun to gather spirit pills in Wanlong City to stabilize his divine soul and solidify his cultivation foundation. He needed to quickly integrate and comprehend his rapidly increasing cultivation, preparing to advance towards Dongsheng. Once he entered Dongsheng, his cultivation would be fully capable of taking on the role of a master of a holy land, capable of supporting the backbone of Taishan and truly forging his own era. The preparation for the reversing yin-yang formation was proceeding methodically, the 9 yin-9 yang 18 pole array flags required for the array, with the help of the cultivators at the Pinnacle Perfection realm from Wanqiong Fire Wall and others, were all fully ready. The foundation of the array had also been laid, spanning 100,000 miles, flattening an entire spirit vein, using large blocks of translucent spirit jade as the base, radiating dazzling brilliance. The formation patterns had been engraved, and each line was filled with spirit line melded from spirit mines, all made of materials associated with extreme yin, such as cold iron, nether mining, yin stone, and so forth. Everything was now ready, only waiting for the right moment. After more than a year of deducing the stars, Chuzheng finally calculated the time of extreme yang, which was now just 9 days away. Several days swiftly passed, and soon it was the eve of the day of extreme yang. The night wind sang, the moonlight shimmered like silver. A figure in a black robe slowly stepped into the great hall where Chuzheng was. Chuzheng slowly opened his eyes, surprised to see the visitor, and stood up in greeting. "Shan clan chief?" It had been a long time since he had last seen Shan Sun. These years, in preparation to face the breakthrough, Shan Sun had been in secluded cultivation, adjusting her own state. She was no longer in her prime and needed some methods to adjust her state even better. "I am here to express my thanks today," said Shan Sun. She appeared younger compared to before her seclusion, around 30, her temples free of any gray hair, jet black as ink. However, in Chuzheng's spiritual eye, her true state was undeniable, sustained by a secret technique, sacrificing her lifespan to stimulate vitality, similar to a last flicker of light, difficult to maintain for long. If this breakthrough were to fail, even if she survived by chance, her lifespan would considerably diminish, and she wouldn't have much time left. "You give too much weight to your words, clan chief. This is merely a transaction where all parties get what they need. I have gained far more than I have given. For me, this is a most advantageous deal." Chuzheng slightly shook his head. What he had done wasn't much, and it was mostly for his benefit. It hardly counted as a favor to Shan Sun. If he could gain the faith of the Dongyuan human clan, he wouldn't be long before entering the Immortal Tribulation secret realm, and then, the entire great universe would be open to him, no longer confined to this Songyun world. If the Dongyuan human clan develops rapidly enough, using the incense fire willpower to become an immortal isn't out of reach. This was his ultimate goal. Dao Lord is quite straightforward, said Shan Sun as she slowly walked up to Chu Jing, sat down in front of him, her expression somewhat complex. I come with an embarrassing request. During this time, she had divined for herself multiple times, each time indicating a great misfortune, a sign of impending doom. Fearing that the final result tomorrow would not be favorable, she also came prepared to arrange her final affairs. Do not hesitate to speak, clan chief, Chu Jing said. As for the outcome tomorrow, Chu Jing didn't have much confidence, but this action could very likely provoke the heavenly Dao. Going against the divination, from what Niao Longhu had said previously, Shan Sun's fate might not be too promising. Looking back over thousands of years, few who reached the end of their paths expired naturally. I have lived a long life and have acted without shame, not betraying the forebears of the human race and deserving of my divine shaman robe. Now, as death approaches, I still have many concerns I cannot let go of. Shan Sun kept silent for a while before speaking. If I perish tomorrow, the path of the divine shaman will need a successor. Now, with your golden body spread throughout the 4 territories of our human race, finding a suitable successor should not be difficult for you, said Shan Sun. Finding the right successor is never easy. Shan Sun had prepared both ways. She had already selected a few potential successors within the Shan clan, but in the end, they still fell short of her standards. Nowadays, the influence of Taoist Venerable Jingchu within the human race has been growing day by day. Earlier, he was able to detect the presence of Niao Longhu through his golden body, so he should also be capable of detecting some exceptionally talented individuals by this means. It's a small effort for me, I will take care of this for you before I leave the realm, he had said. With the increasing incense fire willpower, Chu Jing now already possesses numerous golden bodies that are spiritually awakened. Seeking out those young geniuses with strong innate divine souls isn't a difficult task anymore. Moreover, he could personally intervene to adjust the innate foundation of a fetus, transforming it into a body of extreme mean. Given his current cultivation in the refined spirit realm, this was not a difficult feat. Apart from this, I have another question. I would like to get an answer from you, Master, he added. Following the path of witchcraft, from birth, one is destined to a life of solitude and suffering. For many witches, this is lifelong torment. Can this path truly see a turning point? Shan Sun's eyes held a touch of expectation. She had studied the qi refining technique. If the qi refining lineage could achieve yin-yang balance, there was no reason the divine shaman lineage couldn't achieve it as well. She was no longer young, much older than both Wan Qiong and Yan Bai. Those born in her era had long passed away. In the Dongyuan realm, all she saw were the later generations. Her friends and relatives from the past had long since turned into mere bones, forever separated by life and death. Perhaps that is why, when facing experiments that could potentially lead to her death, she never once hesitated or doubted. Yet, she still found it hard to accept the destiny predetermined for a witch from birth. Her path had come to an end, but perhaps future generations might see a glimmer of hope. I'm sorry, right now it's hard for me to give you a precise answer, Chu Jing responded with a trace of apology, then added, but I will try some things. Ever since he learned of the witchcraft cultivation methods, Chu Jing had uncovered some of its secrets. Lone yin does not grow, lone yang does not last, only the harmony of yin and yang conforms to the core operation principles of the great universe. The path of the divine shaman was inherently a distorted path that arose under unique conditions. But as he had said before, whether it could be done, and what consequences might follow, he wasn't clear and couldn't make promises lightly. That's enough for now, thank you for your efforts tomorrow, Shan Sun said, no longer speaking. She stood up, turned, and left with a stride lighter than when she had arrived. Discover more stories at Empire. At noon, the sun was high in the sky. The array that spanned 100,000 li emitted a faint glow, beginning to absorb the qi of extreme yang from the heavens and the earth. 18 pole array flags were distributed according to the positions of the 9 palaces, integrating yin and yang. As the yang qi flowed away, the temperature around them began to plummet visibly, and ice crystals formed in the air, only to be melted instantaneously by yang qi rushing in from all directions. In an instant, a heavy rain poured down. Suddenly, the skies darkened, and the curtain of stars rose as dusk fell. Shan Sun took a deep breath, not wasting any time. She stepped into the center of the array, motioning Chuzheng to begin. The 6 full moons traversed the zenith. Chuzheng did not hesitate and activated the array. The array, having accumulated a whole day's worth of yang qi, reversed its flow instantly. Yin and yang reversed in a moment, extreme yang turned into extreme yin. Dense moonlight was drawn down, and the entire array's formation patterns lit up instantly, their brilliance shooting up into the heavens. The yin qi was compressed to the extreme, turning into extreme yin spiritual liquid, merging into Shan Sun's limbs and bones. In just a moment, her aura underwent a drastic change, crossing an insurmountable gulf as her divine soul's fluctuations surged, tearing apart the array, and the light of the primordial spirit illuminated everywhere. Mysterious law runes surged from the void, continuously entering her body. With each passing moment, her aura soared crazily, seemingly without end. In the vast wilderness, only Shan Sun's breath oscillated between rising and falling. The blazing light of the primordial spirit radiated across the 9 domains and 13 wastes like the sun hanging high in the sky, nearly catching the attention of all beings in the Dongyuan realm. Today, someone set foot in that forbidden zone that no being had entered since ancient times. Chuzheng's breath grew heavy, as he felt a pressure looming above the plane of life itself, similar to the awe he felt when he, as a mortal, first encountered an immortal path cultivator. Only, the pressure he felt now was 1,000-fold, no, 1,000,000-fold more intense than before. Ninth Order, the ranks within the immortal path of Immortal Venerable and Immortal King, and within the martial path of the Great Saint, Zhao Tingxian had just recently stepped into this realm. The Holy Domain, it's the aura of the Holy Domain. Yanbai was brimming with uncontrollable excitement, his eyes blazing bright, his body trembling lightly, unable to suppress the surging emotions. This barrier that had trapped countless beings of Dongyuan realm for millions of years was finally crossed by Shan Sun today, proving that even at the current pinnacle of Dongyuan realm, there truly was a way forward. Could it really be a success? Disbelief colored Wan Qiong's face. From Shan Sun, he sensed a terrifying aura far surpassing that of the Beast Emperor, beyond his comprehension. Without a doubt, anyone capable of this was undoubtedly from the real Holy Domain. The moment Shan Sun made her breakthrough realm, the white tiger of the Wan clan's ancestral lands groggily opened its eyes. It let out a low growl, its 6-colored cloud wings fluttered lightly, stirring up gales of the laws, slowly getting to its feet, its resplendent golden pupils looking off in the direction where Shan Sun was. After hesitating for a moment, as if grasping something, a hint of fear flashed in its eyes. It slowly retreated, heading towards the depths of the 13 wastelands. Many beast kings gathered around it were full of questions, approaching with puzzled expressions. But the white tiger evidently had no intention of explaining. The beast kings that drew near were struck by its wings, suffering severe injuries and spilling blood across the sky. The colossal white tiger, riding the waves of blood, ascended skyward, fleeing toward the deep reaches of the 13 wastelands, as if running for its life. The dense moonlight condensed into yarn and fell upon Shan Sun's shoulder. Having stepped into a whole new realm of cultivation, her appearance had once again transformed, now appearing to be just over 20, with 3,000 strands of hair like a cascading waterfall, skin fairer than snow, exquisite features that were peerlessly delicate, and limpid eyes clear as crystal, with brilliant divine light dancing deep within them. Under the bright moon, she stood out of thin air, like an ethereal goddess descending to the mortal realm, overlooking all creation with an untouchable, noble grace. Despite having crossed an insurmountable barrier never before crossed by anyone, Shan Sun's face showed not the slightest hint of joy. She looked stunned, gazing upwards with a somewhat vacant look in her eyes. The 6 full moons in the sky, obscured by heavy clouds at some unknown time, were not even visible to the outstretched hand. Rumble, the muffled thunder rolled through the dark clouds, lightning flashes illuminated the wilderness, whitening Shan Sun's face like snow. Standing outside the array, Chuzheng felt an icy chill in his heart, as if being stared down by an unseen gaze that prevented him from making the slightest movement. This gaze was filled with terrifying heavenly might that even prevented him from harboring any thoughts of resistance. He had never felt this way in the presence of Zhao Tingxian or the now Shan Sun. The once dormant heavenly fate seemed to be fully awakened, entering an unprecedented active state, causing Chu Jing's heart to tremble violently. Read exclusive content at Empire. The slumbering heavenly Tao was thoroughly roused by Shan Sun's breakthrough. This reaction from the heavenly Tao of Dongyuan realm was distinct from the subtle flow of heavenly fate before. Now, the heavenly fate was almost in a full boil. With a mere perception, Chu Jing could detect a murderous and irritable mood emanating from heavenly fate. Boom! Thunderous light streaked across the sky, revealing Shan Sun's pale face, as interwoven lightning formed a heavenly lock, cascading down from the clouds, entering Shan Sun's body, piercing through her flesh, and shackling her primordial spirit. A look of despair flashed across Shan Sun's eyes. In an instant, the chains of the heavenly Tao had sealed all her lethal divine skills. At that moment, she had no strength to mount any counterattack. Heaven had decreed her death. As the entity nurturing all life within this realm, the heavenly Tao wielded absolute killing authority. Taking life was heaven's mandate, the living had no right to refuse. Lightning patterns interwove and in a blink, condensed into a heaven punishment execution sword. The sword aimed straight at the seat of consciousness within Shan Sun's primordial spirit, sealed by the heavenly chains, seething with murderous intent. Monstrous beings often incited the jealousy of heaven and rarely met good ends. Shan Sun drew upon the array's power to forcibly cross the forbidden zone, invoking the heaven's wrath upon her. Without death, it would not appease heaven's rage. Yan Bai and Wan Qiong, standing by, were also subdued by the heavenly might, unable to move even a finger. Shan Sun, how can we possibly help you? Yan Bai clenched his teeth and spoke, his gaze fixed on the heaven punishment execution sword, a visible flame of resentment burning in his eyes. Such was the might of heaven. Shan Sun shook her head gently, looked up to the sky, her eyes tranquil. In these few moments, she had come to accept her impending death. All her long plans had come to naught in the end. Heavenly spirits above, all venerable ancestors of the human race, by your sacred and insightful judgment, the daughter of the Shan clan, Sun, without any extraordinary achievements, without having bestowed any great benefits upon the human race, living a mediocre life, at this moment, with her broken body, she devoutly prays for your holy protection. May the Supreme Deity grant blessings, guard our human race's auspicious spirit from scattering. As Shan Sun whispered, her primordial spirit began to dissolve on its own, radiating boundless divine light. Wan Qiong and Yan Bai quickly realized Shan Sun's intention, their expressions changing abruptly. This is a secret technique of divine shamanism, a sacrifice of oneself including the divine soul, transforming into a blessing that is mystically manifold. Shan Sun's gaze pierced the void, looking to the southwest, her eyes locked onto the beast emperor who had already returned to the 13 wastelands. She lightly parted her lips, exhaling a breath of pure soul light. One wish, Supreme Deity bestow blessing, grant the opportunity to defy heaven, aid in ascending to the holy domain. All her killing divine skills were now wasted, only this final blessing before death remained usable. Before she died, she wanted to solve the greatest hidden danger of the human race. This white tiger, with every resurrection, would usher a slaughter drenched in blood and rain. Without seeing it dead, her mind could never be at peace. Since this white tiger was only a step away from the holy domain, she might as well send it on its last journey. The pure soul light instantly pierced through the lands of the 4 domains and 8 wilds, entering the body of the white tiger. In an instant, the form of the white tiger froze in the void, its 6-colored divine feathers on its back wildly unfolding, expanding more than tenfold, nearly blanketing the sky. Sensing the wildly surging power within, the white tiger felt not a sliver of joy but despair in its pupils. Roar, the ear-piercing roar continually exploded, stirring a terrifying tide in the barren lands, and countless savage beasts burst and perished. The white tiger fiercely tore at its own body, breaking off its wings with its own hands, trying to stop the rampant power within, but it was all in vain. The self-inflicted injuries, made with all its might, healed in an instant, and it became even stronger than before the injury. This was a ninth-order great god which, surpassing the realm of divine shamanism, who had sacrificed her divine soul and everything she had to bestow this blessing. With the power it had at the moment, it was completely unable to resist. As its aura fluctuated, dark storm clouds surged above the barren domain, and lightning interwove into chains, pinning the white tiger in midair, rendering it immobile. A similar heaven punishment execution sword took shape, its size far surpassing the one above Shan Sun's head by 10 million times. The white tiger flapped its wings, still struggling desperately, trying to resist. This act undoubtedly greatly provoked the heavenly Tao. The heaven punishment execution sword struck first, descending from its crown, instantly tearing it in two. The power of lightning overflowed, turning its entire body instantly charred black, with no signs of life. Even its soul fragments did not escape in the slightest. A beast emperor that had stepped into the holy domain had fallen without a hint of resistance. Boom, the gigantic charred corpse fell from the void, its fleshly essence completely vanished, leaving no energy behind, like the bones of the barren dead for years. The heavenly Tao is merciless, irrespective of the human race or savage beasts. In its eyes, there is no difference at all. After releasing that breath of soul light, Shan Sun's primordial spirit fell apart greatly, like a flickering candle in the wind, its luster wavering, her aura plummeting, falling back to the realm of eighth order, and then uncontrollably sliding down further. Once the blessing began, there was no turning back. As her realm fell, the heaven punishment execution sword in the sky gradually dispersed, the storm clouds vanished without trace, and moonlight once again covered the land. Shan Sun's eyes slowly scanned over the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers below, the endless tribes, her eyes filled with a hint of longing, her voice like the profound night breeze, barely audible. Second wish. May my human race enjoy peace and prosperity for 10,000 years, and let the clanspeople not be disturbed, living out their lives in tranquility. With the end of her words, the last glimmer of light in her pupils dissipated, her body was completely swallowed by the void, leaving not a single hair behind, only her black robe fell with the wind. The world fell silent, and even time seemed to freeze in that instant. In just a few breaths, Shan Sun made the choice that was in the best interest of the human race, and then implemented it without reservation, without the slightest hesitation or doubt. Chujing stared at the black robe in the center of the array, somewhat at a loss. He had not expected this outcome when he began setting up the array. This was his first direct encounter with the heavenly Tao, a feeling completely different from his time in the Tsangyun realm. A heavenly Tao without an overseer, filled with primitive savage killing intent, with iron laws that were absolutely untouchable. If one stepped into the forbidden zone outside the rules, there was only one path to death, no second path to take, no chance for reprieve. This nature of heavenly Tao made Chujing feel a bit startled, and also slightly chilled. Every creature that sets foot on the path of cultivation ultimately does so to break free from the shackles binding them, yet in such a world, without external intervention, how can these beings seize control of their own fate? Enjoy more content from Empire Yen Bai's expression was stunned as he slowly stepped onto the array, his figure unstable and his steps faltering. After a while, he arrived at the center of the array and stared at the black robe for a long time, his eyes hollow. Moments later, without saying a word, he bent down, picked up the black robe, folded it neatly, and then turned and walked straight out of the array. As he passed by Chujing, Yen Bai murmured a word of thanks. "Thank you, Tao Lord, for your assistance." Having seen the splendor of the holy domain, Shan Sun did not live this life in vain. Without waiting for Chujing to reply, he had already stepped into the void and disappeared without a trace. It wasn't until this moment that Wan Qiong came back to his senses, his expression complex and difficult to hide. "I need to prepare for the recovery of our ancestral land, Tao Lord, please be at ease." Before the sound of his words had faded, his figure was no longer to be seen nearby. The Beast Emperor had died, many Beast Kings were injured in its dying frenzy, and countless savage beasts had perished, quickly retreating under the joint efforts of the three clans. In the blink of an eye, another year's cold tide was approaching. The territories of the human race had shrunk quite a bit, but fortunately, due to years of war, the reserves of blood and vital energy were abundant. and the Wan clan alliance was gradually reclaiming lost lands. Chu Zheng's golden body, like the gentle spring rain that nourishes all things silently, permeated many tribes, and the number of his followers rose sharply. In addition to his own golden body, Chu Zheng used the god sculpting method within the Shan clan alliance to build a shrine for Shan Sun, erecting a golden body for her. In the future, as long as the incense fire willpower was strong enough, perhaps one day, Shan Sun might return to the mortal world in the body of an incense fire deity. This was what she deserved. Although it might have some impact on him, and his followers might suffer as a result, Chu Zheng wasn't concerned about these trivial gains and losses. For some reason, Yan Bai and Wan Qiong did not publicize the fact that Shan Sun had killed the Beast Emperor, instead choosing to keep the matter hidden, erecting a solitary tomb in a quiet location, undisturbed by others. Chu Zheng had once mentioned it, but was rebutted by Yan Bai with that this is an internal matter of the Dongyuan human clan, and it is not related to the Tao Lord. He had no choice but to let it be. Furthermore, Yan Bai handed over an artifact that Shan Sun had prepared for her successor to Chu Zheng, a spiritual pearl that contained her lifetime of witchcraft experience. With the death of the Beast Emperor, the greatest threat had been removed, and Chu Zheng's life had once again returned to peace. Yet, the image of the heaven punishment execution sword from that day often appeared in his mind, like a nightmare that wouldn't dissipate. The authority of the heavenly Tao, that undeniable sword of domination, was deeply imprinted in his mind. Shan Sun had chosen to take the risk and break through in self-defense, to protect the human race from the invasion of savage beasts. From the perspective of the human race, she had done nothing wrong, but in the eyes of the heavenly Tao, none of these things mattered, and she didn't even have the right to resist. That undefeated white tiger, in the face of the heavenly Tao, was still as insignificant as an ant, and for merely harboring thoughts of resistance, it was preemptively cut down by the heavenly sword. For Chu Zheng, this had even cast some shadows in his mind, and after putting himself in Shan Sun's place for a long time, he knew he couldn't have made such a resolute and decisive action. Similarly, he could not think of any way to break the pattern, and even with his ability to repair, if the heavenly Tao wanted to kill him, it wouldn't need a second sword. This time, the duration of the cold tide was nearly a year shorter than the last. This was likely somewhat related to the large amount of yin qi Shan Sun had absorbed during her breakthrough. Like the intermingling of yin and yang, and the cycle of the sun and moon, the cold tide is a kind of reincarnation. During this time, Chu Zheng devoted most of his energy to studying the path of the divine shaman. He had promised Shan Sun that he would assist the divine shamans in eliminating the drawbacks of their purine practice. The divine shaman lineage relied on cultivating yin qi to strengthen the primordial spirit, thereby deriving numerous mystical divine techniques. This was somewhat similar to that of a qi cultivator, who did not need to devote much effort to research divine skills. If one's cultivation was sufficient, they could apply the methods left by the predecessors and display many secret techniques. From the embryonic state, shamans were infused with a substantial amount of yin qi. Innately different, they were mostly born female, with the occasional exception who lacked yang qi and could not be considered a normal male baby. This path of cultivation was quite abnormal. One could even say it was harmful to the harmony of heaven, as it reversed the natural order, forcibly intervening in innate matters, naturally carrying significant side effects. Chu Zheng had researched for a long time and still had not found an appropriate solution. According to the cultivation method of witchcraft, ultimately without any external interference, one would turn oneself into a yin god, completely abandoning the physical body, similar to an incense spirituality. By that time, they could no longer be considered living beings. Chu Zheng conducted many experiments, and the results were consistently unsatisfactory. Once the yin qi within a witch's body was neutralized by yang qi, the cultivation would immediately become unstable, even leading to a complete loss of mana. The primordial spirit remained powerful and did not regress, but with yang qi causing interference and blockage, it could no longer deploy any secret techniques or divine skills. After fruitless attempts, Chu Zheng immediately considered another path, drawing from the immortal law he had acquired earlier, and created a new method of cultivation similar to witchcraft. The primordial spirit is yin, the physical body is yang, completely separating the two. Valuing the primordial spirit over the physical body, using the primordial spirit to nourish the frail physical body to achieve a much longer lifespan and more robust mana. As the physical body's yang qi influenced the primordial spirit, its properties would gradually change, ultimately cultivating into a yang god. This was a method of cultivation existing only in Chu Zheng's mind, requiring a long time for validation. But now, he had plenty of time. The white tiger had been slain by the heavenly Tao, the position of beast emperor was vacant, giving the human race a long period of peace, long enough for him to complete this incarnation's journey. With the sunset and moonrise, and the repeated cold waves, nearly 100 years had passed. In 100 years, enough had happened. The Wan clan's territories were all reclaimed, the frontline camps of the three clans had advanced deep into the three desolates, and the human race's territory had doubled compared to before. The population had also surged dramatically. Chu Zheng's golden body was almost omnipresent in every tribe of the Dongyuan human clan, with countless believers. However, the quality of these believers was exceedingly low, true believers were few and far between. In a world without the seeds of faith, establishing a deeply rooted deity required a long time. Moreover, not everyone was willing to believe in gods. Without the slightest reverence, even if they worshipped, it could only be considered blasphemy, unable to provide any incense fire willpower. Nevertheless, decades ago, Chu Zheng's original body had already sensed the barrier of the Dongsheng realm. With just a thought, he could cross it. Yet he suppressed his rising cultivation and began to do his utmost to stabilize his foundation and purify his divine infant. He took seriously the impurities mentioned by Niao Longhu before, and to avoid interference with his path, he wasted a great deal of incense fire willpower to repeatedly purify and refine it until there were no impurities left, only then integrating it into the divine infant. Years of accumulation had made his divine infant stronger than that of a typical immortal path cultivator with the 9 transformations of divine infant by more than 10 times, ready to enter Dongsheng at any time. During this century, Chu Zheng had spent a lot of time and energy researching witchcraft, inevitably affecting his progression in his cultivation. Now, the secret medicines for increasing cultivation needed to be prioritized for newborns, and they were in short supply. As he was not from this world, there was no need to waste this resource. The Dongyuan human clan needed them more. With the 9 orifices golden core within him, even if Chu Zheng only practiced the circulation of qi daily without taking any secret medicines, his cultivation had steadily stepped into the completion of refined spirit realm over the years, just one step away from the refining spirit returning to void realm. His cultivation base was already sufficient, but Chu Zheng was not in a hurry to take this step. Having not emerged in 100 years, the tribulation qi had accumulated to a certain extent. He had a premonition that crossing this step would bring a major calamity. For him, the tribulation qi was the next problem to be solved. In this life, walking in the world under the name Jingchu, the mitigated tribulation qi had almost no effect on his original body. If it were not for his sufficiently solid foundation before, which endured enough tribulation qi for him to calmly cultivate until refining spirit returning to void, coupled with his original body's qi refinement's cultivation not being too high, he would likely already be facing trouble. As night fell and the moon shone brightly among sparse stars. Inside the hall, clad in a black robe, Chu Zheng sat cross-legged on a jade couch, his eyelids lightly closed, circulating the circuit of qi and drawing in yin-yang dual qi. With completely stretched muscles and bones, tall and straight, and with a broad back, his body, in every inch of flesh, was filled with unimaginably powerful vitality. The totem was constantly enhancing his vitality, even without much cultivation. His current physical body, tearing apart a 5th-order fierce beast, still required no effort. Moments later, Chu Zheng slowly opened his eyes, sitting high like a divine monarch on a cloud, and softly called out, "Wan Xiao. Your adventure continues at Empire." A girl around 15 or 16 years old, with bright eyes, hurriedly rushed into the hall, bowed deeply, and respectfully said, "Tao Lord, what are your divine instructions?" Her eyes were filled with sincere reverence, clearly worshipping Chu Zheng as one would a god. Chu Zheng's heart was not greatly disturbed. As an incense fire god, he was all too aware of the true devotion, or lack thereof, from his followers. Wan Xiao had always been respectful toward him, offering incense and worship every day for many years without a single mistake. Yet, from beginning to end, he had never drawn even the slightest bit of incense fire willpower from her. No matter how respectful she appeared on the surface, it couldn't conceal the thoughts at the bottom of Xiao's heart. She was unwilling to worship Chu Zheng as a deity. She harbored her own ambitions and was not content to be subservient to others. Chu Zheng was not concerned about this and continued to assess her cultivation. How is your practice of the soul extension technique coming along? I've made some progress. The young girl's smile was full of joy, and a clearly visible spiritual light flickered between her brows, revealing fluctuations of divine sense far surpassing those of ordinary people. In the next instant, a slightly hazy figure stepped out slowly, bearing an identical countenance to the girl, with a lively smile contained therein. Wan Xiao's talent was extraordinary, especially in the aspect of the divine soul, where she possessed remarkable innate ability. She was the disciple Chu Zheng had chosen for Shan Sun. After 100 years of meditation, he finally achieved some results. He had comprehended a new path, blending the lineages of divine shaman with the immortal scripture that primarily cultivated the divine soul, giving birth to a new path toward becoming an immortal. The ancient witches of the present day were becoming increasingly rare, and the vast majority of witches had begun to specialize in the Tao that Chu Zheng had enlightened. This was a brand new path, still somewhat incomplete, but it had already circumvented the constraints of the immortal bone while retaining many techniques of the divine shaman. The only drawback was that this method had high requirements for innate talent and required a certain degree of insight, so the threshold was not low. However, this new path did not require one to sever emotions and defy one's nature like the witches of the past, who saw love and affection as a dangerous torrent and dared not cross the line. This was also considered as fulfilling Shan Sun's last wish. With Chu Zheng's current abilities, he had done as much as he could. This was his limit. After inspecting Wan Xiao's cultivation, Chu Zheng nodded slightly and his gaze shifted to outside the temple. Come in. A woman approaching 30 entered the temple, her expression respectful, bowing in a courteous salute. Wan Zhu, greets the Tao Lord, I have come to fetch Ah Xiao. From today onwards, Wan Xiao need not serve here anymore. Chu Zheng rose slowly, speaking in a deep voice, whatever happens to her from now on has nothing to do with me. He had painstakingly taught Wan Xiao for more than 10 years, doing quite enough. Holding the objective he had come to achieve in Dongyuan realm, he had completed nearly all of it, and now was the time for leaving the realm, to settle some karma. Tao Lord, has Wan Xiao done something wrong? Upon hearing this, Wan Zhu's expression changed subtly, her gaze instinctively shifting to Wan Xiao at her side. Chu Zheng turned his head to look, sharply catching the fleeting joy in Wan Xiao's eyes. He said no more, simply gestured with his hand, signaling for the two to leave. Many thanks, Tao Lord. Without further questions, Wan Zhu bowed in thanks and then took Wan Xiao by the hand to depart. As they were about to exit the door, Wan Zhu turned back for one last glance at the temple. Chu Zheng's figure had already disappeared without a trace, leaving only the gentle night breeze in the hall. Mother? Wan Xiao slowed her cheerful steps, puzzled. It's nothing. Wan Zhu's lips curled into a smile, her hands gently ruffling the girl's fluffy hair, a warm smile spreading across her face. Let's hurry home. A few days ago, your father specially hunted a blood phoenix, just perfect for nourishing your body. Mother, I will definitely become very strong. Wan Xiao's eyes sparkled as she clenched her fist, her tone filled with resolve, stronger than everyone in this world. Yes, my Ah Xiao is the mightiest. With adoring eyes, Wan Zhu took Wan Xiao's hand and slowly left the temple, blending into the night, their figures gradually receding into the distance. High above the 9 heavens, the aura wind howled. A shadow streaked across the night sky, weaving through the gaps in space, covering tens of thousands of miles in a single step. Witnessing days and nights, after several days of travel, Chu Zheng stopped above a secluded mountain range. Divine scent swept across the land, and soon, a slight smile appeared on his lips. with one step, he arrived at a mountainside. At the mountainside stood a stone gate several zhang high. The gate was tightly closed, shrouded in layer upon layer of arrays, completely isolated from the world. "Brother Taoist Nya, Chuzheng has come to visit." Chuzheng called out in a low shout that reverberated through the wilderness. Boom, the stone gate suddenly flung open, and a tall figure stepped out slowly, with a hint of gloom between his brows. "Brother Taoist Nya, I am about to leave the realm, and have specially come to bid you farewell." Chuzheng glanced at Nya Longhu, his mind coming to a conclusion. After nearly 100 years of cultivation, Nya Longhu had reached the golden core middle stage, and with the 8 orifices of the golden core, his talent was indeed extraordinary. "If you want to go, just go. No need to come and see me." Nya Longhu muttered a phrase, his brow twitching as he shifted his gaze, hiding the trace of astonishment in his eyes. Truly a freak. Explore stories at Empire in just over 100 years, to reach great perfection in refining spirit, just one step away from returning to void. Even for those who have reincarnated through calamities, this speed of progression is rather too exaggerated, which is enough to prove the extent of Chuzheng's terrifying comprehension. "Before I leave, there are some matters I would like to consult with Brother Taoist about," said Chuzheng after taking a deep breath and speaking calmly. "Brother Taoist once mentioned the ways to enter the myriad heavens and realms. What are you planning to do?" Nya Longhu looked somewhat wary. 100 years ago, Shan Sun had breached the sect gate, causing a stir that alarmed the heavenly Tao. Naturally, he could not have been unaware. Nya Longhu had gained a further understanding of Chuzheng's capacity for causing trouble. Initially, he quite intended to bring Chuzheng into the sect gate, but such a maverick and prodigy was really too unpredictable and risky. Having interacted over this period, he had discovered certain traits in Chuzheng that were unlike ordinary people. This man truly had no fear of death. This was not because his reincarnated calamities would not affect his true body. Nya Longhu had lived through 1,000 lifetimes and had never seen anyone like this. He was absolutely sure of this point. To Chuzheng, death or trouble held no deterrence or fear at all. Daring to think, daring to act, daring to try without concerning himself with the consequences, and bold to the extreme. Such a person, who had chosen the chi-refining lineage, whether a blessing or a curse, would undoubtedly bring about much trouble. From the standpoint of his own safety, Nya Longhu truly did not wish to associate with Chuzheng. However, to let such a rare individual die in some corner was also something he found difficult to accept. Hesitating for a long while, Nya Longhu let out a soft sigh. Since they were both chi cultivators, he should help if he could. In this lifetime, although Chuzheng had acted recklessly, he had also helped him. Without Shan Sun breaking the sect gate and taking away the fierce tiger, it would not have been so easy for him to cultivate in peace. "Remember well what I am about to tell you," Nya Longhu said gravely, with a more serious expression. "I told you last time we met, if you have the chance, come to the 10,000 Realms battlefield and find me. I can lead you into the myriad realms to meet a few Tao Lords." As he spoke, he extended his finger, a point of spiritual light shining on its tip, transmitted into Chuzheng's mind. "This is the coordinate of the 10,000 Realms battlefield, but before that, I have a few things to remind you. The realm boundary battlefields are the most tightly sealed places. There's virtually no hope of deceiving the Immortal Alliance or Martial Hall and crossing the boundary wall. Near the boundary wall, Immortal Path Emperors often patrol, and occasionally strong beings from the ancestral realm of Martial Tao will appear, which is extremely perilous. In front of such beings, at a single glance, all your secrets will be unveiled, even the threads of karma cannot be hidden." Taking a deep breath and becoming even more solemn, Nya Longhu said, "In other words, if you are discovered, it means complete annihilation for your 10 clans. If you are not alone and have family and friends, then think it over before you act." Hearing this, Chuzheng pondered, his eyes growing deeper. "As long as you can arrive at the 10,000 Realms battlefield alive, even just near the boundary wall, I can ask my master to personally take action to open a path for you and lead you out." Once he finished speaking, Nya Longhu raised his hand to form a seal, and condensed a Tao seal which he imprinted into Chuzheng's mind. inside the 10,000 Realms battlefield, release this Dao seal, and I will sense it and come to rescue you as soon as possible. Watching Chuzheng memorize the Dao seal, Niao Longhu's expression gradually returned to calm. There were some things he hadn't fully disclosed. To reach the true 10,000 Realms battlefield, one needed at least the cultivation of peak Dao integration or even the heavenly immortal realm to manage it. Without reaching this level of cultivation, even if Chuzheng managed to reach the battlefield, he would hardly be able to hold on until help arrived. Escaping with his life would be difficult. There are no benefits without their costs, and Niao Longhu was willing to help Chuzheng on the condition that Chuzheng had sufficient value. Currently, Chuzheng was far from having the qualifications to warrant aid from a golden immortal of the Taoist school. Should he step into the realm of heavenly immortal and demonstrate his worth, Niao Longhu would not mind offering a favor, smoothly aiding his journey. Qi cultivators care deeply about cause and effect. His act of helping was in hopes of receiving assistance in the future. The Calamity transformation method has its limits. Deceiving the heavenly Dao of a single realm might be simple, but duping the entire great universe was exceedingly difficult. Even someone as powerful as the ancestral Dao was, at this moment, entwined with Tribulation Qi and had already vanished without a trace. Ultimately, there would be a calamity that even he could not transcend with his own power, and when that time came, he would naturally need a powerful external force to assist him. Chuzheng was a possibility, but whether he could be utilized in the future remained uncertain. Thank you for your guidance, Taoist brother. This life ends here, and I hope we may meet again in the future. Chuzheng expressed his thanks and, without further comment, turned and left directly. Niao Longhu's words, he only believed halfway. The boundary wall would undoubtedly be difficult to cross, guarded by top-tier experts of the second-fold immortal martial path. If he were to go recklessly, the outcome could be dire. As for the golden immortal of the Taoist school mentioned by Niao Longhu, Chuzheng did not care about it, preferring to act as if he had never heard it. Qi cultivators least want to be entangled in cause and effect. Based on Niao Longhu's unilateral view, the possibility of a golden immortal helping him in the 10,000 Realms battlefield was minuscule. Chuzheng would not stake his survival on a shaky promise, that would be unwise. Throughout his life, the only thing he could rely on was himself. As he was about to leave, Chuzheng suddenly stopped, turned around, and eyed Niao Longhu with some surprise. Taoist brother, you have secluded yourself here for so long, not appearing in the world. Aren't you afraid of Tribulation Qi entangling your body? Niao Longhu had been in seclusion for 100 years, almost never leaving his cave dwelling. For Qi cultivators, that simply wouldn't work as Tribulation Qi would accumulate, causing significant trouble. When he first came to this world, Tribulation Qi had always been accumulating invisibly, often requiring him to venture into the wilderness to combat savage beasts to dissipate the Tribulation Qi. Transcending through various embodiments is fundamentally interdependent. The embodiment aids the original body in dissolving calamities, and likewise, the original body can shield the embodiment from disasters. You, with your shallow cultivation, are still unable to grasp the profundity within, Niao Longhu stated openly. My original body has reached heavenly immortal perfection. For me, the Tribulation Qi accumulated by the embodiment during secluded cultivation is trivial. Simply transferring the Tribulation Qi to the original body and dealing with some minor matters will dissipate it entirely. As cultivation improves, the embodiment need not worry about dissipating Tribulation Qi during the accumulation phase, until the cultivation of the embodiment approximates that of the original body, which is the moment to come forth. Upon hearing this, a flash of insight crossed Chuzheng's mind. The reason that mysterious immortal abruptly emerged from transmigration was probably because he realized the heavenly Tao of this world did not tolerate the existence of ninth-order beings, thus initiating his tribulation prematurely. His experience with embodiment and transcending tribulations was limited. It was difficult to compare with these old monsters who spanned thousands of lifetimes. There was still much to explore. Can there only be one embodiment? Regaining his senses, Chuzheng couldn't help but ask another question. Naturally, there can be more than one, but the cost of transcending through embodiments is not insignificant. With my current cultivation, it's difficult to manage two embodiments simultaneously. Having more makes it challenging to achieve effective results. Niao Longhu shook his head, his eyes filled with longing. Once you step into the mysterious immortal realm, perhaps you'll have the spare capacity to manage more embodiments. Should you reach the realm of Golden Immortal, you might even reverse time and space, undergoing tribulations in the past, present, and future. This is the essential path to the Great Luo realm through the three-life Great Calamity. Daluo Golden Immortals, known as the Eternal and Indestructible Realm, span the river of time and shadow all of history and future. Within the Taoist school, only the ancestral Tao has truly stepped into this realm. In the great battle of the late primordial era, the ancestral Tao faced enemies from both the past and present. Someone had helped him open the gate of time, seeking aid from the future, which is a documented historical fact. Niao Longhu's words stirred Chu Zheng's mind, affecting the past and the future. Was it not possible to interfere with the already known facts, and even completely rewrite the direction of history? How could this be achieved while avoiding temporal paradoxes? Now that we've come to this point, let me give you another reminder. During the embodiment's trials, it's not uncommon to leave several threads of cause and effect for future use. Niao Longhu spoke again, offering a suggestion. When an insurmountable calamity approaches, pull out a few threads of cause and effect, sever them cleanly, and you can transform a great calamity into an ordinary one, gaining a bit more chance for survival. Severing all ties with cause and effect is indeed clean and free from future troubles. However, it also means no way back, only advancing further. Among Qi cultivators, there are those who choose the heretic path, slaughtering entire families but leaving a single lineage alive, waiting for descendants to seek revenge. This is similar to planting fruit trees, creating controllable calamities for oneself, also a path to take. Niao Longhu did not encourage Chu Zheng to take the heretic path, but leaving a few threads of cause and effect might save his life in the future. This was his personal experience, invaluable, and he would not have shared such advice if he did not see potential in Chu Zheng. Find exclusive stories on Empire. Thank you, Taoist brother, for not sparing your advice. Chu Zheng no longer hesitated, sincerely thanked him, and departed. Niao Longhu did not continue the conversation, watching Chu Zheng leave the cave dwelling, swung his sleeve to close the stone door, and immersed himself in meditation. How far Chu Zheng could grow, he did not know, but he still hoped that this person would live a long life. In the great universe, the ancestral Tao alone accounted for 25% of the heavenly fate, while all the heavenly fate of the myriad realms combined was merely 15%. The Qi cultivators of the Taoist school among them accounted for just 1 or 2%. The lineage of Qi cultivators is sparse, and it always requires fresh blood. Without fresh blood, there would be no change. Even those divine sects and holy clans that have been inherited for tens of thousands of years, despite their numerous disciples and unfathomable foundations, continuously recruit fresh blood, all in the pursuit of change. In the ever-changing great universe, not changing means awaiting death. Your next chapter is on Empire. Having left the retreat of Niao Longhu, Chu Zheng concealed his tracks, traversed 3 domains in succession, and began his final action before leaving the realm. He aimed to exchange all the rune soldiers and totem stone tablets in his possession for spiritual medicine and cultivation resources as much as possible. In the Dongyuan realm, he had no descendants, and he was somewhat reluctant to simply forsake the wealth accumulated over 100 years. After obtaining these resources, he planned to perform the pluck stars technique, seize a meteor from beyond the heavens, and then, upon sending the meteor out of the realm, take all his savings with him. Atop the meteor, he would leave a spiritually awakened golden body as a coordinate, sending it to a star domain near the Immortal Alliance, where his true self would retrieve it when his cultivation was sufficient. That was exactly what Zhao Tingxian had done in the past, using a heavenly Tao incarnation to intercept Sanyun's great realm's heavenly fate for many years, and when departing, he even took most of the treasures from the Sanyun's secret realm and sent them all into the Chaos Sea. If not for that, Zhao Tingxian would likely not have set foot in the immortal venerable realm by now. From this, the importance of resources is evident, they wouldn't be useless in the future. After spending several months, Chu Zheng traveled far and wide before he finally disposed of all the repaired rune soldiers and totem stone tablets he had. exchanging them for a large amount of cultivation resources. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In a barren wilderness, Chuzheng successfully obtained a meteor using the pluck stars technique and expended his heart and spirit to inscribe numerous layered arrays on it. However, when proceeding to the next step, he encountered trouble. It was easy to claim a star, but difficult to send it away. With his cultivation, it was hard to make the meteor break free from the Dongyuan realm, and his initial idea faced setbacks momentarily. After considering various plans for several days without success, he had no choice but to seek assistance. Chuzheng returned to the Wan tribe, explained his purpose, and requested Wan Qiong's help. Wan Qiong did not refuse. In fact, he even placed the 18 yin-yang array flags he had expended a lot of resources to create for setting up the reversing yin-yang formation on top of the meteor, letting Chuzheng take them as well. In this world, this set of array flags was no longer of use, but placed on the meteor, they could serve to protect Chuzheng's considerable resources. The new cultivation path deduced by the witch for Chuzheng was open to both men and women, a significant grace to the Dongyuan human clan that could not be erased. If not for Chuzheng, Shan Sun would never have been able to cross that barrier until death. The Beast Emperor would still roam the world, and countless people would have perished. Wan Qiong always held gratitude for this in his heart. To ensure that Chuzheng could retrieve these resources more quickly, Wan Qiong utilized the skyrending divine crossbow to open a space portal directly facing the great universe, helping Chuzheng send the meteor far away. This time, Chuzheng felt the terrifying power of the skyrending divine crossbow even more vividly. In his perception, the meteor carrying the golden body swiftly retreated, passing through the space portal with residual momentum that pierced through several star domains. The speed then gradually slowed down until it finally entered the vast universe, drifting towards the edge of the Chaos Sea, starting a long journey. Many thanks to Clan Leader 1. Having settled everything, Chuzheng heaved a sigh of relief and offered a fist and palm salute. No need, Dao Lord, you have shown great kindness to our Dongyuan human clan. This was just a simple effort, so there's no need for thanks. If we were to speak of gratitude, how many times must I thank you to be enough? Wan Qiong waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned, his expression slightly somber. My lifespan is nearing its end, and we may not meet again in this life. Let this be our farewell. May you achieve your wishes and be safe on your journey. Upon hearing this, Chuzheng fell into contemplation, and after a long silence, he took out a beast bone, used his finger as a pen to leave a page of ancient scripture, and stuffed it into Wan Qiong's hand, saying solemnly, "The day will come." Although it impacted his own incense fire willpower, he still left the incense fire divine path to the Dongyuan human clan. This was an alternative path. Before meeting Miao Longhu, he had not considered this option, but now, he decided to give it a try. In the Immortal Alliance, he was already isolated. The taste of being utterly alone was not pleasant. Leaving behind some threads of causality might be useful to him in the future. After leaving behind the bone book, Chuzheng did not stay for long. He crossed the void and left the human race domain, entering the barren domain. It would be a pity not to fully exploit an avatar like this one, its last vestige of usefulness. It just so happened to serve as a proof for some of his ideas. Deep within the barren domain, in a valley surrounded by mountains, a dark green abyss sat in the center, gathering the earth vein chi from all directions, and within its waters, spiritual mist twisted and dragon essence rose, a prime location for nurturing true dragons. Boom! Oh woo! Suddenly, 1,000-zhang-high waves burst from the abyss, shooting straight into the sky. A flood dragon with a unique horn on its head broke through the surface, its high and mighty dragon roar echoed through the wilderness, startling countless birds into flight. A giant palm, wrapped in the mystical light of yin and yang, followed closely behind, turning from palm to blade and heavily chopping down on the flood dragon's spine. Crack, a crisp explosion sounded, and the flood dragon, spanning hundreds of zhang, folded instantly, its spine broken, crashing into the mountains and crushing countless peaks. Whimper, the dragon's roar turned into a piteous wail. Ripples spread through the void, and a figure stepped out. Watching the flood dragon struggling to rise, Chuzheng's gaze sharpened as he once again extended his palms, pressing them down. Boom! The immense palm, formed of condensed yuan qi, precisely gripped the flood dragon by the side of its neck and its vital point, pinning it firmly between the mountains, rendering it unable to move. A following fierce shout that could pierce gold and shatter stone dispersed the clouds above for thousands of miles. I will ask you once more, my name is Chujing, do you understand or not? Hiss, the flood dragon, held down against the ground, had its eyes boiling with a murderous intent, its scales fanning out angrily. Beneath the faint green scales a blood-colored divine light flowed for a moment. The next instant, a nearly zhang-long spear of blood burst forth from its throat, turning into a blood dragon's shadow that vanished into the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. With the blood arrow leaving its body, the flood dragon's form went limp, as though its sinews had been drawn out. It lost all of its remaining strength. Chujing only felt a heat in his chest, and upon tearing open his robes, a piece of green dragon scale emerged at his heart, resembling warm jade, emanating waves of heart-searing heat. This came from the flood dragon. A flicker of spiritual light in Chu Zheng's eyes quickly revealed the origin of this mark. Contrary scale seal, fifth order, a secret technique of the true dragon clan, mostly used at the brink of death, burning all essence blood to create a tracking marker. It is hard to erase once cast aside flesh and bone. Seeing this, Chu Zheng's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He combined his fingers into a sword, sending out a beam of sword light that pierced the flood dragon's head, taking the life of this fifth-order flood dragon. The green dragon scale in his chest continued to burn hot. This secret technique was prepared for future vengeance. The background of this flood dragon had to be extraordinary, otherwise, a being with the cultivation of fifth order could hardly occupy such a spiritual land. As Chujing was lost in thought, the tribulation chi beside him began to churn, his eyes brightened slightly, and without moving a step, some expectation arose within him. Less than an hour later, the shattered mountain range's skies suddenly darkened, from clear to cloudy. In just a few breaths, thunderclouds started surging. Between the dense clouds, the silhouette of a true dragon could be seen shuttling, and in an instant, heavy rain poured down, covering hundreds of thousands of miles. Killing intent rose in the void, locking down firmly on Chujing. The accumulated tribulation chi of 100 years boiled violently, gradually evolving into a death tribulation. With this sight, Chujing's gaze grew even more intense. To command the clouds and rain was the art of true dragons. This green-scaled flood dragon truly had the backing of a true dragon. Massive thunderclouds enveloped hundreds of thousands of miles, and the divine radiance of the three suns could not penetrate even a fraction, making it impossible to see one's own fingers when extended. Fierce lightning streaked across the sky, like an extremely sharp light blade, tearing the pitch-black curtain instantly. In the blink of an eye, the faint light outlined the huge figure moving between the clouds, indiscernible at a glance. Earth Abyss Dragon King, 8th Order King of the Earth Abyss Dragon Clan, at the pinnacle realm of perfection, a pure-blooded true dragon with tremendous potential, bound by the heavenly Tao laws, unable to break through. Looking at the information transmitted by his spiritual eye, Chujing slightly curled the corners of his mouth, unexpectedly finding the existence of a true dragon lineage behind this green flood dragon, likely sharing some blood relation with this dragon king. This was a dragon king comparable to the chief of a clan, his power at the world's pinnacle. Previously in the Beast Tide, he had not seen this dragon king's figure. It seemed that in the Beast Tide stirred up by the Beast Emperor, some of the savage beast clan groups had not participated, or perhaps, this dragon king had been on the battlefield on the side of the heavenly spirit race at that time. Brightly, a star suddenly lit up among the dark clouds. The Earth Abyss Dragon King opened his eyes, and within his pale golden vertical pupils, molten lava-like fierce flames surged visibly. Feeling the nearly solidified tribulation chi beside him, Chujing grinned. Without waiting for him to speak, a clump of heavenly fire had already descended from the sky like a meteor falling, smashing towards him head-on. Chujing wanted to move, but his figure was firmly pinned in place by the invisible spatial laws, unable even to speak. The Earth Abyss Dragon King's cultivation far surpassed his, and his understanding of spatial laws was beyond Chujing's reach. Facing such a being, Chujing had no leeway even to struggle. Heat waves hit his face, and Chujing's features uncontrollably began to distort, his skin cracking inch by inch, and his invulnerable body dried up in just a few breaths. Boom! Heavenly fire struck the ground, all directions shook, the earth moved and mountains swayed, and the ground cracked like a spider web, the sky filled with flowing fire and flying magma, the molten magma gathering into billowing flames, filling the broken earth abyss. Chuzheng didn't even have time to use the repair panel, his body and primordial spirit almost burnt to extinction, the last lingering thought in his mind being that he hadn't even had time to reveal his name. Songyun Realm. Wanlong City. Inside a secret room, Chuzheng suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the nearly exhausted Tribulation chi beside him, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. As for the results, this incarnation had indeed blocked a lot of Tribulation chi for his original body. Recalling the pain of having his physical body and primordial spirit completely burned away, Chuzheng couldn't help but rub his brow, a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. This kind of death left a deep impression, requiring some time for quiet adjustment. Before he could recover, a flow of incense fire willpower came from beyond the heavens, infusing into his primordial spirit. This became the final straw, directly shattering the barriers Chuzheng faced in entering the Dongsheng realm. His cultivation had been forcibly suppressed for too long, now no longer able to be controlled. In Dongyuan realm, the incense fire willpower, now almost entirely in his control, had been suppressed for so long, which was no easy feat crossing the boundary of cultivation level in an instant. The yin-yang divine infant in Chuzheng's sea of consciousness burst forth with auspicious colors, starting from the undying Qilin, transforming successively into 9 types of mythical beasts. Ultimately, the divine infant transformed back to his original appearance, the yin-yang dual qi within the divine infant surging, intersecting, and faintly manifesting a glimpse of chaos. 9 transformations of divine infant, also known as deification. 9 transformations, each transformation nearly doubling the combat power. By reaching this step in the Dongsheng, one is considered a deification, and at this realm, the cultivators can also be called pseudo-immortals. In the Songyun realm, before any major changes had occurred, such formidable figures were extremely elusive, seldom seen even among people from holy lands. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, in just over 10 years, he had reached Dongsheng, becoming a true top-tier power in the Songyun realm. But at this moment, Chuzheng no longer had time to experience his own increased cultivation, as his mind was entirely occupied by the information from the panel. Your repair proficiency has reached the master level, previously restricted by cultivation. The progress was difficult, but now with the advancement in cultivation, you have finally become a 7th rank repairer. Due to a large accumulation of experience, your repair proficiency has undergone a qualitative change. Now repairing 7th rank items poses no significant challenge to you. During the long process of repairs, you slowly discovered some secrets, realizing that the different energies in the world are essentially the same and can be converted into each other. You comprehended a divine skill, return to the origin, 10th order high-grade divine skill, can transform all things into primordial qi. 10th order divine skill. Chuzheng's heart was shaken. This was, besides the eternal Calamity treasure record, the only other divine skill he had encountered that was of the 10th order level. As a massive amount of information flooded into his mind, Chuzheng's eyes gradually brightened. Return to the origin unraveled many of his doubts. In the universe, millions of paths of cultivation exist, but only a handful can ascend above the 8th order. Beings stepping into the 8th order and above have a special chi formed within them, unique to their cultivated path. Read new chapters at Empire such as the Immortal chi within the bodies of Immortal path cultivators, or the Primordial chi within beings of the myriad realms. These types of chi, which Chuzheng had extracted before from some of the spoils of war, carried a strong exclusivity, incompatible with other rival paths. This is a barrier deliberately drawn between many great paths to prevent the leaking of their own Taoist orthodoxy's power. Cultivating an 8th order living being is no easy task, at least far more precious than the ordinary life stars. Once cultivation reached the 8th order, the disparity in combat power between them was huge, yet the energy contained within their bodies was truly terrifying. However, with the presence of immortal chi as a barrier, even if cultivators from the myriad realms killed a true immortal, the flesh, blood, and immortal treasures of the true immortal were of no use to them, and vice versa. Ultimately, these energies, as time passed, would return to their respective Taoist orthodoxy in other ways. Even if a war was lost, only a small part of heavenly fate was lost, preventing greater losses. After digesting this information, Chu Jing had gained a new perspective on the current state of the great universe. The existence of these Taoist energies was the real reason why the current power dynamics of the various factions of the great universe could barely maintain stability. If a war could not plunder sufficient resources, then it was a business with a total loss of blood and treasure. Therefore, all parties were very cautious. Nia Longhu had once told him that the wars between the myriad heavens and realms and the Immortal Alliance Martial Hall were getting bigger, suggesting a battle that would determine the fate of the universe, likely for these reasons as well. The struggle for heavenly fate, once started, had to be fought to the end with no room for compromise. All living beings from other Taoist orthodoxy must be slaughtered, and all heavenly fate must be seized to dominate all paths and completely eliminate future troubles. However, for Chu Jing, who had acquired return to the origin, no matter which faction's Taoist orthodoxy he faced as an enemy, he would benefit. Immortal Qi and Primordial Qi, in his hands, had no distinction, they would ultimately become the root force of the great universe. What puzzled Chu Jing slightly was that the power extracted from the remains of creatures from the myriad realms was primordial qi. From this, it seemed that the current situation of the myriad realms was how the great universe should naturally be. The current power of the Immortal Alliance was closely related to the existence of immortal qi. By extension, the Martial Hall must be the same. Chu Jing snapped out of his contemplation and brought up his own panel. Name, Chu Jing, Cultivation, Qi Refinement, Mid-Stage of Golden Core Realm, Immortal Path, Initial Stage of Tongxian Realm, Root Bone, Yin-Yang Immortal Bone, Superior Quality, 5 Elements Spiritual Body, Cultivation Technique, Eternal Calamity Treasure Record, 10th Order, Taishan Divine Fire Scripture, 8th Order, Divine Skills, Return to the Origin, 10th Order, Qi Gathering and Heaven Repairing, 9th Order, Qilin Transformation, 8th Order, Heavenly Escaping 5. Elements Technique, 8th Order, Tai Yuan Dragon Sword Dance, 8th Order, 5 Thunder Righteous Law, 6th Order, Slaughter Blood Descending Dragon Technique, 6th Order, Space Condensing Art, 6th Order, Talent, Spiritual Eye, 4th Order, Soul Capturing, 6th Order, Sky Roaming, 6th Order, Soul Snatching, 6th Order, Repair Master, 7th Rank, 0/16,000, remaining repairs for the day, 1. Current reparable, looking at the remaining number of repairs, Chu Zhang's brows furrowed. His daily repair allowance should still count in the dozens. Looking at the chain of experiences after becoming a 7th rank repairer, Chu Jing felt a slight headache and gently deliberated before flipping his palm and taking out a half-man-height golden great bow. The bow was covered with mottled marks left by time, and the bowstring was broken. Falling Star Bow, 7th rank / incomplete and exceptional semi-immortal treasure, the bowstring snapped and body cracked, immortal patterns broken, reparable, 0/3, detailed information, an immensely powerful semi-immortal treasure, severely damaged, requires 3 strands of immortal qi for repairs. This semi-immortal treasure was obtained from the Zhongyun secret realm. When initially acquired, the panel indicated that it was irreparable, but now repairs were achievable, albeit with some conditions. The reason was not difficult to understand. The source of the panel's operation was the absorption of nature's spiritual energy, but once the rank reached the 7th order, traces of various Taoist orthodoxy appeared, which could no longer be compensated by nature's spiritual energy. 7th order marked the beginning of transformation, where beings would be permanently branded with the mark of the Taoist orthodoxy, indelible. Chu Jing did not hesitate, took the immortal qi he had gathered from that piece of damaged immortal bone, activated the panel, and infused it into the falling star bow. The body of the falling star bow emitted a faint glow, and many of the mottled marks faded away. Chu Jing heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it could be repaired, it was not a big deal. He glanced at the panel. The daily refresh of repair opportunities had already returned to 0. Clearly, to repair something above the 7th order, not only was immortal qi needed, but also repair opportunities. Read latest chapters at Empire. Upon entering the role of a 7th rank repairer, Chujing could distinctly feel that the panel was restricted. This restriction was not from the panel itself, but from his own body, and possibly, it was limited by the environment of this world. The environment of Songyun realm could only be considered ordinary after all. The great immortal realm mentioned by the Immortal Alliance was the real vast world capable of nurturing entities that surpassed the immortal kings. There, the panel should give him some new surprises. However, with his current condition, unless he completely abandoned his chi refinement's cultivation, going to the great immortal realm would mean seeking death. Chujing once again conjured an aura, extracted from the remains of myriad realm beings, which was primordial chi. He wanted to try if he could transform this primordial chi into immortal chi by using the return to the source technique. After a series of attempts, Chujing had to give up reluctantly. It simply did not work, or, to put it another way, with his current strength, reversing it was too difficult. After pondering for a long time, Chujing took out the true immortal flesh and fragments of immortal treasures he had obtained from the extraterrestrial battlefield earlier. The immortal chi required to repair immortal treasures was even more astounding, ranging from 100 to several thousand. After selecting carefully, Chujing chose a piece of flesh, operated the chi gathering and heaven repairing technique, and after spending several days, extracted a strand of immortal chi. He began the attempt again, and this time, the return to the source worked. After several days, the immortal chi successfully transformed into primordial chi. Having reached this step, Chujing immediately stopped experimenting. The conversion from immortal chi to primordial chi was, for now, a one-way flow in his case and could not be wasted arbitrarily. Fragments of immortal treasures and true immortal flesh were not easy to come by, within the territories of the Immortal Alliance, unless something significant happened. Cultivators of the Immortal Tribulation secret realm would rarely face any disturbances. The previous situation in the Songyun realm was ultimately an exception. Places with plenty of fragments of immortal treasures and true immortal flesh were only the battlefields of the myriad heavens and realms and the cosmic borderland adjacent to the vast universe mentioned by Zhao Tingxian. Chujing continued to extract immortal chi and repair immortal treasures. Currently, it was somewhat strenuous for him, but the falling star bow just fit the bill. With such a semi-immortal treasure to protect him, the cultivators from Songyun realm entering the Immortal Tribulation secret realm could hardly trouble him. As for the sect defending immortal treasures of the Holy Lands, Taishan was not without them. After spending nearly half a month, Chujing once again extracted 2 strands of immortal chi. Using the repair panel, he completely repaired the falling star bow. The giant bow, wrapped in golden divine radiance, was cleansed of all dust, emitting a wave of immortal spirit fluctuations from within, which began communicating with Chujing's divine sense without any resistance. A Dongsheng spiritual treasure already possessed a spirit, having an intelligence not weaker than a human's. Naturally, a semi-immortal treasure was even more superior. Before completely repairing the falling star bow, Chujing began tempering and refining it with his own essence blood to establish a connection. The spiritual perception of the falling star bow did not show much resistance. It had been damaged in a great battle, and its previous master had died. Moreover, it understood that Chujing had fully repaired it, granting it a second life, which was an act of recreation. The thoughts of an immortal treasure spirit were not so complicated. At this moment, in its eyes, Chujing was no different from the weapon forging master who had originally crafted it. The completely repaired falling star bow did not disappoint Chujing in terms of power. With his current strength, along with the assistance of its internal immortal spirit, he could shoot 2 arrows. According to the immortal spirit, without a semi-immortal treasure for protection, any cultivator below the 5 tribulations in the Immortal Tribulation would undoubtedly die. However, the only regret was that this semi-immortal treasure did not have the capability to fight on its own. It was still just a weapon. In this respect, it was quite inferior compared to a Dongsheng spiritual treasure. Chujing continued to store the falling star bow within his body for nurturing and bent his head back to extracting immortal chi. Days later, a transmission interrupted his activity. The great tournament of 10,000 sects was about to officially begin. Over 100 years had passed in the Dongyuan realm, and more than a year had elapsed in the Songyun realm. The Great Tournament of 10,000 Sects was already at the point of its official commencement. This letter of communication originated from the host of Wanlong City, the Biluo sect. This major sect, which emerged with the inception of the Great Tournament of 10,000 Sects, was always responsible for handling the specific arrangements. From the start of the Great Tournament of 10,000 Sects until its conclusion, and until the disciples of all holy lands and various sects departed, all logistics were guaranteed by the Biluo sect. In exchange, every 100 years, the Biluo sect would receive a substantial payment from among the major holy lands, including the Taishan Holy Land. The Taishan Holy Land had been secluded for a long time, devoid of fresh blood, and it had been quite a while since it last participated in grand events like the Great Tournament of 10,000 Sects. However, during the tenure of Gung Yang, timely deliveries of spirit pills and magical treasures were always made. To most people, Gung Yang's actions seemed somewhat wasteful, but their effects were obvious. Even though Taishan had not participated in the Great Tournament of 10,000 Sects for a long time, Chu Jing and a multitude of Taishan disciples still received the highest standard of treatment. The language within the letter was very courteous, inviting Chu Jing to come out of seclusion and attend the opening ceremony of the Great Tournament of 10,000 Sects. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Jing discontinued his refinement of immortal qi and got up to leave his seclusion. Since his initial arrival in the Tsungyun realm, Chu Jing had been aware of the Great Tournament of 10,000 Sects. In a twinkle of 10 years, counting the years he had spent incarnating and traversing tribulations, he had personally experienced hundreds of seasons. Now, as he recalled the days at the Song residence, he couldn't help but feel a trace of emotion. Outside the secret chamber stood a Taishan disciple on guard, a young man of 16 or 17, whose cultivation had already entered the entry path. Taishan Inner Sect, Lang Jing, pays respects to the Saint Lord. The disciple bowed deeply, his eyes filled with admiration. The Saint Lord was not much older than themselves, but he had already etched a myth into history. Almost every Taishan disciple viewed Chu Jing as a benchmark. Has there been any unusual activity in Wanlong City lately? Chu Jing casually inquired. After being in seclusion for over a year, a place teeming with a mix of dragons and fishes like Wanlong City must have undergone some significant changes. Nothing major has happened recently. Lang Jing pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. Wanlong City has been very quiet. The prodigies of various sects are mostly in seclusion, presumably adjusting their condition in preparation for the competition. Chu Jing was slightly surprised and nodded, ready to leave. Saint Lord, should I inform the lady? Lang Jing couldn't help but add, the lady comes here every day, waiting for your seclusion to end. Song Lingxue held a somewhat special status in the Taishan Holy Land. She had no specific position, but as Chu Jing's wife by formal marriage, during this period, all Taishan disciples referred to her as Lady. Just as Chu Jing was about to speak, a figure approached from not far away, clad in a light cyan vestment robe, tall and slender. Her hair was tucked up with a spirit hairpin, revealing her delicate brows and eyes like a painting. At this moment, her gaze was deep, with no hint of joy on her face. Lingxue. A slight smile appeared in Chu Jing's eyes. To him, it had been a century since he last saw Song Lingxue, and his heart was inevitably in turmoil. Are you going out? Song Lingxue lowered her eyelids, glanced at the spiritual light about to dissipate in front of the secret chamber's door, and immediately knew someone had sent a message. If no one had sent a message, Chu Jing likely would not have left his seclusion yet. Chu Jing faintly sensed something was off with Song Lingxue's emotions, but couldn't immediately fathom why, so he nodded with a smile. A message from the Biluo sect, inviting me to attend the opening ceremony of the Great Tournament of 10,000 Sects. You'll accompany me. Upon hearing this, Song Lingxue's gaze dimmed slightly, and she lowered her head in agreement. All right. Her time left by Chu Jing's side was already limited. His seclusion this time had already taken more than a year. The Great Tournament of 10,000 Sects wouldn't last very long. As the Taishan Holy Master, Chu Jing's days ahead would probably be full of trivial matters, and the times they could be alone together would only decrease. Her stay in the Songyun realm had entered its final countdown. Chuzheng observed Song Lingxue, who seemed somewhat listless, with a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. He noticed nothing unusual, which puzzled him. What's troubling your mind? Nothing, Song Lingxue shook her head, saying no more. Chuzheng's eyes shifted lightly, and he smiled faintly. After we return later, I have something for you. What is it? Song Lingshua's heart stirred, and she lifted her head. Spirit pills and magical treasures are of no use to me, you should keep them for yourself. To her, these items of the immortal path were indeed not very useful. Continue your adventure with Empire, it's not those. You'll know when we return. Chuzheng held back from saying more, took Song Lingshua's hand, and proceeded towards the center of Wanlong City. It was still early, and dawn was just breaking. The center of Wanlong City was already crowded with people. In the middle, there stood a white jade immortal palace, suspended in midair. In front of the palace, there sat a high platform with 5 chairs in red, white, black, yellow, and green, representing the 5 great holy lands of the southern region. Atop the high platform, there was no one. In front of the palace, a multitude of figures had gathered, each one a Holy Land elder or a distinguished member of a true immortal noble family. And from the martial hall came 2 special envoys, Xie Xingzhong and Yuning. The pair looked in high spirits with ruddy cheeks, chatting and laughing with the surrounding crowd, dispelling any previous awkwardness. Clearly, during their time in the Songyun realm, they had not been strangers to these grand sects of immortals. A red streak flashed across the void, landing before the immortal palace. Song Lingxue, unwilling to interact with these people, stayed outside the assembly. Chuzheng's gaze swept over the people before him, eventually resting on Bai Zhixiao, cloaked in black. As the only one among them to have stepped into the immortal Tribulation secret realm, and as the Taishu Saint Lord, he stood among the crowd like the moon surrounded by stars. You've entered the Dongsheng realm? As their gazes met, a sudden shock flashed through Bai Zhixiao's eyes. In the past year, Wanlong City had been tranquil without any disturbances, and the Hidden Dragon list had not seen any changes for a long time. In recent days, few within the Holy Lands paid much attention to it. Therefore, very few people were aware of Chuzheng stepping into the Dongsheng realm at this moment. Hearing Bai Zhixiao's voice, all the people around him were momentarily stunned, and then, noticing the unobstructed aura beside Chuzheng, expressions of similar astonishment flooded their faces after they'd reacted. The Dongsheng realm, pseudo-immortal. Even past masters of holy lands had not transcended this realm. Among the various holy lands, Dongsheng cultivators belonged to the absolute peak. At present, such individuals were mostly waging war in battlefields beyond their domain, with very few remaining in the Songyun realm. Chuzheng's cultivation had utterly surpassed theirs, making him a genuine holy master-level figure. Bai Zhixiao felt a chill in his heart. Among those present, he undoubtedly knew Chuzheng the best, having personally investigated all information about him. It had been no more than 10 years since Chuzheng embarked on the immortal path, just a mere decade. 10 years to reach Dongsheng realm. Even Zhao Tingxian in the past did not possess such a terrifying progress rate. From the divine infant stage to the Dongsheng realm, he had taken nearly 100 years. Had there ever been such speed? Could it be that this man was on course to become an immortal within a century? A monster, he must surely be a monster. Bai Zhixiao inwardly let out a fierce cry, fingers trembling slightly within his sleeve, and a wave of fear involuntarily rose in his heart. It was not that he was wary of Chuzheng's cultivation, but that such a terrifying speed of cultivation had utterly overturned his understanding. Even the most monstrous talents should not be able to defy common sense like this, yet as his cultivation level rose his progression speed seemed to become even faster. For a moment, the area in front of the fairy palace fell into an eerie silence. Taishan Holy Master, truly worthy of being the top of the Hidden Dragon list of the Songyun realm, is indeed exceptional, Xie Xingzhong said with a loud laugh, breaking the silence. The younger generation is to be feared. With such a prodigy emerging in the immortal path, how can we worry about its decline? Originally, Chuzheng had helped him to heal his old injuries, enabling him to step into the martial half-saint realm. He owed Chu Jing a great favor, so seeing him advance rapidly in cultivation, his heart was filled with joy. The others around gradually came to their senses, offering their congratulations with bowed heads and unconsciously adopting a more humble posture. Congratulations to the Taishan Holy Master for stepping into the Dongsheng secret realm, crossing the tribulation to become an immortal. The day is but near at hand. Congratulations to the Taishan Holy Master for entering Dongsheng, making another stride on the immortal path. Taishan shall thrive. Chu Jing gazed at Bai Zhixiao, his expression showing neither joy nor anger, and he raised his hand to gesture. It's just a stroke of luck for the time being, you all flatter me too much. On the immortal path, you are all my seniors, there's no need for such courtesy. Bai Zhixiao calmed his emotions and spoke indifferently. Now that the Taishan Holy Master has arrived and everyone is present, let's begin the opening ceremony. As his words ended, he walked forward slowly, preparing to ascend the platform in front of the fairy palace. Taishu Holy Master, please wait a moment. An elderly man in his late 50s who wore an earthy yellow vestment robe from the primordial spirit Holy Land, stemming from the same lineage as Shang Zuling, spoke out with a deep voice. Now, aside from Bai Zhixiao and Chu Jing, the other Holy Masters were mostly away in foreign domains. This elder, whose cultivation had entered Dongsheng, was evidently the current authority of the primordial spirit Holy Land. Shang Liangyi? What's the matter? Interrupted so abruptly, Bai Zhixiao frowned slightly, showing a bit of impatience. His composure had been disturbed by the news of Chu Jing entering the Dongsheng realm, losing the steadiness he usually maintained, with a hint of irritation in his tone. The Taishan Holy Master is the leader of the hidden dragon list of our Tsungyun realm, the strongest prodigy of our generation, and a master of one of the Holy Lands. Why not have the Taishan Holy Master preside over this opening ceremony? What do you think? Shang Liangyi's expression was calm, with not the slightest ripple, but his words were shocking. Hearing this, the people around exchanged glances, their faces filled with hesitation. To preside over the opening ceremony was to act as the host for the great tournament of 10,000 sects, a role of extraordinary significance. This event gathered the attention of all forces from the Tsungyun 4 regions and would affect the rise and fall of various powers for a century or even a millennium. To preside at such an occasion often signified the position of the number one person in the Tsungyun realm. Bai Zhixiao, whether in terms of cultivation or status, could indeed be regarded as the number one person in the Tsungyun realm. Find your adventure at Empire. However, Shang Liangyi's words seemed rather thought-provoking, as this was tantamount to sending a signal to choose sides. Standing on the side of Taishan Holy Land, or Taisu Holy Land. Shang Liangyi's straightforward words instantly made the atmosphere of the venue tense as a drawn sword. Shang Liangyi, you really think highly of yourself. Bai Zhixiao's mouth twitched with a hint of a smile, but his eyes were frosty cold. Calling him out and then suggesting that Chu Jing replace him on the stage? This was a great humiliation. How could Shang Liangyi dare to do so? With his current level of cultivation, he could crush him with a single finger. The Taishu Saint Lord takes it too seriously. We are all old folks who have aged. This era should naturally be handed over to the young. Sensing the murderous intent hidden in Bai Zhixiao's eyes, Shang Liangyi's expression remained calm, and with a hint of confusion he said, now that several holy masters are battling beyond the territories, and you are the only one who has returned to Tsungyun, aren't you here to enjoy your twilight years? Wouldn't it be good to save some effort? Several gasps of shock immediately arose from the surroundings, his words casually laced with mockery, sarcastically suggesting that Bai Zhixiao was afraid of death and greedy for life, nearly tearing off all pretenses. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhixiao quickly withdrew from his anger, regained his composure, and looked at Shang Liangyi. Is this the intention of the primordial spirit Holy Land? If no one had instructed him, Shang Liangyi would never dare to act like this. It seems that the primordial spirit Saint Lord had given him some instructions on the battlefield beyond the territories. This included, perhaps, getting on good terms with Chu Jing. Nowadays, I hold power in the primordial spirit Holy Land. My words naturally represent the intentions of the primordial spirit Holy Land. Shang Liangyi did not retreat a bit, stepped forward, and said in a deep voice, Taishan Holy Master's talent is evident to all, he should naturally preside over the opening ceremony of this event. As his voice fell, his gaze swept across the crowd. What say you all? He didn't give anyone a chance to catch their breath, forcing the crowd to make an immediate decision. It was common knowledge that Taishan Holy Land and Taisu Holy Land were already at odds, like fire and water. To disagree now was to be an enemy of Chu Jing, and to agree was to risk offending Taisu Holy Land, as well as Bai Jixiao. As for how to choose, the decision couldn't be easier. Chu Jing was not yet of age, and if Bai Jixiao hadn't entered the Immortal Tribulation secret realm due to heavenly anomalies, he'd be nearing the end of his life by now, his potential quite visible. The weight of these two options had long been clear in the hearts of those present. The Eastern Territory Song clan agrees. Heavenly Throne Holy Land agrees. Jinli Holy Land agrees. In an instant, nearly 70% of those in power from various factions stood on Chu Jing's side. The remaining 30% also didn't speak out in favor of Taisu Holy Land, but stood aside with awkward smiles, choosing not to help either side. Bai Jixiao swept his gaze across the crowd, adjusted his cuffs, cleared the path, and said lightly, Taisu Holy Land also agrees. After speaking, he calmly urged, Taishan Holy Master, please take the stage, don't miss the auspicious time. In full view of everyone, Bai Jixiao made the choice to bow down without a moment's hesitation, demonstrating the quality of being adaptable, able to bend and stretch fully. From beginning to end, Chu Jing stood quietly to one side, his thoughts not much stirred, his mind already wandering beyond the 9 heavens. In his eyes, this great tournament of 10,000 sects already had little significance. Shang Liangyi showed a trace of a smile on his face, looked at Chu Jing, and gestured with his hand, please, Taishan Holy Master, ascend the stage as soon as possible. Chu Jing came back to his senses, apologized with a bow, I am flattered by the high esteem of the elders, and I will not decline. He wasn't particularly concerned about the significance of taking the stage, just thinking of getting it over and done with swiftly, not to waste time. The next instant, Chu Jing's figure had already appeared on the high platform, standing in front of the red jade chair. His gaze wandered around the surroundings, quickly spotting a somewhat familiar figure. Song Lingqing. The white jade immortal palace hung suspended in mid-air, bathing in the morning sun, radiating a translucent radiance of 7 colors. The platform was even higher than the immortal palace, located at the very pinnacle of the center of Wanlong City. This place was a platform that could only be ascended once every century in the Tsangyun realm, and the moment Chu Jing stepped onto it, he naturally attracted countless gazes. The young man on the platform, tall and upright in his stance, clad in red garments and a golden crown, with a jade belt around his waist and divine rings on his shoulders, alongside the blood jade, symbolizing the identity of the Taishan Holy Master, hung at his side, glowing faintly, exuding an indescribable aura of nobility. Among the crowd below, Song Lingqing was momentarily stunned, and upon noticing Chu Jing's sweeping gaze, she hastily lowered her eyelids to hide the complexity in her eyes, slowly tightening the palm under her sleeve. From the day she first set foot on the path of immortality, she had sworn in her heart that one day, she would reach the pinnacle of this path and look no more upwards at anyone. Today, this thought grew ever stronger in her heart. What others could achieve, she could achieve as well. It was merely a matter of more effort and time. Besides Song Lingxue, many in the crowd had interacted with Chu Jing, especially Miao Luan, Ji Xiao, and other true transmissions from Taisu Holy Land, all of whom appeared dumbfounded, unable to snap back to reality for a long time. In their imaginations, the one who should be standing on that platform at this moment would be their holy master, Bai Jixiao. However, now, Chu Jing had surpassed Bai Jixiao to be the first to ascend the platform, and as true transmissions of the Holy Land, they understood the meaning behind this more than anyone else. Before the crowd could regain their composure, Chu Jing's voice already resounded between heaven and earth, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present, displaying the manifestation of divine skills. Thank you, fellow companions, for coming from afar to participate in the grand tournament. The hidden dragons of 10,000 sects arise today from the abyss, which is a fortune for my Tsangyun. Under the protection and grace of the Immortal Alliance, since the first grand tournament, countless true immortal seeds have been born in Misfortune. Prior, Chuzheng had learned quite a bit about the great tournament of 10,000 sects. The speeches at the opening ceremony were cliched, unchanged for many years, and it was likely that many in the audience could recite them by heart. Chuzheng followed the usual tradition, preaching for a while, mostly encouraging words for the youth's cultivation, containing little substance. After finishing the pleasantries, Chuzheng turned and cast a spell of mana, activating the array atop the platform. In an instant, the void burst with thunderous roars, and a golden-bottomed divine list suddenly emerged, suspended in the air, cascading down from above, its light golden large characters fluttering, dangling with over 10,000 pieces of information. At the top, the words Hidden Dragon List shone brilliantly. The appearance of the Hidden Dragon List signified the official start of the Great Tournament of 10,000 Sects. Until the end of the Great Tournament of 10,000 Sects, this list would bear only one person's name, who would be the head of the Hidden Dragon List. Only then would the real competition of heavenly fate begin. The ranking of the Hidden Dragon List determined the pace of cultivation progress for those listed in the coming century. Beneath the words Hidden Dragon List, the first line bore Chuzheng's name. Hidden Dragon List First, Taishan Holy Land, Chuzheng, Bone Age 27, in the initial stage of the Enter Dongsheng. The second place on the Hidden Dragon List still belonged to Shang Zuling, who had left the realm for some time now. With her not being within the realm, the Tsongyun Heavenly Way naturally could not sense her precise cultivation, and this list had not been updated for a while. Now, no one knew to what extent her cultivation had reached. Following closely behind Shang Zuling were over 10 individuals, all in the Divine Infant realm, and further down, were cultivators in the Soul Condensing realm. This edition of the Great Tournament of 10,000 Sects featured over a dozen Divine Infant realm cultivators all under the age of 100, an unprecedentedly grand occasion. But at this moment, no one looked at the names of those prodigies who had stepped into the Divine Infant realm. Everyone's eyes were fixed at the top of the list. The Dongsheng Secret Realm. Bone Age 27? The Taishan Holy Master has already entered Dongsheng. He's not even 30 years old. So young. A moment after they saw Chuzheng's cultivation, a buzz of surprise instantly erupted around them. The Hidden Dragon List was only held by a few holy lands, and in the memories of many, Chuzheng's cultivation was still at the initial stage of divine transformation as it was the last time he appeared. Many cultivators had never seen the Hidden Dragon List and were unclear about Chuzheng's exact age, only knowing he was very young, but they never expected that Chuzheng could be so young. Not to mention those cultivators who were already over 100 years old, even among his contemporaries listed in the Hidden Dragon List, a Dongsheng before 30 was unheard of in the known ancient histories of the Tsongyun realm, including the first leader of the Great Tournament of 10,000 Sects, Shang Tsongyun, who never had such an aptitude. With such talent, could it be that the Tsongyun realm is about to welcome another peerless immortal king? With such a person as the Taishan Holy Master, perhaps the Tsongyun realm might as well be renamed as the Taishan realm. In a moment, divine sense waves ebbed and flowed like tides around, mixing with whispered conversations. Many words, many cultivators dared not speak aloud, but the undercurrent of sentiment was gradually shifting. Explore more adventures at Freeweb novel The Rise of Taishan nearly became a consensus for everyone. Many elders and renowned figures standing before the Immortal Palace remained silent, some joyful, some anxious. Bai Zhixiao appeared indifferent, staring at the platform, his eyes shining intermittently, as if weighing options. After ritualistically handling the opening ceremony, Chuzheng stepped down from the platform and took the lead into the Immortal Palace. Within the fairy palace, encapsulating the universe, existed a small cave heaven world. A huge radiant screen was suspended in midair, dividing into thousands of frames that reflected the arenas. A century passed, covering a vast span. Among the younger prodigies, many were destined never to rank high on the Hidden Dragon List and could only combat opponents of similar age. However, this rule applied only to ordinary cultivators outside of the Holy Lands and great noble families. Within the families of the Holy Lands, and amongst the common true immortal noble families, the timing of childbirth was often aligned with auspicious celestial alignments. If the timing was off, they would delay the birth to control the bone age. Sometimes, they would let a woman carry a child for as long as 10 years. Some children were born able to speak human languages, exhibiting precocity from within the womb and entering the world with enlightenment and even pre-established cultivation levels. Therefore, most prodigies from the Holy Lands and true immortal noble families on the list had a bone age of at least between 80 and 99 years. This was an inherent disparity, and the top rankings on the list were mostly dominated by the Holy Lands and these families. About half an hour later, figures gradually appeared on the screen showing the arenas, supervised by judges, and the grand tournament began. The judges of the tournament were also from the Biluo sect. In the Tsungyun realm, this was an absolute neutral force backed by the 5 great holy lands, and no cultivator would question the fairness of Biluo sect. The great tournament of 10,000 sects was extremely perilous, but the real danger lay in the journey to the tournament. Surviving the journey to Wanlong City meant overcoming the most challenging hurdle. The combats in the tournament naturally resulted in injuries and death, but there were cultivators on the side to control the arena, preserving life in all but the most extreme circumstances. In past tournaments, besides the one destined for the top of the Hidden Dragon list, the first-ranked individuals from the Spirit Spring realm, Entry Dao realm, and Soul Condensing realm would receive a substantial reward consisting of spiritual objects contributed by each of the 5 great holy lands. This session saw some changes. Besides the top of the Hidden Dragon list already being designated for Chuzheng, there was now a prize for the first-ranked in the Divine Infant realm. Chu Zhang's gaze searched the screen briefly and soon located the Taishan disciples. The young Taishan disciples were mainly participating for the experience. Their opponents were mostly peers, thus naturally avoiding elite competitors from the great holy lands and heirs of true immortal families, resulting in more wins than losses. After watching for a moment, Chu Zheng gradually relaxed and began searching for Song Lingqing's whereabouts. Soon, he made a discovery. Your journey continues with Freeweb novel. In the year he was in seclusion, Song Lingqing's cultivation had ascended further. He had entered the late stage of Entry Dao realm, flagrantly marking himself among his peers and qualifying to contend for the top position in the Entry Dao realm. On the screen, Song Lingqing, holding a spirit sword, with sword light like rain around him, outmaneuvered his opponent in just 2 rounds. With the sword pointing directly at his opponent's throat, the intervention of a ringside judge halted the combat, granting him an effortless victory. His actions were crisp and decisive, showing in these years, he had frequently engaged in combative spells, building a solid foundation. After a while, Chu Zheng felt no desire to watch further and turned to leave. Such lower-level cultivator combats were useless to him, merely a waste of time. He had much to attend to and could not afford to linger. The 2 envoys from the martial hall did not leave. They stared at the screen, engrossed, savoring a scene they rarely encountered. Bai Zhixiao watched Chu Zheng's departing figure, seemingly making a certain decision, his gaze as calm as water. He, too, turned and left the fairy palace. Upon leaving the fairy palace, Bai Zhixiao made his way back to Tai Su Holy Land Station and entered a secret chamber at random, closing out the external array and isolating all disturbances. Then, he took out a jade wall and infused it with immortal power to activate it. Moments later, a light door emerged with slight ripples, faintly projecting a beautiful silhouette. Shortly after, the soft light condensed into a water mirror reflecting a lush landscape of ancient woods. A woman with red lips and white teeth lay on the branches of the ancient tree, with green hair flowing over her shoulders and skin pale as snow. Upon seeing the figure in the mirror, Bai Zhixiao took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. Songyun Realm, Master of Tai Su Holy Land, Bai Zhixiao, greeting the Dongsheng Demon Immortal. Who do I have here? It's you. The woman, appearing leisurely, stretched languidly and sat up. Her legs were long, her waist slender and enticingly exquisite, emanating an indescribable captivating charm. Her eyebrows slightly raised, she sized up Bai Zhixiao a few times, and said with interest, "The matter I discussed with you the other day, have you agreed to it?" Bai Zhixiao nodded firmly, solemnly saying, as instructed by the demon Immortal, it is my duty. After dealing with Chu Jing, I will also welcome the demon race back to the Tsungyun realm to take control of the northern region again. Later, I will send 2 demon emperors from the Immortal Tribulation realm to secretly enter the realm. The 3 of you together should find it not difficult to kill him. Hearing this, the Dongsheng demon Immortal smiled faintly. The human race has a saying, a wise man submits to circumstances. The Taishu Saint Lord should be such a wise man. Demon Immortal, this matter is significant, and we still need to plan extensively. Bai Zhixiao's face showed no joy, and he said in a low voice, Chu Jing is now favored by the Immortal Alliance. If it's from the Immortal Alliance's side, I'll handle the Immortal Alliance's side, no need for you to worry. In a few more days, I'm afraid you might die by his hand. The Dongsheng demon Immortal casually broke a branch and plucked off its lush green leaves one by one, saying nonchalantly, I have already inquired. Chu Jing possesses the Yin-Yang Immortal Bone, and after entering the true Immortal realm, he will surely advance rapidly into the 7 Tribulations true Immortal, which is almost certain, and by then, I may not necessarily be his match. It's better to deal with him earlier to ease the mind. You are perhaps unaware, Demon Immortal, that Chu Jing is the top contender of this session's great tournament of 10,000 sects in the Tsungyun realm, and according to past traditions, he is to be directly admitted into the Immortal Alliance. Bai Zhixiao looked somewhat hesitant, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Had it not been for this reason, he would have taken action himself long ago. Taking action against a true Immortal seed favored by the Immortal Alliance was too risky, he needed some assurances. Put away your tricks. I will not take back what I've said. After the deed is done, I will reward you with a lower quality Immortal treasure. Don't worry about the Immortal Alliance's side, it's just a lowlife from Tsungyun. The Dongsheng demon Immortal's expression became slightly stern, talk more nonsense, and I will find someone else. If Chu Jing had come from any other great realm, not only would she not act against him, but despite past grievances, she would even have been willing to pay a huge cost to make amends with him, because the talent Chu Jing displayed was truly too astonishing. Unfortunately, Chu Jing came from the Tsungyun realm, a group incapable of assimilating immortal blood, without the qualifications to become immortal descendants, at most reaching true immortal perfection. Insignificant for the Immortal Alliance. Otherwise, with the talent Chu Jing now displayed, there would be no need for him to participate in the childish game of the great tournament of 10,000 sects. He would have already been brought into the great immortal realm for personal instruction by an immortal king. With her years of connections within the Immortal Alliance, suppressing this matter wouldn't take much effort at all. Calm your anger, Demon Immortal. Hearing this, Bai Zhixiao said no more, bowing deeply. The water mirror shattered, transformed back into a mass of soft light, and finally solidified into the original jade wall. Staring at the jade wall in his hands, Bai Zhixiao lingered for a long time, and finally turned to leave. To kill Chu Jing, he would have to make comprehensive arrangements. Striking on Chu Jing's way back to Taishan was the best choice. At that time, the immortal treasure located at the Taishan Holy Land would be too far to react in time. After leaving the fairy palace, Chu Jing found Song Lingshui amidst the crowd and together they headed back to the residence of the Taishan Holy Land. Now, the residence of the Taishan Holy Land was covered with streams of colorful lights. In just a short moment, Chu Jing received countless invitations, varied in nature, each with different content. There were proposals for disciple alliances through marriage, gifts, and many who wanted to send their children to the Taishan Holy Land, inquiring when Chu Jing would next open the sect gate. The last time Taishan reopened its sect gate was nearly 6 years ago, and according to normal practice, the next opening should be planned in advance. Chu Jing paid no mind to the flood of messages coming his way. He accepted them all and planned to bring them back for Fu Quanliang to deal with at his discretion. These were but trifles, and to him, they were nothing more than a waste of energy. Now, he had more important matters to attend to. Having reached the Dongsheng level, he could now navigate the starry sea with the aid of magic treasures akin to the Star Shatter shuttle. As a chi cultivator, his dependency on the environment was not as demanding as that of an immortal path cultivator. Even in the cosmic wilderness, he could live stably, albeit with some minor inconveniences. After getting the Taishan Holy Land in order, he would be able to head to realms beyond, roam the Starry Sea, and then, using the star-capturing heaven method, travel through incarnations and trials to accumulate resources and draw closer to the Chaos Sea. Once his foundation was sufficiently deep, he could try his luck at the 10,000 Realms battlefield that Niao Longhu had mentioned. Before heading to the 10,000 Realms battlefield, he needed to find Zhao Tingxian in the Chaos Sea and get some information first. Zhao Tingxian was the most powerful being he had access to and would likely know something about the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Having only one source of information often affected the accuracy of one's judgment, so Chuzheng needed more information to verify against each other to ascertain the truthfulness of these messages. "Follow me, I have something to give you." After storing away the disorganized messages, Chuzheng led Song Lingshui into a secret chamber. "So secretive, what could you possibly be giving me?" Song Lingshui's eyes flickered with curiosity. Without keeping her in suspense, Chuzheng took out a jade book. The book was about half a finger thick, and there was a groove on the side holding a jade pen, inscribed with mysterious talismanic patterns. Back in the Dongyuan realm, his divine sense had been summoned by Yuan Dazuan, returning to the golden body within the divine court. Experience tales at Freeweb novel. It was then that Chuzheng conceived the idea that, perhaps through the incense fire divine path, he could create a secret treasure that would allow one to cross the vast distances of the cosmic starry sky to achieve rapid communication. In fact, the Immortal Alliance already possessed such techniques. However, the reach of their communication was typically very limited, often constrained within a single great realm and sometimes not even spanning an entire continent, leading to frequent disconnections. While in the Dongyuan realm, Chuzheng devoted much effort to his research and eventually achieved some results. Initially, in the Tsangyun realm, he fashioned an incense flame golden body from a piece of spirit jade, which was then nurtured to spiritual awakening using the incense fire willpower transmitted by devotees. He then erased the incense essence from this golden body and, using qi refining techniques, forged it into a pair of jade books. The golden body, equivalent to the flesh of an incense deity, implied that Chuzheng was essentially using one of his own bodies to create a pair of secret treasures that were inseparably connected. Using the same method in the Dongyuan realm, he forged another pair of jade books, and after some experimentation, his idea was confirmed. The jade books indeed served as a bridge for communication, capable of transmitting messages. Although he was unsure if there was a limit to the contact range, the jade books were definitely able to establish a connection between the Tsangyun and Dongyuan realms. The Chaos Sea lay at an extremely remote distance, separated by the boundless Starry Sea. The distance to the Martial Hall was probably comparable. The jade book had arrays set by Chuzheng that could draw sun and moon essence qi for energy replenishment. After sending a message, depending on the distance, it needed at least half a month to 2 months to restore energy. This was the limit without involving incense fire willpower. After all, the Martial Hall is the Martial Hall, and in their eyes, the incense fire divine path was considered heretical. If the scent of incense was too strong, it might even cause some trouble for Song Lingshui. "Carry this jade book with you, and after leaving the realm, if you wish to contact me, just write on it, and I shall receive your message," Chuzheng said as he placed the jade book into Song Lingshui's hands, speaking softly. "I've put a lot of thought into this item, and it shouldn't have any issues, but it will need some time to recover after transmitting a message." This precious jade, after the refining process, had become a special magic treasure, similar to Chuzheng's incense flame golden body. Seeing Song Lingshui in a daze, Chuzheng couldn't help but ask, "How is it? Does it meet your expectations?" Song Lingshui came back to her senses, lowered her eyelids to cover the turbulent emotions in her eyes, and after a long pause, she finally whispered, "Thank you, my husband, I love it." To her, nothing could be more precious. The ability to establish contact with Chuzheng across the Starry Sea, even if only through brief written words like a letter, was more than enough for her. What pleased her even more was that Chuzheng was willing to put effort into their relationship and take the initiative to maintain their bond. With the jade book in her possession, it meant that their connection wouldn't be completely severed after she left the realm. Perhaps she didn't need to be overly pessimistic about their future. As long as one is alive in this world, there will be a day of reunion, a time to meet again. No matter when or where, I am always by your side, always here, Chu Jing said as he gently stroked Song Lingshua's hair, his gaze as deep as still water, his tone not loud yet emphatic. It won't be long before I come to find you at the Martial Hall. I won't make you wait too long. Just like in the past with Taishan Holy Land, he now had the confidence to make that promise. This universe, to him, was no longer a vast unknown. The once boundless starry sea now seemed to have discernible boundaries. His road was still long, and so was Song Lingshua's. Song Lingshua gently shook her head without speaking, her hand softly wrapping around Chu Zheng's neck, slowly looking up, the trace of unease that had lingered in her eyes swept away. After a long while, she finally bit her lip and whispered, "Will you enter seclusion again these next few days?" Hearing this, Chu Jing lifted Song Lingshua in his arms and said in a low voice, "Naturally, these few days will not make much of a difference." With the support of transcendent powers, the great tournament of 10,000 sects proceeded smoothly. There were not many deaths, but the number of injured was not small. Therefore, although not many participated in the great tournament of 10,000 sects, merely over 10,000, quite some time was needed to heal after the battle. For these geniuses, this period was indispensable. Many realized their faults after defeat, which then made them stronger. After a loss in competition, everyone still had another chance to challenge. They could choose any peer from the same realm. If victorious, they would take their place. Those who surpassed their predecessors were no rarity throughout history. Time, like sand slipping through one's fingertips, passed unnoticed until it was gone, leaving no trace to grasp. All beings surged forward amidst this sand, some indistinguishable from the grains, buried in the sands of time without causing any waves. Others, through the trials of these sands, became dazzling precious jades, standing above the sandy seas, radiating splendid colors. The great tournament of 10,000 sects was merely a microcosm. Song Lingshua was, after all, concerned about her family. She was present for every one of Song Lingqing's matches. In the entry Dao realm competition, Song Lingqing already shone brilliantly. Though young, her moves were fierce, without a hint of hesitation, drawing the attention of many. Many began inquiring about the sect behind her, to inevitably find nothing. The conclusion they reached was that she was a mere loose cultivator. After 19 bouts, Song Lingqing, with her own strength, successfully secured the first place in the entry Dao realm of this edition of the Great Tournament of 10,000 Sects. When she emerged victorious, her body was covered in scars, yet her eyes blazed with an exceptional light, revealing an edge never seen before. Overcoming the challenge of the Great Tournament of 10,000 Sects was tantamount to defeating her inner demons, leading to an astonishing transformation of her spirit. From beginning to end, Chu Jing never interfered in Song Lingqing's matches, nor did he send any elixirs or magic treasures her way. From their few encounters, he could see a bit of Song Lingqing's temperament. She did not like being indebted. His help in the past had already put substantial pressure on her. Further charity would have the opposite effect. When one's debts of gratitude became too great to repay, they often turned to extremes. Chu Jing never liked to impose his will on others. To him, Song Lingqing and Song Lingshua were ultimately different. The rewards for first place in the entry Dao realm were quite substantial: 1 million middle-quality spirit stones, 1 top-quality magical treasure, 20 bottles of various treasure pills, and plenty of spiritual medicine and materials. Lingqing, congratulations. Looking at Song Lingqing descending from the platform, joy hid in Song Lingshua's eyes. After all, as sisters of the same blood, she hoped Song Lingqing's journey would be smoother, even if their paths differed. Song Lingqing's expression was a bit complex as she threw a storage bag to Chu Jing. "I know these mean little to you, consider it repaying a part of the debt I owe you." Inside the storage bag were 15 bottles of treasure pills and 800,000 middle-quality spirit stones. Chu Jing didn't say much and directly took the storage bag. Song Lingqing was being rational. She kept the top-quality magical treasure. That was most useful to her. Even in repaying a debt, her decision was well considered, not a result of impulsive generosity. "Are you coming back for dinner today?" Song Lingshui hesitated for a while, then said with a measure of caution, "Father misses you too." Song Lingqing was silent for a moment before she donned a pristine vestment robe, obscuring the fierce-looking wounds on her body, and whispered, "Understood." Chu Jing turned and walked towards the high platform. There were the most cultivators in the entry Dao realm, and naturally, it would finish the latest. At this point, the great tournament of 10,000 sects was nearing its end. As the top of the hidden dragon list, he was going to claim his reward. Even though he now held a semi-immortal treasure in his hand and had remnants of several immortal treasures on him, he would not waste these things that rightly belonged to him. This iteration of the great tournament of 10,000 sects was undoubtedly the most special one. Because the top of the hidden dragon list had secured the premier position without participating in any arena battles. As a true immortal seed of the current age, the rewards Chu Jing could obtain far exceeded many cultivators' imaginations. 5 million top-quality spiritual stones, 1 semi-immortal pill, 1 semi-immortal treasure, 50 bottles of top-quality treasure pills, and 1 volume of immortal scripture for cultivation to the true immortal perfection. The combined value of these items would outstrip the entire wealth of many great sects, even if they pawned everything. The immortal scripture, in particular, was a rarity in the world. Not even the ancient holy lands or true immortal noble families possessed but a few. For Chu Jing, what interested him were some of the elixirs and that piece of semi-immortal treasure. Explore new worlds at Freeweb Novel. The hosting of the great tournament of 10,000 sects had rotated amongst the 4 great sacred lands, excluding Tai Xian Holy Land, and it was indeed Tai Su Holy Land's turn this time. Therefore, the semi-immortal treasure awarded this time was also provided by Tai Su Holy Land. Bai Zhixiao approached Chu Jing with a green frost long sword in hand, his expression neither happy nor angry, and spoke indifferently, "This sword is named Cloud Abyss. It was passed down by a predecessor of my Tai Su Holy Land. It contains the Tai Su sword energy, a first-class weapon for slaughter. Please, Tai Xian Holy Master, treat it well in the future. I've heard that the Holy Master is well versed in the Tai Yuan dragon sword dance. This sword will complement it perfectly." Cloud Abyss, 7th order forged from a mixture of abyssal gold crystal and 9 layers of spirit cloud liquid. Warmed by its owner for a long time, it has developed a hint of the Tai Yuan sword intent. When wielding the Tai Yuan dragon sword dance with this sword, its might will be amplified by 30%, and cutting down cultivators below the 4th realm of immortal tribulation will be as trivial as plucking grass by the roadside. The blade edge was near, and the rich essence of the water element assaulted the senses. The cloud patterns on it connected into a network. Chu Jing's eyes blinked with a trace of spiritual light, and he glanced at Cloud Abyss, his brow imperceptibly furrowing. It wasn't that there was a problem with Cloud Abyss, it was precisely because the sword had no issue that he found it strange. Could Tai Su Holy Land truly be willing to part with such a wondrous treasure for him? If he were in the position of Tai Su Holy Land, he would also casually choose the lowest grade defense-type semi-immortal treasure and be done with it. Yet now, there was an unexpected gain. However, anomalies often indicated a deeper scheme, and there must be some calculation he was unaware of. Chu Jing had always been somewhat wary of Bai Zhixiao. This man had deep schemes, and from the very beginning of their meeting, harbored strong murderous intentions against him. It was unpredictable when he might suddenly strike a fatal blow. "Thank you, Taishu Holy Master," he said. Chu Jing felt a surge of caution. His expression remained unchanged as he swiftly stowed away Cloud Abyss, silently thinking, "I hope one day to wield this sword and sever your head." For Taishan Holy Land, Bai Zhixiao was always a significant threat. If he truly planned to leave the realm, he must strike first to eliminate Bai Zhixiao. The great tournament of 10,000 sects occurred once every 100 years, and Chu Jing had risen to prominence in less than a decade. Now, only a few months later, the tournament had ended, and the century's accumulation, like a tsunami shock, rose swiftly and fell just as quickly. Chu Jing glanced at the proud figures of various sects below the platform, with undercurrents swirling in his eyes. For these scions of different sects, the journey back would be even more dangerous than the journey here because they had transitioned from the shadows to the light, utterly exposed. Though the hidden dragons had emerged from the abyss, their scales were still young, and their foundations shallow. Faced with malice from the dark, it was hard to resist. In past years, many young prodigies gained fame only to be assassinated on their journey home. This was not an uncommon occurrence. Moreover, with most of the older generation cultivators beyond the divine infant realm now heading to foreign battlefields, the present state of Tsungyun realm was even more perilous. Considering this, Chu Zhang's gaze narrowed slightly. If Bai Zhixiao planned anything, the journey back to Taishan Holy Land would present the ideal opportunity for him to act. The setting sun hung low in the west, and twilight approached, as the remnants of a splendid fiery red sky, like blood, cast its glow over the land. Song Lingqing, bathed in the light of the sunset, walked slowly along the streets, calming the ferocity stirred up by days of relentless fighting and contest. The act of Chu Zheng approaching her earlier to strike up a conversation had been noticed by many, and the banner of the Taishan Holy Master had, through Chu Zheng's intentions, been placed upon her. Even though she had come out on top of the entry Dao realm, no one dared to approach her for a chat. Suddenly, a soft call came from the side of the street, Lingqing. Song Lingqing stopped in her tracks, turned her head, and saw a middle-aged man dressed in blue. A moment of vagueness flashed through her mind, and with a calm expression, she began to greet him in a cool tone, "Elder Han, it has been a while." Elder Han Yuanqing of the Phantom Spirit Sect, the master she once most admired during her time at the sect. However, once she learned the truth about the immortal bone, that affection had ended. The years she spent outside were longer and vastly more thrilling than her days at the Phantom Spirit Sect. If it weren't for Han Yuanqing's sudden appearance, she would have hardly remembered that ordinary sect. The world was too vast, with too many dazzling sights ahead on the journey, leaving no time for looking back, let alone dwelling on the past. Stay updated through Empire. She had little desire to look back. After all, one simply can't remain trapped in bygone days. "I have been watching your contest all along, but I was not certain it was you," said Han Yuanqing, his voice low and his expression complex. He stopped mid-sentence, holding back his words. "Yes, the Taishan Holy Master helped me mend the immortal bone. Now I truly possess high-quality immortal bone, just like Xiao Yuanqing once did," Song Lingqing stated straightforwardly, her tone concise and forceful, her expression calm. Upon hearing this, Han Yuanqing's face paused briefly, a touch of bitterness flashing in his eyes. "So it was indeed you who killed Xiao Yuanqing." "The Phantom Spirit Sect must have already clarified that," Song Lingqing said, showing no surprise as she openly admitted it, having acted impulsively at the time without considering the consequences. In fact, if the Phantom Spirit Sect hadn't been embroiled in entanglements with the Night Light Pavilion at the time, and later preoccupied with various reasons, the truth might have come to light much sooner. "On the night before Xiao Yuanqing was killed, a disciple saw you standing on the stepping stone of immortality for an entire night. After his death, you left the sect, and there was no trace of you." "With so many coincidences, it would have been hard not to find out," said Han Yuanqing, shaking his head slightly with a sigh. In fact, shortly after Xiao Yuanqing's death, some people had suspected Song Lingqing, but since no one knew she had restored her immortal bone and many elders in the sect were reluctant to believe it, the truth remained obscured. The truth often hurts, and sometimes people simply don't want to accept unpleasant facts, even if it means banging their heads against a wall and refusing to see the truth for themselves. "Since you took the life of Xiao Yuanqing, you must know all the hidden details," Han Yuanqing said, slightly bowing and speaking solemnly. "The Phantom Spirit Sect has wronged you. As your former master, I share the blame, and I'm sorry." "There's no need for that, Elder Han," Song Lingqing said gently, shaking her head, her expression still calm. "No matter what, although the Phantom Spirit Sect hindered my path to immortality, it did lead me on to the immortal path. To me, you are still someone who has taught me valuable lessons. When I took Xiao Yuanqing's life, we were already even. I won't trouble the Phantom Spirit Sect in the future, and you don't have to worry about me asking the Taishan Holy Master to deal with the sect." My connection with the Phantom Spirit sect is over. It had been several years since she left the Phantom Spirit sect, and her insights had grown far beyond what they once were. Now, Han Yuanqing's sudden appearance was simply because he had seen her interacting with Chu Jing and feared that the sect might suffer as a result, so he had come to gauge her intentions. Ling Qing. Han Yuanqing, a trifle embarrassed, was about to speak when Song Lingqing interrupted him directly. Let's leave it at this today. Before her words had even faded, she resumed her walk, heading toward the distant market. After many years apart from her father, it was only natural that she should bring some gifts home. Han Yuanqing stood rooted to the spot for a long time, then left with a sigh, content with the response he had received. After sorting out the loose ends from the great tournament of 10,000 sects, Chu Jing took Song Lingxue back to the headquarters of Taixin. About half an hour later, Song Lingqing entered carrying many items, mostly spirit pills for nourishment and longevity and spiritual medicines for nurturing the body, all of them valuable. She must have spent quite a bit of the spirit stones earned from the great tournament of 10,000 sects. 10 years had passed since the family had last enjoyed a peaceful meal together, originally a trio of father and daughters, now they were joined by Chu Jing. How the world changes, often in unexpected ways. Song Lingqing did not linger after the meal, heading back out the door once again. In these past years, she had made some good friends who were now in Wanlong City with her. She felt more at ease in the company of these friends than with her own family. Even though the great tournament of 10,000 sects had concluded, the networking and communication among various powers were only just beginning. Wanlong City was now a gathering point for nearly 90% of the sects, noble families, and top loose cultivators from the Zhongyun realm, which offered a rare opportunity for every cultivator to trade. Based on past events, Wanlong City would remain bustling for at least 3 to 5 more years before gradually quieting down. During this period, there would be alliances formed through marriage and mutual aid, as well as enmities and grudges born out of tangled interests. In these days, the interchanges between various forces will determine the pattern of the Zhongyun realm for the next 100 years, affecting the lives of countless billions of beings. Throughout this process, the envoys of the Martial Hall won't be involved. Xia Xingzhong and Yuning don't plan to wait that long. They have other tasks to attend to and time constraints, requiring them to return to the Martial Hall as soon as possible. The situation at the Martial Hall is not as peaceful as at the Immortal Alliance. Even before the outbreak of the imminent war, the Martial Hall has been in continuous conflict with all heavens, desperately in need of more hands. In the Martial Hall, it's common for children of 15 or 16 to take to the battlefield. The exceptionally talented, as young as 7 or 8, are already fighting against cross-realm invaders. Even with their short lifespans, martial path practitioners still manage to suppress other paths and occupy half the starry sky, relying on their fighting power far exceeding that of beings on the same level. Martial cultivators, untempered by fire and blood, can hardly be called refined steel. Those greedy for life and fearful of death have little prospects in the martial path. This is a consensus among its practitioners. Less than half a month after the end of the great tournament of 10,000 sects, Xia Xingzhong, with Yuning in tow, visited Chu Jing. "I'm sorry, Holy Master, but we must set out." Xia Xingzhong felt somewhat ashamed. Chu Jing had helped him to heal his hidden injuries, allowing him to step into the realm of martial half-saint, an immense favor he couldn't begin to repay. Yet now, he was obliged to take away Chu Jing's wife. Across the starry river, with this separation, who knows how long it would be before the couple could meet again. Yuning, too, felt shy to face him, knowing that although her actions weren't outright betrayal, they were akin to ingratitude. While Xia Xingzhong was reluctant to part a couple, there was nothing he could do. This was a transaction between the Martial Hall and the Immortal Alliance, and he had no say in the matter. "Envoy Xia, you're too serious. We're all just following orders, no need for apologies." Chu Jing slightly shook his head and, reaching out, handed Xia Xingzhong a storage spirit ring. "Take these as travel expenses. The journey is long, I wish you safe travels." Chu Jing's demeanor made Xia Xingzhong feel even more apologetic. He promptly promised, "Rest assured, within the Martial Hall, we will do our utmost to protect Miss Song's safety. With Miss Song's talent, she will undoubtedly shine there, and she may even have the opportunity to be taken in by the Vice Hall Master. Then she will truly rise to great heights. In the end, he accepted the storage spirit ring. If he didn't, Chuzheng would be even more worried. Then we will now be on our way. Discover exclusive content at FreeWebNovel. As his words fell, Xia Xingzhong waved his hand, and a chariot slowly emerged from the void, pulled by 2 jade-winged heavenly horses. Though not living creatures, they were 7th-order martial treasures. Chuzheng looked back at Song Lingxue, his eyes warm with affection. Once you arrive, remember to send word that you're safe. Take care, my husband. Song Lingxue took a deep breath, glanced hurriedly at Chuzheng, and without saying much, stepped onto the chariot. Any further delay would only add to the reluctance and sorrow. Farewell, Brother Chu. We shall meet again. Xia Xingzhong stepped onto the chariot, cupped his fists in a salute, followed closely by Yuning. She didn't speak but also gave a fist salute. Bon voyage. Chuzheng smiled gently, his eyelids slightly drooping to mask the swirling thoughts in his eyes. With dawn breaking, the warm glow of the morning sun filtered through the clouds, scattering golden light and chasing away the darkness before dawn. The jade-winged heavenly horses pulled the chariot into the clouds, gradually vanishing into the divine radiance of the rising sun. Chuzheng narrowed his eyes slightly, reaching into the void as if to grasp the sun's fierce heat, suppressing the relentless surge of emotions within his heart. After a long moment, he came back to his senses, his mind becoming as still as water. Looking around, he saw Song Lingqing standing at a distance, not approaching. As Chuzheng's gaze met hers, she nodded slightly and departed. Chuzheng turned and entered the grand hall, making his way into a secret chamber. He took out the newly acquired semi-immortal treasure Cloud Abyss, and using the qi gathering and heaven repairing technique, he drew out a strand of qi. This lingering aura belonged to none other than the Taishu Saint Lord, Bai Zhixiao. After a brief moment of regulating his breath, Chuzheng activated the heaven divination technique, starting to trace Bai Zhixiao's whereabouts. He quickly discovered his location. Bai Zhixiao was still within Wanlong City, on the fringes and nearly out of its bounds. Bai Zhixiao's threat was too great. In recent days, Chuzheng had consistently felt uneasy, sensing that something was about to happen, but he couldn't pinpoint the source. After some deliberation, he decided to focus on Bai Zhixiao. In the current Songyun realm, indeed, only Bai Zhixiao posed a threat to him. Since their encounter at the great tournament of 10,000 Sects, Bai Zhixiao had been too composed, as if not bearing any grudge against Chuzheng, which unsettled him. Unable to ascertain the source of the threat, it was time to remove the greatest one. To sit and wait for doom was not Chuzheng's style. He preferred to take the initiative, striking first to nip any potential threats in the bud. After several days of consideration, Chuzheng discreetly released a piece of news through his disciples. The Taishan Holy Master was about to withdraw and return to Taishan. If he really returned to Taishan, with the protection of immortal treasure and the Holy Land's great formations, even a true immortal would be unable to harm him. This action by Chuzheng was akin to baiting the hook, forcing Bai Zhixiao to act prematurely. Chuzheng was in the dark while Bai Zhixiao was in the light, which gave him a slight edge. With the falling star bow at his disposal, and with the element of surprise on his side, he reasoned that slaying a cultivator who had just entered the immortal tribulation shouldn't be too challenging. Looking at the cloud abyss in his hand, Chuzheng pondered for a moment before he put it away and temporarily sealed it. The cloud abyss was, after all, Taisu Holy Land's treasured artifact. If there were any hidden traps inside, he wouldn't be able to detect them, so it was better not to use it. If he really could kill Bai Zhixiao, he would have plenty of time to slowly refine this semi-immortal treasure in the future. The news that the Taishan Holy Master was about to leave began to quietly spread within Wanlong City. It wasn't common knowledge, just occasionally mentioned by 2 or 3 individuals in a subtle way. Several days later, a fiery streak of light soared from within Wanlong City, directly heading towards the Taishan Holy Land without any concealment. Now that Chuzheng had reached the Dongsheng level of cultivation, he once again operated the Star Shatter shuttle. His speed was incomparably faster than before, shockingly astonishing, and in an instant, he had already left the Biluo country. After nearly 10 million miles from Wanlong City, Chuzheng left a strand of divine sense to operate the Star Shatter shuttle while his true body used the invisibility technique, completely merging into the void. Through the heavenly divination technique, he could sense that Bai Zhixiao was following right behind him, maintaining a distance, clearly looking for an opportunity to strike. But Chuzheng did not plan to give him that opportunity. A golden bow emerged in his palm, he held his breath, gazing at the distant void, and slowly drew the bowstring. The immortal patterns on the falling star bow, unused for tens of thousands of years, began flowing again. Inside his dantian, both the 5 elements immortal root and the 9 orifices golden core stirred slightly, mana mixed with yuan qi surged out like a burst dam, all absorbed by the falling star bow. A luminous arrow wrapped in 5-colored radiance slowly formed on the bowstring, ready to be unleashed. Whoosh whoosh, suddenly, the sound of water rushing filled the void, growing louder and louder until it turned into the roar of furious waves, extraordinarily alarming. A river of sword chi fell from the sky, aiming precisely at Chuzheng's hidden location. Its blossoms of sword aura, dragon-like, carrying powerful waves of immortal force, instantly tore through tens of thousands of miles of the void, with a killing intent that shocked the world. Tai Su Holy Land Sect defending secret scripture, Tai Yuan Dragon Sword Dance. Not having time to think about why his location was exposed, Chuzheng instantly released the bowstring, and the arrow flew, like a long rainbow piercing through the sun, a sword arced across the sky, splitting the entire river into 2 segments. Spurt. A burst of blood blossomed in the void. Bai Zhixiao emerged from within the river of sword qi, wearing dark battle armor, the shoulder portion of which had been pierced through, revealing a blood hole, from which blood gushed like a fountain. Chuzheng. You truly have audacity beyond measure, daring to use yourself as bait? Bai Zhixiao covered his shoulder, his expression both shocked and angry, recognizing in an instant what Chuzheng had planned. He had never anticipated that Chuzheng, newly advanced to Dongsheng, would dare to make such a swift move against him. Explore stories at FreeWebNovel. That arrow just now was extremely perilous. If not for his keen spiritual perception and the immediate donning of this demi-immortal level battle armor, his flesh would have been utterly torn apart by now, or he might have even died outright. Just stepped into Dongsheng and you grow so presumptuous, relying on a semi-immortal treasure to openly oppose me. With your level of mana, how many more times can you activate it? The sense of crisis at death's door dispelled Bai Zhixiao's previous composure, and with a furious roar, the sword chi river lit up around him again, wrapped in the roars of dragons. If nothing goes wrong, perhaps I can only shoot one more arrow. Chuzheng estimated briefly, responding indifferently, then he activated his repair panel to fully replenish the dried-up mana within his body, pulling the bowstring once more. His full strength could indeed barely manage 2 arrows. Tens of thousands of feet high at the summit of the sky, the aura blast was piercingly cold. Chuzheng slowly drew his bowstring, and the hot breath he exhaled instantly turned into frost mist. The immortal patterns on the golden great bow began to glow again as mana and surging yuan qi were infused into it. The arrow, wrapped in 5-colored mystical light, took shape in an instant. To enhance the power of this arrow, Chuzheng took a deep breath. His organs trembled violently, his heart beat like a drum, and he began frantically to draw essence yuan and blood qi from his body. Pooh! A breath of essence blood converged from all over his body, spurted from Chuzheng's throat, instantly staining the arrow red. A subtle law-breaking talisman seal on the arrowhead gradually solidified. A desperate fight, merely the struggle of a cornered beast. Having only recently entered Dongsheng, you dare to attempt to cut down an immortal. Today I shall teach you the distinction between celestial and mortal. Bai Zhixiao's eyes suddenly grew cold, the wound beside his shoulder gradually healed as his figure disappeared into the river of sword qi. The tumultuous river raised cold sword blossoms, concealing the faint shadows of a true dragon moving agilely, crashing down directly towards Chuzheng. Chuzheng's gaze remained calm as he operated the heavenly divination technique to precisely lock onto Bai Zhixiao's qi, releasing the bowstring while the repair panel also operated again, rapidly replenishing his nearly depleted body at an astonishing speed. Boom! The blood-colored divine light-twined arrow tore through the void, instantly shredding the river of sword chi formed by immortal power. The fierce chi overflowed, tearing apart the vast void. Crack! A harsh explosion sounded from within the river of sword chi, forcing Bai Zhixiao's figure out again. Even the semi-immortal treasure armor couldn't withstand the divine might of this arrow. The arrow passed right through his chest, leaving the hole as big as a sea bowl, with fragments of organs splattering everywhere along with immortal blood. The law-breaking rune on it constantly eroded his immortal body, suppressing his healing speed. The sword chi escaping from the river danced around, still tightly locking onto Chu Zheng's figure. In a hasty moment, Chu Zheng could only manage to dodge vitally, his body pierced by endless sword rain. The top-quality magical treasure, the Taishan Holy Master Robe, was pierced by sword chi in an instant, tearing large chunks of flesh, staining the long sky with blood in a moment. After this arrow, you're completely drained. You'll undoubtedly die today. How does it matter that Zhao Tingxian protected you before? Today, you are still destined to die. Bai Zhixiao laughed loudly. Even if his chest was hollowed out and his organs were shattered, he still felt incredibly exhilarated at this moment. Today, he would finally be able to kill Chu Zheng, eliminating this significant threat. A mere spirit spring realm cultivator, yet reaching Dongsheng in just a decade, how astonishing. Far surpassing even Zhao Tingxian back then. Ever since the meeting of the 5 sacred lands, Chu Zheng had entered his sight. Since then, the troubles of Tai Su Holy Land had never ceased. He had specifically investigated Chu Zheng's whereabouts, which all began in Great Zhou, the birthplace of Zhao Tingxian. Since then, Ling Qi, dispatched to track the movements of the Heretic path, mysteriously died. Afterward, within the Holy Land, Zhou Zili, the youngest Dongsheng pseudo-immortal due to the Heretic path, clashed with Gung Yang and was then slain. Following this, the leakage of the Great Void Scripture and the Tai Yuan Dragon Sword Dance, several holy lands encircling Chu Zheng on the immortal martial battlefield were defeated once again. Nearly 100 elders of Tai Su Soul Condensing fell. During subsequent meetings of the 5 saints, questioning the heavens on the spot, Zhao Tingxian, the representative of the heavenly Tao, showed a clear bias by protecting the Taishan Holy Land, which led him to many speculations. Discovering Zhao Tingxian's hidden cave inside the Tai Su Holy Land, he then speculated that Chu Zheng and Zhao Tingxian might be on the same path. Chu Zheng was very likely the Heretic path cultivator who induced changes in heavenly fate and must harbor a great secret. However, due to Zhao Tingxian's presence, the Immortal Alliance's impression of Tai Su Holy Land had severely worsened, and he had to suffer silently without evidence. But now, all this was about to end. After Chu Zheng's death, with Gung Yang far abroad, it was uncertain whether he could even survive to return. Only a bunch of babies would remain in Taishan Holy Land, and everything would return to the normal track. As laughter had not yet faded in the void, Chu Zheng's complexion had already regained its rosy hue, all his wounds healed. He had no intention to waste words with Bai Zhixiao and drew the falling star bow again, his eyes filled with a tidal wave of murderous intent. Upon hearing the name of Zhao Tingxian, the killing intent in his heart completely boiled over. Regardless of whatever clues Bai Zhixiao had grasped or even linking him with Zhao Tingxian, it was imperative to eliminate him as soon as possible to erase potential threats to the greatest extent. Seeing Chu Zheng draw the bow again, Bai Zhixiao's laughter abruptly stopped, a trace of panic flashing in his eyes. How could you possibly still have the strength? If Chu Zheng still had strength, it was him who would surely die. Realizing his impending defeat, Bai Zhixiao's heart suddenly chilled. This place was very far from Tai Su Holy Land. Even if he wanted to awaken the Tai Su sword, it would take a long preparation time, and there was no way he could manage it in time. Choosing to strike at Chu Zheng en route back to Taishan Holy Land was initially to prevent him from summoning immortal treasures for protection, but now, it put his own situation into a deadlock. The sense of a death crisis was instantly upon him. Bai Zhixiao's thoughts raced as he watched the arrow, taking shape again, began to search for a way to survive. After I die, the Immortal Alliance will surely intervene in the investigation. Do you think you can escape that? Stay updated through Empire. Chu Zheng's expression remained utterly undisturbed as he once again spurted out a breath of essence blood, the arrow wrapped in five-colored mystical light once again soaked in blood. Since Bai Zhixiao dared to take action to kill him today, he must have assumed the Immortal Alliance wouldn't pursue it. He was the leader on the Hidden Dragon list, a true immortal seed valued by the Immortal Alliance. Bai Zhixiao daring to risk great danger by killing him must mean someone was backing him from behind. After Bai Zhixiao's death, Chu Zheng intended to investigate each matter himself, but at this moment, he had no interest in wasting words. As long as a person was not dead, variables still existed. The arrow was released again. Chu Zheng allowed Bai Zhixiao no respite, drawing the bow fully once more. In a matter of breaths, Chu Zheng opened the string 4 times, and 5 blood arrows streaked across the sky like meteors, trailing blood-red light. As the killing intent approached, a hint of madness flashed in Bai Zhixiao's eyes. His demi-immortal body began to burn, transforming into bursts of immortal light. A primordial spirit emerged from his body, morphing into a pitch-black true dragon, its scales clear and lifelike. In the face of life and death, he didn't sit waiting for his demise but chose to burn his life origin in a desperate struggle, determined to drag Chu Zheng down with him. The 5 blood arrows pierced through his body, instantly shredding it into a bloody rain. His fragmented bones exploded, mixing with fragments of flesh and armor, scattering everywhere. In midair, the black dragon formed by the primordial spirit roared and instantly transformed into a vast, pitch-black sword chi that spanned thousands of yards, grinding through the void. The life-burning strike of an immortal tribulation cultivator was terrifying. Chu Zheng hadn't even had time to draw his bow when the sword chi had already slashed above his head. His crown was split open, revealing the yin-yang divine infant within. An unprecedented intense shock surged from his spirit and soul. Chu Zheng's thoughts paused, with large gaps blanking out, and only after a long while did he gradually come to his senses. His head was shattered in large parts, and a huge sword mark appeared on the divine infant, nearly splitting it apart. The repair panel began operating, slowly repairing the severe damage he had experienced in his spirit and soul. After a moment, Chu Zheng's thoughts returned to normal, his heart momentarily chilled. This sword was exceedingly dangerous, if not for the strength of his divine infant, which had been nurtured by the constant care of incense fire willpower far surpassing that of ordinary Dongsheng cultivators, he would have undoubtedly died today. You have yet to die. From the void came a whisper, containing a bit of despair. Bai Zhixiao's shattered spirit soul still lingered around, about to disperse. Chu Zheng took a deep breath and used the innate divine ability soul snatching to absorb all the fragments of the primordial spirit around him into his body. This was a divine secret skill obtained from the Dongyuan realm, capable of absorbing spirit souls into the body to enhance one's own divine soul. However, it had certain side effects, as it was easy to be influenced by the residual memory fragments within the spirit souls. But Chu Zheng's purpose in using soul snatching now was exactly for Bai Zhixiao's memory fragments. The secrets he needed to know were surely present within these memory fragments of Bai Zhixiao. How did you know that I was going to make a move on you? Noticing Chu Zheng's action, Bai Zhixiao's voice came again, tone even, with just a hint of confusion. Facing imminent death, his mind had become much calmer. From the beginning to the end, your demeanor was too calm, so calm that it frightened me. Chu Zheng's expression was serene as he swallowed the last wisp of Bai Zhixiao's soul light. As an opponent, you were too opaque for me to gauge. I could not rest easy while you were alive. Even though only some residual souls of Bai Zhixiao remained, for the current Chu Zheng, they were still greatly nourishing. These residual souls boosted the power of his spirit and soul significantly, carrying with them a plethora of memory fragments. As a deity nurtured from incense spirituality, Chu Zheng was adept at handling these chaotic pieces of information, selectively filtering them, and retaining some useful information. Soon, he obtained the answers he needed from this information. Dongsheng Demon Immortal. Having known the cause and consequence, Chu Zheng slowly opened his eyes, which seemed as deep as frosty pools. Upon returning from the battlefield beyond his territory earlier, he knew he had created significant enmity with this demon immortal. However, he hadn't expected the demon immortal to dare openly attack him in the Tsungyun realm. It seemed that what Zhao Tingxian had said was indeed true. The cultivators of Tsungyun realm couldn't merge with immortal blood. Even with extraordinary talents, in the eyes of the Immortal Alliance, they were insignificant. Otherwise, Dongsheng demon immortal wouldn't have dared to be so audacious. After thoroughly digesting the information, a sudden cold light flashed in Chu Zheng's eyes. It's not right. According to the timeline in Bai Zhixiao's memory, the two immortal Tribulation great demons dispatched by the Dongsheng demon immortal should have entered the realm by now. Soon after he released the news, Bai Zhixiao had already contacted the Dongsheng demon immortal again, and at this moment, those two demon emperors are within the Tsungyun realm. Before Chu Zheng could think it through, a sense of alarm arose within him. Tribulation chi began to surge beside him, and in the void not far away, demonic chi shot into the skies, intertwining into clouds and rapidly closing in on him. Seeing the sudden appearance of two auras, a flicker of spiritual light flashed in Chu Zheng's eyes, then his expression drastically changed. He did not hesitate for a moment, stowed away the falling star bow, activated all speed-enhancing divine skills, and began to flee frantically. Kuei Yuan, 7th Order Celestial Wolf Clan Demon Emperor, has transcended the sevenfold demon tribulation, bears the immortal seal, has acknowledged a master. Feng Yu, 7th Order Night Horse Clan Demon Emperor, has transcended the ninefold demon tribulation, is about to cultivate a demon immortal body. The information revealed by the spiritual eye was truly terrifying. 1/7 Tribulation Demon Emperor, +1 existence on the verge of stepping into the demon immortal realm, deprived Chu Zheng even of the thought of counterattack. This Dongsheng demon immortal is indeed cautious. She never placed her hopes on Bai Zhixiao. To be safe, she sent these two demon emperors, either of whom could crush Bai Zhixiao effortlessly. Such level of existence is simply beyond what Chu Zheng can handle at the moment. Chu Zheng still had some recollection of the name Feng Yu. Back when the external domain channel appeared, and the northern region demon race fled, it was this demon's incarnation that came to meet them, and he had clashed with it back then. However, Chu Zheng had no mind to think more at the moment. Fleeing had become his only thought. Chu Zheng, it has been a long time, why not stop and catch up with this lord? Enjoy new tales from Freeweb novel. Feng Yu's mocking laughter followed the wind. Back then, you boasted that given another 10 years, you would slay me without breaking a sweat. Why do you now lack even the courage to fight? A hoof, condensed from demonic chi, stepped through the void beside Chu Zheng, shattering the vast sky, leaving behind web-like cracks. If stepped on, Chu Zheng, even with 10 lives, would have been wiped out completely. Feng Yu clearly was not in a rush to kill Chu Zheng, showing an obvious intent of toying with him. Chu Zheng did not respond, his mind remained calm as he fled frantically towards the distance. Although the tribulation chi beside him was still roiling, it was far from a deadly tribulation yet, and there was still much chance of survival. In that fleeting moment, he had calculated, survival lay deep within the southern region. In an instant, as much time as it takes to drink a cup of tea passed, and the two clouds of demonic energy stepped by the demon emperors had closed into less than 1,000 miles behind Chu Zheng, nearly within reach in a blink. As the two demon emperors drew nearer, a slight smile appeared on Chu Zheng's face. The tribulation chi at his side had entered a stable state, no longer tumultuous. Offspring of evil! How dare you harm the talents of my immortal alliance within the Tsungyun realm, you must be executed. Boom, a thunderous roar erupted, and an orange-yellow seal spanning over 1,000 miles, accompanied by brilliant golden light, appeared from the void and plummeted down. The void became stagnant, the two demon emperors were pinned mid-air, unable to move, their expressions revealing identical fear. Immortal treasure. I am Feng Yu of Dongsheng Demon Immortal, also a member of the Immortal Alliance, you cannot slay me. Feng Yu's loud shout caused the seal to pause for a moment, but before the two demon emperors could react, it fell again. In front of a true immortal treasure, even the great demon emperor who had transcended the ninefold demon tribulation had no power to retaliate, and was crushed into minced meat along with his divine soul. A figure descended from the clouds, dressed in orange-yellow vestment robes. It was none other than Shang Liangyi, whom he had seen not long ago, now the ruler of the primordial spirit Holy Land. The seal gradually shrank, falling into his palm. The Taishan Holy Master returned alone to Taishan, and I, fearing for your safety on the way, came back to the primordial spirit Holy Land to request the immortal treasure, hoping to protect you along the journey. Little did I know, I would encounter these two monsters causing trouble. Shang Liangyi clarified, his expression puzzled. I am old and a bit hard of hearing. I did not quite catch what this demon just said. Do you know, Holy Master? Thank you for your assistance, Senior. Chu Jing bowed and thanked him, understanding the implication. Those two offspring of evil said nothing at all. Perhaps the senior misheard. Shang Liangyi had helped him, but he also didn't want to directly offend a demon immortal for this reason. He acted as if he knew nothing. In the void, an abundance of earth attribute essence chi pervaded, emanating a faint orange-yellow glow. When an immortal treasure was wielded, its might was too astonishing, and its traces simply couldn't be concealed. The environment of heaven and earth in this place would also change as a result, requiring the baptism of lengthy ages to gradually stabilize. By then, the earth spirit chi of this place would far surpass that of other regions. To wield such power that it changes the environment of heaven and earth, this is the treasure of a true immortal. Vast Earth Elemental Seal, 8th Order, a top-quality immortal treasure, its main body made from Earth Elemental Essence Jade. It was formed and nurtured through the condensation of 137 streaks of Earth Vein Chi, greatly enhancing the might of Earth attribute techniques and divine skills. Consuming a massive amount of immortal jade, awakening the immortal spirit within can suppress a 9 tribulations true immortal. Catching a glimpse of the seal in Shang Liangyi's hand, Chu Jing's heart skipped a beat. This unassuming seal was actually a top-quality immortal treasure. It was undoubtedly the most formidable object Chu Jing had encountered since he had begun cultivating. Today, not to mention Feng Yu's mere 9 calamities demon emperor, even if the Dongsheng demon immortal himself came, he would face only death. However, the immortal spirit within the treasure had obviously not yet awakened. Otherwise, with the terrifying might capable of suppressing a 9 tribulations true immortal, the entire southern region would be directly sunk. It was no wonder that having a living immortal king within the Immortal Alliance, the Shang family's confidence far exceeded that of the other major holy lands and so-called true immortal noble families. Even if all the forces in the southern region were bound together, they would likely be no match for the primordial spirit Holy Land. Elder Shang's gracious act of assistance this time, Chu Jing will keep it in mind and repay it in the future. Coming back to his senses, Chu Jing took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. Had it not been for Shang Liangyi's timely rescue today, his fate would not have been good. In the worst-case scenario, he would have to abandon his original body and rely on his foundation in the Chaos Sea to make a comeback. But that would unquestionably have greatly disrupted his original plan, and his foundation had been accumulated over several lifetimes and hundreds of years. It did not come easily. No need for thanks, I was merely following orders. The family head had already given instructions. My Shang family wishes to form good relations with Chu Jing and will provide mutual support in the future. Shang Liangyi waved his hand dismissively. Raising his hand, he gathered the flesh and blood essence chi of 2 demon emperors into his palm. I will take away the flesh and blood essence chi of these 2 fiends. There has been some consumption this time, and the immortal treasure needs nourishment. I hope the Holy Master can forgive me. Of course, Elder, as you wish. Chu Jing's expression shifted, picking up on the hidden meaning in Shang Liangyi's words. What Shang Liangyi mentioned involved the Shang family and Chu Jing, not the primordial spirit Holy Land and Taishan. This was the Shang family's overture of goodwill to him, unrelated to the Taishan Holy Land. In the midst of their conversation, the flesh and blood essence chi of the 2 demon emperors transformed into blood pills in Shang Liangyi's palm. After storing away the blood pills, he spoke again, his expression much more solemn. Having used an immortal treasure this time, if envoys from the Immortal Alliance come to investigate, it's likely that we can't keep it hidden. When the time comes, I would ask the Holy Master to testify with me that it was an act of desperation due to an emergency. Within the laws of the Immortal Alliance, an immortal treasure absolutely cannot be directed at creatures affiliated with the Immortal Alliance. It can only be used on foreign battlefields or in conflicts of Taoist orthodoxy. For the most part, immortal treasures exist as a foundation for suppressing a force, more as a deterrence, and are not lightly used. This was similar to the reason why cultivators above Divine Infant from the Tsangyun realm chose seclusion to avoid causing massive internal consumption. The might of an immortal treasure was excessively terrifying. For ordinary creatures, it was no different from a devastating natural disaster, with the remnants of immortal charm not easily erased. If not for this, Bai Zhixiao would have certainly brought along the Tai Su Holy Land's legacy immortal treasure Tai Su sword on this trip. Beneath such a treasured weapon, Chuzheng would have had no chance of survival. Shang Liangyi needed Chuzheng as a witness to help him explain to the Immortal Alliance, for even with an immortal king behind him, he could not avoid punishment. That is only natural, please rest assured, Elder, Chuzheng nodded immediately, as this was what he was supposed to do. If the Immortal Alliance really did investigate this place, he had no intention of bringing up Bai Zhixiao and the Dongsheng demon immortals' affairs. Escalating the situation would bring him no benefit, if it attracted the attention of exceptionally perceptive top-tier powerhouses or if he was directly taken to the Immortal Alliance to confront the Dongsheng demon immortal, his identity as a Qi cultivator would be revealed on the spot. The best choice now was to calm things down, and once he left the Tsangyun, there would be plenty of time for calculations. Taishan Holy Master, take care. We will meet again. Shang Liangyi raised his hand in a farewell salute, then stepped into the void and disappeared from sight. Watching Shang Liangyi depart, Chuzheng immediately turned and extended his divine sense to sweep through heaven and earth. The two demon emperors, aside from their flesh and blood essence Qi, must surely have other wondrous treasures on them. Moreover, with the secret hoard of an old holy master, this was an indescribably immense gain for Chuzheng. After searching the area for a short while, Chuzheng found the remnants of 4 semi-immortal treasures. Repairs required immortal Qi. Fortunately, the amount needed wasn't much, ranging from barely 10 to nearly 100 streaks. However, this did not satisfy Chuzheng, as he did not find traces of any storage-type magic treasures. The only explanation was that most of the treasures of the 2 demon emperors were kept within the cave heaven world they had opened within themselves. Seventh-order beings had the ability to create cave heaven worlds, just like the small world connected to the condensing space bracelet, lacking heavenly Tao laws but still considered a small heaven and earth. Such small worlds often had special spatial coordinates that others find very difficult to detect unless there is a great difference in cultivation. The condensing space bracelet that Chuzheng obtained was essentially a coordinate portal to a small world. Surrounded by the vast void, Chuzheng concentrated deeply and activated his innate divine skill Sky Roaming. This divine skill, much like the soul snatching he used earlier, originated from the divine ability bone of the heavenly spirit race. Sky Roaming belongs to the spatial series of divine skills, allowing travel between space cracks and being extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. Its use significantly enhanced Chuzheng's perception. In the calm of the void, a series of minute cracks emerged within Chuzheng's perception. Suddenly, a specific space crack captured his attention. The crack, seemingly unremarkable, intrigued him with a trace of demon aura it emitted, thanks to the acute senses of a Qi cultivator. Taking a deep breath, Chuzheng's divine sense stirred, projecting an avatar. He took out a storage spirit ring, handed it to the avatar, then inhaled slightly, swallowing the avatar before softly blowing it out. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, the avatar transformed into a gentle breeze, drifting into the space crack. Having witnessed the demise of those trapped in a small world, he naturally would not rashly risk himself. Moreover, with his real body present, the avatar entering the realm could find its way back. A sense of distortion akin to a spatial passage soon reached Chuzheng's senses. After a while, he finally steadied his form. Looking around, he found himself in a lush forest. In this small world before him, the presence of numerous living beings thrived, filled with vibrant vitality. Chuzheng sensed the aura belonging to Fengyu. This world was clearly under Fengyu's domain. Chuzheng immediately used the invisibility technique and silently began his journey, following the earth vein Qi toward the central region of this small world. He crossed mountains and lakes, and soon, a rugged mountain range came into view. Before even reaching the mountains, Chuzheng saw a jade palace, perched above the clouds, atop the highest peak, exquisite to the extreme. Chuzheng became even more cautious, suppressed all his aura, and began approaching the palace. There were no arrays around the palace, which was understandable as this place was within Fengyu's own small world, thus negating the need for such defenses. Chuzheng carefully circled around the Jade Palace, quickly coming to a realization. Within the palace, there were several hundred members of the demon race, some transformed and others not, all were female. This was evidently Fengyu's harem, and among them was even a demon emperor who had survived 3 demon calamities and belonged to the same clan as Fengyu. The chamber of this demon emperor was located at the very center of the palace, clearly of extraordinary status. Chuzheng hesitated for a moment, weighed his options, and decided not to make a move. Instead, he turned to search for the treasury. If he were to strike, he would have to slaughter all beings in this small world. Aside from whether it was feasible, such an act would definitely leave traces. Chuzheng wasn't familiar with Fengyu, nor did he know if Fengyu had shared his world's coordinates with others. If traces were left behind, it would be troublesome if someone came to investigate afterward. Taking advantage of the absence of arrays to seal the area, looting the treasury here was the most energy-efficient and beneficial course of action. Moments later, Chuzheng found several treasuries filled with countless spirit stones and heavenly and earthly treasures, as well as a few semi-immortal treasures. Unfortunately, as these semi-immortal treasures were spirited and he couldn't steal them without damaging them, Chuzheng reluctantly left them behind. However, the spirit stones and the acquired heavenly and earthly treasures alone made his trip worthwhile. As a 9 calamities demon emperor, Fengyu's accumulated wealth was astoundingly abundant. Even excluding the Taishan Holy Land, Chuzheng's entire possessions summed together tallied to barely 1/10 of Fengyu's. Among these, the greatest gain was undoubtedly hundreds of chunks of immortal jade, a truly priceless treasure rarely found even in the Great Thousand World. These contained immortal chi, which could serve as a reserve for Chuzheng to repair immortal treasures. After the looting, Chuzheng did not linger. He left and, guided by the sensation of his original body, found the route to leave the realm. After reassuming his original form, Chuzheng quickly located another demon emperor's cave realm using the same old trick. However, compared to Fengyu, this demon emperor seemed much poorer. There were hardly any living creatures in his small world, and the spirit stones and heavenly and earthly treasures were so sparse it was pitiful, not to mention there wasn't a single piece of immortal jade, which was quite disappointing. Before leaving, Chuzheng, somewhat unwilling to leave it at that, dug up many spirit veins and then activated the chi gathering and heaven repairing technique, extracting a good amount of energy from the cave realm and converting it into batches of spirit stones before he finally left satisfied. After ensuring nothing had been overlooked, Chuzheng left the region and headed towards the battlefield where he first clashed with Bai Zhixiao. His mind held fragments of Bai Zhixiao's memories, which he had not yet fully assimilated, but he was certain that Bai Zhixiao had many secrets and treasures worth uncovering. Between the vast starry river, a streak of light flashed and vanished. Walking through the cosmos, the passage of time often goes unnoticed. Song Lingxue sat cross-legged on the chariot, gazing at the passing stars beside her, her expression slightly dazed as she could no longer remember how long it had been since she left Songyun. Song Lingxue turned her head towards Yuning and ultimately couldn't help but ask, "How much longer until we reach the Martial Hall?" "We're almost out of the Immortal Alliance's territory now, it won't be much longer." Yuning slowly opened her eyes and, sensing Song Lingxue's somewhat disordered thoughts, spoke reassuringly, "Don't worry, for you, the Martial Hall is definitely the best choice. Born in the Immortal Alliance, yet having the chance to join the Martial Hall, you're already luckier than many others." As she finished speaking, Yuning thought of Chuzheng and couldn't help feeling a bit emotional. You indeed have rare fortune protecting you. Within the Immortal Alliance, having someone like Chuzheng to protect you is not easy. In a person's life, having someone who genuinely cares about you is rare. Yuning turned back to look at the vast sea of stars, her tone somewhat melancholic. For you, Chuzheng was willing to spend his own essence yuan blood qi, not caring about the depletion, and healed us both. This certainly would shake the foundation of his own cultivation. For a cultivator, his actions toward you are quite rare. As she said this, she turned back to look at Song Lingxue, hesitated for a moment, but still decided to throw a dampener. However, those strong in the immortal path tend to sever emotional connections and focus only on the great Tao. Perhaps Chuzheng will do the same someday. He's too young, sometimes unavoidably driven by momentary passion. Over time, what he will become, nobody knows. How he treats me, I understand in my heart. Song Lingxue slightly shook her head, touched the jade book in her bosom, thought for a moment, and yet suppressed the idea of writing a letter. Write a letter once, and it would again be a long wait for the next opportunity. There has been news from the Martial Hall. The chariot driver Xia Xingzhong suddenly turned around, a hint of excitement in his voice. I have already sent your information ahead to the Martial Hall. The Hall Master has responded, allowing you to choose your own way into the Martial Hall. Without beating around the bush, he went straight to explaining. Typically, there are 3 ways into the Martial Hall. The first, without any examination, being directly taken as a disciple by an elder. This group enjoys the smallest portion of resources but also faces the smallest risk. The second, through a talent test and then 3 trials of the entry examination, after which one joins the Martial Hall. According to the talent, elders are allocated for teaching. This group forms the majority within the Martial Hall. The third way is through the blood trial. By taking this path into the Martial Hall, you receive the most resources, and if your performance is outstanding, there is also a chance to be taken as a disciple by the Hall Master. The blood trial is purely a path of slaughter, requiring an alien life star as a sacrifice, serving as the trial ground. Those who survive and come off that star naturally qualify to enter the Martial Hall, and likewise, it is the riskiest path. The Martial Path and the Immortal Path are fundamentally different routes. The Martial Path cultivates blood qi and nurtures the physical body, needing a large amount of flesh essence as nourishment, unavoidable killings included. Over the years, the Martial Hall has repeatedly initiated disputes with various forces in all heavens, just to hunt for the essence of alien flesh. The Martial Path is inherently belligerent, relying solely on oneself. The opportunity to choose is not easy to come by. Your father and the rest, they didn't even have the choice. Xia Xingzhong's expression was somewhat sentimental. Being able to choose one's own path is indeed a fortunate matter. Song Tonghai and many others in the Martial Path, with their level of cultivation, couldn't even stay on the war chariot for long. They could only remain in the small world that Xia Xingzhong had just opened up. Their talents exceeded that of ordinary people by a lot, but compared to Song Lingxue, it was far too lacking. Entering the Martial Hall was quite forced, and the best ending would be to join a certain divine sect under the Martial Hall, which could also be considered a way out. What benefits would one get by becoming a disciple of the Hall Master? Song Lingxue snapped back to reality, not beating around the bush, and asked very straightforwardly. To be a disciple of the Hall Master is to be at the core of the true lineage of the Martial Hall. Across the whole Martial Hall, there are only 108 spots that rotate every 10 years. If you can become a true disciple, the benefits you can get far exceed your imagination. The most direct is the access to extremely high-quality beast blood and flesh, and the personal guidance from the martial ancestor. Xia Xingzhong, noticing Song Lingxue's intention, explained in detail, with your qualifications, it will not be challenging to step into the realm of martial saint in the future. The Hall Master doesn't lack holy beasts' flesh and blood, which, needless to say, is of great importance to a martial artist. Besides, as a true disciple, the resources you can acquire are extremely ample, more than enough for endless use. Entering the battlefield to fight, there will also be people to protect the Tao and ensure your safety. Moreover, your father and others, as your dependents, will also have the privilege to follow you and enter the martial hall together. At this point, Xia Xingzhong paused, then reminded, however, even if you navigate through the blood trial and catch the attention of the Hall Master, becoming a true disciple, the risks you will face afterward are numerous. Everyone in the martial hall has the right to challenge a disciple of their realm for their spot. If you lose in a battle at your level, you naturally lose your position as a true disciple. The martial path is inherently a Taoist orthodoxy with relatively powerful combat strength, and as a true disciple, one needs to have the strength to sweep through martial artists of the same realm, which is indeed very challenging. Therefore, anyone who has a position as a true disciple of the martial hall could easily overpower other Taoist orthodoxies, defeating enemies across several small realms or even a large realm. This is not uncommon at all. Song Lingxue listened quietly and without any hesitation, nodded. I choose the blood trial. Think it over carefully and then tell me. I will relay your decision to the hall master at that time. Xie Xingzhong didn't wish for Song Lingxue to make a hasty decision, so he gave her some leeway. The blood trial was far from as simple as Song Lingxue imagined. Even now, at least half of those true disciples have never experienced the blood trial, but had instead secured their positions through selection within the martial hall after a period of cultivation and honing. For Song Lingxue, the safest route was the second one, to enter the martial hall through a talent test, accumulate experience for decades, and then aim for the position of true disciple. I have considered it seriously, it wasn't rash talk. Song Lingxue shook her head. One misstep leads to another, and her level of cultivation was already too far away from Chu Zheng's, almost out of sight. If she continued to cultivate step by step, how many years would it take her to bring Chu Zheng out of the Immortal Alliance? Chu Zheng was a heretic cultivator, and he carried a significant secret with him, of which she was well aware. Chu Zheng's situation in the Immortal Alliance was perilous. If anything untoward happened, it would be a disaster beyond recovery. So be it. Xie Xingzhong was not a ditherer. He immediately raised his hand and sent back a message to the martial hall. Starlight shifted, and after an indeterminate amount of time, a reply was transmitted back. After reading the reply, Xie Xingzhong's face became tense as he spurred the jade-winged heavenly horse, changing the direction they were heading. Before Song Lingxue could ask, he took the initiative to explain. The martial hall has commanded that I take you directly to the battlefield of all heavens to find a suitable place for trial. Thank you for your trouble, senior. Song Lingxue bowed slightly in thanks. It's just a small effort. Xie Xingzhong waved his hand. While hurrying on their way, he began to advise Song Lingxue about what needed to be noted for the blood trial. He had not experienced the blood trial himself, and much of what he knew was hearsay and not necessarily accurate, but whether useful or not, he detailed everything without omitting anything. Knowing is always better than not knowing. The jade-winged heavenly horse pulled the war chariot, treading on brilliant starlight, roaring as it passed. After traveling for a long while again, the jade-winged heavenly horse entered a mysterious starry sky. Gorgeous nebulae no longer scattered across the cosmos but instead piled upon each other, seemingly stratified, forming various canopies of stars. Life stars in great numbers, vast expansive continents shone with successive halos, and behemoths larger than stars frequently roamed the void, weaving a view of untrodden wilderness. This place is the all heavens. In Xie Xingzhong's eyes, a grave color had taken hold. The all heavens is the realm of the demon race. And the demon race is the term coined by the human race. All those who aren't of the human race, including the demon race, are referred to as such. The jade-winged heavenly horse subdued its fluctuations, no longer as ostentatious as before, and began moving forward quietly. Soon, the jade-winged heavenly horse skirted past this layered nebula and entered an ordinary starry space. This place, though part of the battlefield of all heavens, was considered a peripheral region, seldom tread by powerful creatures. Eventually, the chariot stopped near a verdant life star. Xie Xingzhong left the war chariot and entered the stars. After an hour, he finally returned. A middle-quality life star, the strongest of the unearthly creatures, is at the initial stage of the sixth order, with no traces of human race activity. It's also not listed in the Immortal Martial Star Compilation, so it can be designated as a trial ground, he said. In such a short time, he had scoured the entire star and confirmed that there were no threats beyond his control. He then turned his head to Song Lingxue and explained, the Immortal Martial Star Compilation is a star number shared amongst the paths of the Immortal Martial. Those without a star number are stars that have yet to be discovered by anyone. Some supreme beings need many life stars when crafting their protective secret treasures. They generally select from the Immortal Martial Star Compilation to avoid unnecessary killing of our human race, he said. These top-notch powerhouses forge secret treasures with the starry sky as their furnace. With a single grasp, they can throw many stars into it for nourishment, without the time to check whether there's a human race presence on these multitude of stars. The existence of the Immortal Martial Star Compilation is for the convenience of these top powerhouses. Since it's not listed in the Immortal Martial Star Compilation, this star is temporarily considered safe and won't be taken away and thrown into the furnace from afar. After the explanation, Xia began to set up a great formation around the area to hide the entire star, to prevent some wandering unearthly creatures from casually munching on the star as a snack. Once these preparations were complete, Xia returned to the war chariot, his expression solemn. It has been 3 years since the last transmission of true inheritance. The blood trial gives you only the span of 2 cycles for your trial, and now you have only 17 years left, he informed. In 17 years, by any means necessary, exterminate all the unearthly creatures on this star, and your assessment will be considered initially passed, he said. 17 years to wipe out all the otherworldly creatures on the entire star was an impossibly daunting task for Songlin Xue at the moment. The most powerful creature on this star was at the initial stage of the 6th order, equivalent to a practitioner at the Dongsheng of the Immortal Path or at the Martial God realm of the Martial Path. Currently, Yuning was at the initial stage of the Martial God realm as well. Songlin Xue had just recently reached the Embracing Pill stage and had barely stepped into the 3rd great realm of the Martial Path. She still had a considerable distance to cover to reach the 4th realm of Gathering Spirits, not to mention the Divine Orifice realm that followed. To kill a 6th order creature, she must advance through the large realms of Gathering Spirits and Divine Orifice within these 17 years. With the breath-breaking pill to blend in the 100 orifices, she might be able to fight against the tide and defeat that creature across realms. But this was merely a slim possibility. You should feel fortunate that you have just embraced the pill. If you had already reached Gathering Spirits or even stepped into Divine Orifice, the standard for the blood trial would be immediately raised to killing 7th order creatures, he said. Xia was silent for a moment before he took out a blood-colored jade talisman and tossed it to Songlin Xue. If you can't hold on, crush this talisman. Inside is one of my avatars. At that point, the avatar will kill all the unearthly creatures on this star to ensure your safety, he said. This act was tantamount to cheating in the trial. If it was discovered by the Martial Hall, he would surely be punished, but Xia still did it. Since he had promised Chuzheng to protect Songlin Xue, it was his duty to do so conscientiously. Senior, I fear this is not proper. Songlin Xue's expression changed subtly, as she clearly grasped the gravity of his actions. The reason the blood trial was so named was because of its extremely high mortality rate. Such an act of cheating, if caught, would likely cost Xia dearly, if not his life then at least a severe penalty. Remember, once you use this jade talisman, you will completely lose the qualification to enter the Martial Hall. Rest assured, even if that happens, I will help you find a suitable grand sect to continue your studies, which shouldn't be too far off, he said. Xia had no desire for further discussion. He waved his hand and created a spatial passage, sending Songlin Xue into it. After you complete the blood trial, someone will come to fetch you. Go now, until we meet again at the Martial Hall, he said. The stars adorned the firmament, with the waning moon suspended high in the sky. Goose feather-like snow floated down between heaven and earth, and the reflective silver glow of the snow illuminated the forests and mountains, casting eerie shadows as the air filled with a biting chill. By the moonlight trickling through the cracks in the mountain walls, it flowed deep into a cave where melting snow dripped from the cracks, pooling into puddles, its pitter-patter echoes resonating coldly within the cave. Songlin Xue leaned against the cave wall, curling up, while the moonlight seeping from the crevices made her complexion appear slightly pale. Her waist, tightly bound with layers of beast skin, exuded a strong smell of blood. Blood slowly seeped through the beast skin, dampening the fur, and almost instantly freezing into clumps of bloody ice crystals in the low temperature. Songlin Xue breathed out a few breaths of hot air. The circulation of blood qi in her body barely dispelled some of the cold. She took out a chunk of raw flesh, hair and all, and stuffed it into her mouth. The raw, cold flesh barely entered her stomach before it began to replenish the vastly depleted blood qi. Her frozen limbs gradually began to revive. Time flew by, and before she knew it, she had been on this star for more than a month. In this state of consuming raw flesh and blood, she gradually became accustomed to it. The number of otherworldly creatures on this star was frighteningly high, and due to the harsh living conditions, most of them had extremely vicious temperaments and were incredibly difficult to deal with. In the regions she had explored thus far, which were less than 1/100th of the whole area, she had encountered danger several times, and at any moment she might be devoured by the beasts. Such skirting along the edges of death had an obvious tempering effect on her, causing her cultivation to grow at an unprecedented speed. In just a short period, supplemented by the flesh and blood of many otherworldly creatures, her cultivation had already taken another step forward into the middle stage of the embracing pill realm. Fighting to the death and devouring the essence of blood and flesh were the quickest shortcut to climb the martial path. The price to pay was, of course, obvious. After several near-death experiences, she was now seriously injured, unable to venture out for hunting again. She stared blankly at a puddle not far away, lost in a trance for a long while, then flipped her hand and took out the jade book, but when she picked up the pen, she hesitated for a long time. After most of the night had passed, not until the last trace of moonlight lingering in the cave was completely devoured by the darkness before dawn, did she slowly put down the pen, her lips curving into a slight smile. Songyun Realm, Southern Region. Wanlong City, the Taishan Holy Land's garrison. Within the secret chamber, Chuzheng sat cross-legged on the ground, fiddling with a piece of jade wall, his expression inscrutable. Bai Zhixiao's legacy had not disappointed him. After searching, he had once again obtained 2 remnants of semi-immortal treasures, a piece of battle armor, a long sword, and hundreds of pieces of immortal jade, spirit stones, and countless earth treasures and celestial rarities. However, Bai Zhixiao had only recently entered the immortal tribulation, and his cave heaven world had just begun to expand, its scope not too vast, and it had yet to nurture a spirit vein, amounting to nothing more than an embryo. During this time, Chuzheng had digested additional fragments of Bai Zhixiao's memories and learned of many secrets. The jade wall in his hand now was the medium Bai Zhixiao had used to contact Dongsheng demon Immortal. It was a treasure of 6th order quality, comparable to a Tongxian spiritual treasure. But it had not cultivated a true spirit within it and could only be used for communication. What had puzzled Chuzheng was that several months had passed since he killed Bai Zhixiao, yet there was no disturbance from the outside world. Not even the Tai Su Holy Land showed the slightest hint of disturbance, as if it was unaware of Bai Zhixiao's demise. This was clearly illogical. Given Bai Zhixiao's status, it was impossible for him to not leave behind a soul lamp in the Holy Land. Only after digesting more of the memory fragments did Chuzheng become aware of some of the reasons. Bai Zhixiao was extremely cautious. Firstly, he feared Dongsheng demon Immortal might renege after the fact, pinning all the blame on him, betraying him to the Immortal Alliance. Secondly, he was worried about accidents, afraid that his own death would expose his tracks and subsequently implicate Tai Su Holy Land, so he had made a backup plan. He had erased all traces of himself in the Tai Su Holy Land in advance, including the soul lamp enshrined within the Holy Land. Within the Immortal Alliance, numerous powerhouses could deduce some of his thoughts and plans through the faint soul remnants in the soul lamp. It couldn't be simpler. At that time, Tai Su Holy Land would undoubtedly face great disaster. Moreover, none of the items he carried with him had anything to do with Tai Su Holy Land, nor could they prove his identity. Even those 2 semi-immortal treasures had no connection with Tai Su Holy Land. He obtained them through other channels. His own semi-immortal treasure, and most of his treasured possessions were left inside the Tai Su Holy Land. Before he came to kill Chuzheng, he had already prepared for the worst. If he failed to kill Chuzheng, he would instantly destroy himself, erasing all traces of his physical body and primordial spirit. The life-burning strike before his death was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather well prepared. However, for Chuzheng, this gave him an opportunity. He might be able to make use of Bai Zhixiao's identity. Just as Chuzheng was deep in thought, a sudden vibration came from within his divine soul, his expression became slightly focused, and he flipped his hand to take out a jade book. Above the jade book, lines of writing gradually appeared, crossing the starry sea to reach him. My lord, as if seeing you in person, I have arrived at the Martial Hall the other day. All is well. How have you been recently? Today the moon is cold and the stars are frosty. I revert to dreams at midnight, a chilling emptiness pierces my side, and I toss and turn unable to sleep, emotions knotting in my chest. I didn't want to disturb you, but couldn't suppress my longing. I hesitated to write for a long time, not knowing what to say, yet I find myself thinking of you for much of the day. Since we first met, I have never felt you so distant, no longer under the same expanse of starry sky. The stars I see now, can you see them too? Ah Zheng, I miss you. In the secret chamber, the array faintly glowed, and not far away, beneath the pill furnace, the fire seed gently rippled, emitting waves of warmth. Gazing at the characters that emerged on the jade book, Chuzheng momentarily appeared stunned and unconsciously caressed the jade book with his fingertips. A moment later, an inexplicable sense of relief surged in his heart. He had never placed much importance on his own life, having entered an otherworldly realm and feeling like a rootless duckweed. He had always been chasing after the elusive legacy left behind, and it was rare for him to find anything that truly sparked his interest. Yet now, even though separated by the vastness of the stars, there was still someone thinking of him. After a long silence, he began to write a reply. My wife, receiving your letter is as good as seeing your face. I've been well recently, please don't worry, the starlight you see is nothing but the tracks of an old dream from years ago. Perhaps one day, within the starlight, you will find traces of me. The world is cold, human feelings are fickle, you're in a strange land, be extra cautious, always think twice, assess the situation and act after careful planning. People meet and part, the moon waxes and wanes, as bitter as the drink is, there will come a time for its aftertaste to turn sweet. Take good care of yourself in anticipation of our reunion. The characters lighting up on the jade book dispelled the cold hues within the cavern. Your journey continues at Freeweb novel. Looking at Chuzheng's reply, Song Lingshua's eyes softened. When they were together, Chuzheng never spoke to her like this, as most of his attention and energy was placed on cultivation. In fact, compared to her own sister, she wasn't particularly interested in cultivation. While in the Song residence, the reason she practiced martial arts daily was solely because the Song family needed a strong successor, someone who could shoulder the heavy responsibilities. Now, the pressure she felt to cultivate only came from Chuzheng. Perhaps Chuzheng wouldn't mind what level her cultivation was, but she couldn't bring herself to accept that. The writing on the jade book gradually disappeared, beginning to slowly absorb the essence chi from the world, charging itself. Who knows how long it would be before the next opportunity to write a letter. Song Lingxue took a deep breath, pushed herself up using the wall, and began walking towards the exit of the cave. Time was short, the mission heavy, and the star beneath her feet vast, even if those different species stood before her, and she had to kill them one by one, 100 years wouldn't be enough to finish them. But she only had 17 years. After replying to Song Lingxue, Chuzheng's emotions were unsettled for a long time before finally calming down. After pondering for a while, Chuzheng took a deep breath and used the divine skill false form to transform into the appearance of Bai Jixiao. Once he acclimated to the form, he activated the jade wall. In the blink of an eye, the jade wall turned into a mirror-like surface, reflecting an image. What is it? Within the expansive jade pool filled with mist, a woman dressed in a light gossamer robe leaned lazily by the poolside, her arms hanging down, her jade-like fingertips gently stirring the water's surface, creating ripples. Chuzheng's eyes grew colder as he suppressed the urge to kill that leapt up in his heart and bowed slightly with a hint of probing in his voice. Demon Immortal, Chuzheng is about to return to Taishan, and I haven't yet made contact with the 2 demon emperors you mentioned. Do you think something went wrong? You haven't met them yet? How is that possible? They arrived more than a month ago. The Dongsheng demon Immortal immediately furrowed her brows, her eyelids drooping as she gathered a thread of immortal light between her fingertips. A moment later, she abruptly opened her eyes, a trace of disbelief flashing across her face. Dead? Who is dead? On Chu Zhang's face, a perfectly timed look of shock appeared. The Dongsheng demon Immortal did not answer his question but bit her fingertip, her gaze flowing ceaselessly. After a long while, she suddenly looked up. Has there been any anomalies recently on Chu Zhang's side? Have you detected any significant turmoil or strife? I haven't detected anything unusual, but a while ago, a crimson light escaped from the direction of Taishan Holy Land. I'm not sure what it was. Has there been any other anomalies? Have there been any significant battles recently? The Dongsheng demon Immortal continued to inquire. Chu Zhang pretended to think for a moment and then nodded. Some time ago, I heard that an immortal treasure was used in a fight, but for what reason, I do not know. Immortal treasure. Upon hearing this, the Dongsheng demon Immortal's mind stirred, and a cold smile spilled onto her face. This Chu Zhang must have been prepared in advance, carrying an immortal treasure for protection. She had a rough idea of what had happened. Presumably, the two demon emperors acted on their own, met with disaster, and were slain by Chu Zhang using an immortal treasure. The reason they didn't contact Bai Zhixiao first was straightforward. For one to be a 7 Tribulation demon emperor and the other a 9 Calamities demon emperor, these two might have considered Bai Zhixiao beneath their concern, which was understandable. Chu Zhang's eyes flickered as he asked softly, Demon Immortal, what's your plan for dealing with Chu Zhang? The Immortal Alliance's envoys will probably arrive soon. After the great tournament of 10,000 sects, the Immortal Alliance would send an envoy within a few years to lead away the true immortal seeds. Chu Zhang naturally didn't want to be taken away by these envoys. As soon as the Immortal Alliance envoy arrived, that would be the day he left Songyun. All he wanted to know now was the Dongsheng demon Immortal's next move, to preempt any problems. After contemplating for a while, the Dongsheng demon Immortal nodded. I'll arrange for him to be intercepted. What do you mean by that? Chu Zhang's expression changed. On the way back to the great immortal realm, he will inevitably pass through the myriad realms, and that's when we'll take care of him, she said. The Dongsheng demon Immortal's demeanor became a bit impatient. The death of two great demons was also a significant loss for her. Moreover, one of them had been a mount for a true immortal, which would bring no small amount of trouble, requiring a considerable cost to resolve. Chu Zhang suddenly realized and then slightly pursed his lips, voicing his unease, the immortal treasure you promised me before. It was the thing Chu Zhang coveted most, a true immortal treasure, priceless in value, its might enough to shake the heavens. Immortal treasure? How dare you still ask? The Dongsheng demon Immortal's face turned slightly cold. I'll ask you, is Chu Zhang dead yet? Have you even harmed a single hair on Chu Zhang? Fiend! With a sudden coldness in his demeanor, Chu Zhang let out a fierce shout, his voice booming like a great bell. If you don't give me the immortal treasure, I will report you to the Immortal Alliance for secretly harming a paragon of our human race right now. The Songyun Immortal King is not yet dead. The Dongsheng demon Immortal was stunned for a moment, her thoughts momentarily blank. After coming back to her senses, she fell into a rage. Discover hidden stories at Freeweb Novel Insolent. A mere lowlife from Songyun, you dare to insult me? And what if I do? Fiend! Chu Zhang let out a cold snort, his tone rising. Do you believe I won't write a letter right now, report to the Immortal Alliance, and have the Songyun Immortal King take your life? Then you and I will perish together. You! The Dongsheng demon Immortal's chest heaved wildly, her breath came in gasps, murder in her eyes almost turning tangible. After a long while, she spoke in a sinister tone, do you not want the foundation of Taisu Holy Land anymore? If you dare come to Taisu, I dare to ask for the Taisu sword, and personally behead you. Chu Zhang let out a sneer, completely unconcerned, watching the Dongsheng demon Immortal in the mirror and said deliberately, I want the immortal treasure. The Dongsheng demon Immortal's face twitched, the murderous intent in her eyes receded, and only after a long while did she speak, I will have someone bring it to you in time. She dared not gamble whether Bai Zhixiao was truly willing to die with her. The life of an immortal tribulation cultivator from Songyun was insignificant compared to her own safety. No matter how little the cultivators from the Songyun realm were valued within the Immortal Alliance, there still were numerous true immortals in existence, along with the Tsongyun Immortal King, an utterly powerful being watching over them. Even if the Tsongyun Immortal King currently does not meddle in the affairs of Tsongyun, it doesn't mean he would sit idly by while a paragon of Tsongyun was harmed. There's no need for such trouble. There is a boundary gate within the Immortal Alliance. You simply need to seal the Immortal treasure and send it to Wanlong City. It will arrive in half a month. Chujing outright refused the Dongsheng Demon Immortal's offer. After absorbing the memories of Bai Zhixiao, his understanding of the Immortal Alliance had improved by leaps and bounds. Within the Immortal Alliance, there is a supreme treasure called the Boundary Wheel. This treasure connects the star domains within the Immortal Alliance, and boundary gates are established within each. The nearest boundary gate to the Tsongyun realm, by the means of a true immortal, would take even less than half a month to reach Tsongyun. The Dongsheng Demon Immortal breathed even more erratically, silent for a moment. She almost spat out through clenched teeth, "Fine." She had never imagined that Bai Zhixiao would have the audacity to offend her like this. She appeared so unassuming usually, the human race really was cunning. Bang! The water mirror instantly shattered, reverting back into a jade wall, and fell into Chu Zheng's palm. Pocketing the jade wall, Chu Zheng fell into contemplation. He was not entirely sure whether the Dongsheng Demon Immortal would truly send the immortal treasure, and even if she did, she would likely tamper with it. Chu Zheng was not concerned about this, he possessed the spiritual eye. If the immortal treasure was unusable, he could simply set it aside and extract the immortal chi within it for energy reserves needed. For repairs. If something unexpected truly happened, he still had Bai Zhixiao's identity and the foundation of the Tai Su Holy Land to fall back on. He would likely not suffer too much. On the other hand, if the Dongsheng Demon Immortal actually sent the immortal treasure to him honestly. Sorry for the inconvenience, but this secret is going to cost him for a lifetime, and he will definitely try to extort more before finding a chance to escape. After dealing with the affairs of Dongsheng Demon Immortal, Chu Zheng took out the previously sealed semi-immortal treasure Cloud Abyss. This sharp sword, originating from Tai Su Holy Land, had been sealed by him. The reason Bai Zhixiao could detect his ambush previously was because of the mark left on this semi-immortal treasure. During this time, he had attempted to communicate with the immortal spirit within Cloud Abyss, but the process was far from pleasant. With no other choice, he had to resort to some measures. At the level of a semi-immortal treasure, compared to a Tongxian spiritual treasure, there is significantly less autonomy, as it cannot actively engage in combat. The wear and tear is too great to bear on its own and cannot operate without a cultivator's manipulation. This is also somewhat related to the environment of heaven and earth. Relying on a small amount of spiritual energy to refine immortal power is extremely difficult, often meaning substantial consumption of the essence. Chu Zheng sat cross-legged with the sword laid across his knees, silently running the chi-gathering and heaven-repairing technique, and began to extract the immortal chi from Cloud Abyss. After several extractions, the blade of Cloud Abyss had become somewhat dull and lackluster compared to before. Soon, as days passed and another strand of immortal chi left the body, Cloud Abyss became increasingly weaker. The immortal spirit inside conveyed a thought, loosening up and pleading for mercy. If the extraction continued, it wouldn't be long before it would turn into a chunk of ordinary iron, and the painstakingly nurtured true spirit would be annihilated. Seeing this, Chu Zheng did not continue. The influence of the semi-immortal treasure on his current combat power, as evident from the falling star bow, was still tremendously significant. With Cloud Abyss's extreme cooperation, it quickly completed recognizing its master. Chu Zheng returned the few strands of immortal chi, replenishing its foundation. From the exchange with Bai Zhixiao, he had gained a clear understanding of his current combat power. With the sword Cloud Abyss in hand, cultivators below the third tribulation in the immortal tribulation realm would likely be no match for him at all. After refining Cloud Abyss, Chu Zheng was ready to come out of seclusion and check the situation outside when suddenly, a surge of fluctuations transmitted from the depths of his divine soul. His divine soul's strength had soared after swallowing a portion of Bai Zhixiao's soul fragment. Now, nurtured by the incense fire willpower, it had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. After a month in seclusion and some adjustments, Chu Zheng's cultivation smoothly progressed to the mid-stage of the Dongsheng realm. Less than a year since he entered the Dongsheng realm, he had broken through again. Fortunately, the hidden dragon list had already dispersed, and no one in the outside world would know, otherwise, it would be another upheaval. After adapting for a while, Chu Zheng stood up to leave his retreat. As soon as he stepped out of the Taishan residence, he realized something was amiss. Above Wanlong City, a red-gold divine blade hung brightly, stretching for thousands of miles, adorned with dazzling immortal patterns and trailing streaks of auspicious colors. Blood-transforming blade, 8th order lower quality immortal treasure, evolved from a semi-immortal treasure. It has claimed the souls of countless under its blade, wrapped in blood fiend, housing an evil spirit within. When wielded by those with insufficient heart and mind, it can easily cause turmoil and loss of sanity. Chu Zheng dispersed the spiritual light in his eyes and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew wider. Although this blade had some issues, it was indeed a genuine immortal treasure, and there were no hidden traps within it. Since Dongsheng Demon Immortal was so honest, not taking advantage would actually be somewhat unreasonable. The blood-transforming blade was covered by a layer of a special array that required a specific unlocking method. Dongsheng Demon Immortal had previously given some benefits to Bai Zhixiao through this method, ensuring that the items would be delivered accurately to his hands. Composing himself, Chu Zheng displayed a false form, transforming into Bai Zhixiao's semblance. In full view of everyone, he formed hand seals and collected the blood-transforming blade. Most of the might of the blood-transforming blade was already sealed, and it could not pose a threat to the outside world. Even if one wished to activate it, a good deal of immortal jade would need to be consumed to have some effect. This scene, naturally, triggered a lot of discussion among the surrounding people, but due to Bai Zhixiao's current cultivation level, no one dared to discuss it openly. Chu Zheng turned into a streak of clear light and left Wanlong City. After concealing his presence, he quietly sneaked back into Wanlong City again. During his seclusion, Fu Quanliang from Taishan Holy Land had sent many letters. During the start of the great tournament of 10,000 sects, Chu Zheng had entrusted all the visiting cards sent from various forces to Fu Quanliang. Now, he had given his advice on each one, and some decisions still required Chu Zheng's approval. Chu Zheng scanned through them briefly and quickly gave his responses. He had no time to deal with the interactions with various forces and could only let Fu Quanliang handle them as he saw fit. As for the timing of reopening the sect gate for the second time, he personally decided on it. After some consideration, Chu Zheng set the next sect gate opening time to 2 years later. By then, the fervor of the great tournament of 10,000 sects would gradually fade away, and the situation would tend to stabilize. The envoy from the Immortal Alliance who was to come for him would likely arrive during that time. However, with the previous words from the Dongsheng Demon Immortal, he couldn't wait for this person to come for him, but must find another way out and leave Songyun. He had already obtained the coordinates of the 10,000 Realms battlefield from Miao Longhu. As long as he could get close to that vicinity, there should be some way. Having planned his next steps, Chu Zheng emerged from seclusion and made contact with many disciples of the Taishan Holy Land. After casually chatting a few words, he discovered many problems. During this period, he had spent most of his time in seclusion, slightly neglecting the education of the Taishan disciples under him. Now, as he came to his senses, he shockingly found that among the Taishan disciples who came to participate in the great tournament of 10,000 sects, a large part had already become embroiled in significant entanglements with many powers. After all, they were just a group of kids, in their youthful years, with unsettled dispositions, truly hard to resist many temptations. Chu Zheng didn't care about the olive branches thrown by those various powers, but for these inexperienced disciples, it was truly hard to refuse. This situation was not an isolated case, a generation of disciples, not yet solidified, was already being torn apart by hands stretched out from all directions. At this moment, Chu Zheng somewhat understood why Gung Yang, when he had first opened the sect gate, decided to close the mountain for 100 years, allowing only entry and no exit, and not permitting these disciples to enter the world too early. With their short period in cultivation and insufficient resolve, They were often easily swayed by a few words of flattery, losing sense of direction. Seeing this, Chuzheng could only decisively take immediate action, inviting two great mysterious elders to send all the disciples back inside the Holy Land. Having not shown himself for a long time, his bond with these disciples was weak, but Fu Quanliang was different. These disciples were mostly brought up by him, like brothers and fathers to them. The words of Fu Quanliang would be somewhat heeded by these disciples, and it hadn't yet developed to an uncontrollable degree. There was still room for maneuver. This naturally caused quite a stir in Wanlong City, with various powers feeling uneasy and continuously speculating about Chuzheng's intentions. After sending away many disciples, Chuzheng once again used his shape-shifting divine power, transformed into Bai Zhixiao's appearance, left Wanlong City, and headed straight for the Taisu Holy Land. Taisu Holy Land, having inherited from ancient times, has one of the longest traditions in the Zhongyun realm today. Inside the Holy Land, hidden are endless treasures. The Taisu treasure repository was his true aim. As long as he could plunder enough cultivation resources, he could improve his cultivation without any hesitation. If he could successfully empty the Taisu Holy Land's treasury, it would be the biggest haul in his history, with immeasurable value. Actually, Chuzheng hadn't dismissed the idea of just staying in Taisu, watching the situation unfold while disguised as Bai Zhixiao. But now, with no one in charge of Zhongyun Realm's heavenly Dao, it was the best time to leave this realm. Staying here, even if he could barely evade a disaster by relying on Bai Zhixiao's guise, he definitely wouldn't escape the sharp eyes of the Immortal Alliance's powerhouses who would later control Zhongyun's heavenly Dao. The power of the heavenly Dao could clearly sense changes in heavenly fate, thereby pinpointing Chuzheng's presence, just like Zhao Tingxian had done before. If it hadn't been for Zhao Tingxian sparing him several times and even helping to conceal him, he would never have lived to this day. Utilizing the extreme speed of the Star Shatter shuttle, it only took a day for Chuzheng to arrive outside the sect gate of Taisu Holy Land. Most of Taisu Holy Land's true inheritances and few top powerhouses were inside Wanlong City, leaving the gates weakly guarded. As the Lord of Taisu Holy Land, Bai Zhixiao naturally had ways to pass through the Great Formation. Relying on his fragmented memories, Chuzheng quickly crossed the Sect Protection Grand Formation unscathed. The silvery moon hung high in the sky. Revisiting the old ground stirred something inexplicably in Chuzheng's heart, momentarily feeling an odd reluctance, clearly stemming from Bai Zhixiao's residual soul memory. Looking at the Taisu River winding through the void, Chuzheng felt a bit of vigilance. Absorbing the soul fragment's memories could be influenced, which wasn't a small matter, and he needed to be more cautious in the future. Collecting his thoughts, Chuzheng quietly began to approach his destination. After a brief moment, he arrived at the treasure repository of Taisu Holy Land. The treasury was located on a mountainside, enveloped in thick auspicious qi, with a water dragon circling over the gate, its black scales moving vividly. Chuzheng took a deep breath, looked at the true dragon overhead, and began to perform hand seals according to Bai Zhixiao's memory. Boom, as one seal after another was formed, the gates slowly opened, and the first thing that came into view was countless wooden racks. Stay updated via freewebnovel.com. The racks closest to the door held stacks of wooden boxes, each containing a miniature universe, storage magic treasures filled with items like spirit stones, mineral veins, or some peculiar immortal fruits. Chuzheng stepped into the treasury, his pupils flickering with spiritual light. The overwhelming information momentarily disordered his thoughts, and the scene before him felt like a dream, somewhat unreal. The Taisu treasure repository was divided into 3 levels. The first level held a mixed reserve, representing the foundation of a holy land, unimaginable for ordinary people. The second level held many magic treasures and weapons, along with some semi-finished products like embryo implements and spirit pills still in nourishment, valued differently in different eyes. This third level contains the cultivation techniques and divine skills secret manuals. The third level of the treasury could only be opened with the order of Taisu, and according to Bai Zhixiao's memory, he had secretly passed the order to someone named Ji Tianzhao a long time ago. That person was his designated successor, who had been cultivating in secret, scarcely known by others. Within the Taisu Holy Land, very few people remembered this person who, about 400 years ago, ranked second on the Hidden Dragon list, distinguished for his exceptional talents. Beyond this treasury, the true foundation of the Tai Su Holy Land lies within the Tai Su Secret Realm. It is a cave heaven world passed down from ancient times, not only housing the real foundation of the Tai Su Holy Land but also inhabited by many cultivators, many of whom are antiquities who have lived over 10,000 years. Even though Chuzheng now possessed the Order of Tai Su, he did not dare venture into the Tai Su Secret Realm. Read latest stories on freewebnovel.com. Once his ruse was discovered, provoking the wrath of those ancient beings, he would not even have a chance to escape, for this place was ultimately Tai Su, with the Tai Su sword looming in the starry sky above, ready to strike at any moment. Though unable to touch the true foundation, the resources stored within the treasury alone were enough for Chuzheng to reap considerable gains. He showed no mercy and cleared out all the cultivation resources of the first and second levels, stuffing them into his small world. In the blink of an eye, what was once a sparkling treasury in the Holy Land dimmed greatly. Many Tai Su disciples were jolted from their cultivation, unconsciously casting their gazes toward the treasury. Under the watchful eyes of the Tai Su disciples, Chuzheng slowly walked out of the treasury, his expression calm, and he even refrained from using the invisibility technique. In no time at all, elders from the Tai Su Holy Land came to meet him, their expressions slightly changed, all bowing and stating, "We greet the Holy Master." "Holy Master, when did you return?" "Came back to take some things." Chuzheng spoke indifferently, his face expressionless, casually exchanging pleasantries with these elders. During the conversation, there was hardly any sign of hesitation or stiffness, as if he were truly Bai Zhixiao himself. Such is the terrifying aspect of soul snatching. The more one talks, the easier it is to slip up. Chuzheng no longer paid attention to these surrounding Tai Su cultivators. Giving them short shrift, he made an excuse to leave and stealthily made his way back to Wanlong City. More than a month after his return to Wanlong City, news spread from the Tai Su Holy Land that the Holy Land treasury might have been robbed. Failing to contact the Taishu Saint Lord, they earnestly requested many fellow Taoists to join in the search for Bai Zhixiao's whereabouts. The result, as you might expect, turned up nothing. At this stage, they still refused to believe that the Sects treasury had fallen into the hands of an outsider. They preferred to think that it was all intentionally orchestrated by Bai Zhixiao. So, the entire Tai Su Holy Land mobilized, and numerous ancient beings emerged from the Tai Su secret realm, re-entering the world to search for Bai Zhixiao's whereabouts. While the outside world was in turmoil, Chuzheng had already decided not to use Bai Zhixiao's identity anymore, as he was immersed in the process of opening the chests. The wooden boxes on the first level of the treasury had given him tremendous surprises, occasionally yielding some rare treasures. Among these, there were numerous dual-attributed spiritual medicines. With a large stockpile of spiritual medicine, it took just over a month for Chuzheng's Qi Refinement's cultivation to break into the late stage of the Golden Core realm, with all 9 divine skills nearly imprinted. With these resources, he had enough to cultivate until he could return to Void and merge with the path, without worrying about resources anymore. Chuzheng also had some ideas about how to extricate himself afterward, but it needed some time to perfect. Although he had planned his next step, an unexpected event occurred, once again changing Chuzheng's fate. The Immortal Alliance envoy had already secretly arrived at Songyun. This rush was far beyond Chuzheng's expectations. A summoning spirit letter from the primordial spirit Holy Land pulled him out of his calm cultivation. In fact, within less than a month of receiving the blood-transforming blade, the envoy from the Immortal Alliance had already arrived in Songyun realm, but had been secretly investigating, never rashly contacting Chuzheng. However, the one who came was not a true immortal but a strong figure from the Immortal Tribulation secret realm who had passed the eightfold heavenly tribulation, named Xiaoheng. This envoy had come to Songyun not to escort Chuzheng out of the realm but to investigate the matter of the immortal treasure being passed on, or rather, to investigate the cause of death of the 2 demon emperors. Soon, the envoy followed the clues left by the immortal treasure and located the primordial spirit Holy Land, then directly summoned Shang Liangyi. Faced with the envoy's questions, Shang Liangyi still stuck to his original story, claiming that he had encountered 2 ferocious beasts on the road and had slain them with the immortal treasure. Regarding this explanation, the envoy neither acknowledged nor denied it but instead turned to call for Chuzheng. As the sun rose high and the morning light dispersed, the dew on the leaves turned into thin wisps of blue smoke under the sunlight. Chuzheng entered the hall with a calm demeanor and slow steps. The moment he stepped inside, he sensed that something was off. The atmosphere in the hall was tense, with a figure sitting in the principal seat, dressed in a robe the color of moonlight, with a handsome appearance and an ethereal aura. It was none other than Shaman, the Immortal Alliance envoy who had come to investigate this matter. Chuzheng, I greet the envoy, Chuzheng greeted with a cupped fist salute. Such a young Taishan holy master has already engaged with the creation of life. You will indeed be a pillar of our Immortal Alliance in the future, Shaman replied with a faint smile, hinting at something as he said, I've asked the Holy Master here today to inquire about a matter. I heard that when Shangliangi activated the Immortal Treasure, those 2 demon emperors were chasing you? Indeed, Chuzheng nodded affirmatively, openly saying, I heard the 2 demon emperors mention that they were acting under the orders of the Dongsheng demon immortal to kill me. Oh? The straightforwardness of Chuzheng momentarily stiffened Shaohang's expression. He spoke again, why would the Dongsheng demon immortal want to kill you? The Zhongyun demon race, their bloodline descendants have all been exterminated by me. It's quite normal for the Dongsheng demon immortal to want me dead. Chuzheng did not show much anger, but at this moment, his heart was pounding like a drum. In front of Shaohang, some obvious lies could not withstand scrutiny. He could only tell the truth. I will write a letter to be submitted to the Immortal Alliance, requesting True Immortal to intervene and verify this matter with the Dongsheng demon immortal. If it is indeed so, there will certainly be an explanation for you at that time. Shaohang's expression was freezing cold, his righteousness unwavering as he stood and walked toward the entrance of the hall. For the time being, please remain in Wanlong City, Taishan Holy Master, and await a response from the Immortal Alliance. Watching his retreating figure, Chuzheng's eyes gradually deepened. In the moment he saw Shaohang, the Tribulation chi beside him had already begun to surge. If he didn't tell the truth and spoke evasively, Shaohang would likely take action right away. Despite possessing a semi-immortal treasure, he might not be Shaohang's match given the gap in their major realms. Now that he had made things completely clear, he had helped Chuzheng make a decisive move, preparing him to escape. Several days later, Chuzheng suddenly changed his expression, employed the shape-shifting divine power, and hastily transformed into Baijishia's appearance. A jade wall emerged from the palm of his hand and instantly transformed into a water mirror that reflected the other side of the starry river. Untrustworthy scum! I have already given you the immortal treasure, why are you still betraying me? The moment the water mirror appeared, Dongsheng demon immortal's voice came through, filled with violent murderous intent. At this moment, her eyelids were furiously opened, her body shaking uncontrollably, and demonic patterns appeared on her pale face due to the uncontrollable surging of demonic chi. Her fingertip hovered a spark of spiritual light, containing a letter. What do you mean by this? Chuzheng slightly furrowed his brow, somewhat surprised. Had Shaohang really delivered the letter on his behalf? Unless you said it yourself, those 2 individuals from Fengyu would never have mentioned my name. If it wasn't you, how could Chuzheng know that I was the one behind this? Dongsheng demon immortal calmed her anger, her gaze suddenly chilling. If you wish to die, I can make that happen right now. This letter in your hands. Chuzheng came back to his senses, looking at the spiritual light on Dongsheng demon immortal's fingertip, his eyes narrowing abruptly as he spoke slowly. Is Shaohang also your person? With this letter still in hand and Dongsheng demon immortal unharmed, it was clear there was no need for further discussion. The atmosphere inside the secret chamber was slightly eerie, dead, and silent. Chuzheng's thoughts gradually began to turn in his mind. From the current situation, it seemed highly probable that Shaohang was involved with the Dongsheng demon immortal. The so-called investigation was just a cover. The next step, it seemed, was to prepare to act against him, and it was necessary to take precautions early. The Dongsheng demon immortal looked at Chuzheng, the anger on his face gradually subsiding, a faint glimmer appearing in his eyes as he counter-asked, I have heard that Tai Su Holy Land has been searching for you everywhere these days but to no avail. Why haven't you shown yourself? Chu Zheng's expression remained calm, but he couldn't help feeling a bit surprised. It seemed that Xiaoheng had found out more information than he had anticipated during this time. The Dongsheng demon Immortal probably had begun to suspect him. What does it have to do with you? Chu Zheng casually responded and was about to dispel the water mirror when he suddenly noticed a cold smile emerging on the delicate face of the Dongsheng demon Immortal. You are not Bai Zhixiao. If I am not mistaken, you must be Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized that his previous question had revealed some flaws. Xiaoheng had never met Bai Zhixiao, had no interactions with him, and considering Bai Zhixiao had long vanished, he shouldn't have known Xiaoheng. Moreover, given the robbery of the treasury at Tai Su Holy Land and his change in attitude, it wasn't difficult for the Dongsheng demon Immortal to deduce his true identity. Your mind is sometimes quite sharp. Chu Zheng looked at the Dongsheng demon Immortal before him and snorted lightly, then without further words, he cut the connection. The water mirror shattered and reverted back to a jade wall. Chu Zheng casually stored the jade wall. He had decided not to communicate with the Dongsheng demon Immortal anymore. Since a conflict was unavoidable, he had to make some preparations in advance. For instance, killing Xiaoheng and then leaving Songyun. His golden core was about to reach perfection, and he was going to step into refined spirit. His primordial spirit would undergo further transformation. His identity as a chi cultivator was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal from some of the strong figures. The Immortal Alliance had become increasingly dangerous for him. Going to the myriad heavens and realms, or the Chaos Sea, was imperative. After some contemplation, Chu Zheng had some plans in mind. The strongest card he had now was undoubtedly the blood-transforming blade. Although it was of lower quality and had transformed from a semi-immortal treasure by absorbing Blood Fiend, it was indeed a genuine immortal treasure. Using Immortal Jade to activate it and slay Immortal Tribulation cultivators was effortless. The problem was, he first had to spend time to subdue this immortal treasure. For a Dongsheng cultivator to subdue an immortal treasure was almost a fantasy, but Chu Zheng was undoubtedly an exception. The divine skill, chi gathering and heaven repairing, posed a significant threat to immortal treasures. Once the immortal chi was drained, collapse and destruction were inevitable. For an immortal treasure with full cognitive abilities, becoming the master or turning into a piece of scrap metal hardly needed a decision. Amid lush peaks, ancient trees reached the skies. Trails of spiritual energy coalesced into mist, wandering through the forest where immortal birds and auspicious beasts could be seen everywhere. Within a valley, the Dongsheng demon Immortal's expression was calm, yet the murderous intent in his eyes was nearly boiling. Bastard, truly deserves to die. A streak of light flashed, and a water mirror formed, reflecting a figure in a moon-white immortal robe with a handsome appearance. Xiaoheng greets the demon Immortal. What is it? The Dongsheng demon Immortal calmed the anger in his chest and asked coldly. I wanted to ask, what are your plans regarding Chu Zheng next? Xiaoheng asked respectfully and softly. Bai Zhixiao is dead, killed by Chu Zheng, the Dongsheng demon Immortal said indifferently, his expression turning colder. Tomorrow, in the name of the Immortal Alliance, release the news to Songyun 4 regions declaring Chu Zheng's vicious nature and ruthless methods. For his own selfish reasons, he disregarded the laws of the Immortal Alliance and harmed my family members of the Immortal Alliance, which is an enormous crime. He should come to the Immortal Alliance to accept punishment. Chu Zheng's status is extraordinary, being the master of Taishan Holy Land, and he surely has an immortal treasure. He doesn't seem like someone willing to yield easily. It might be quite difficult. Xiaoheng pondered for a while, showing some concerns. The power of the immortal treasure was too formidable, far beyond his ability to contend. Although Chu Zheng was quite young and still below the age of maturity, he had already killed an Immortal Tribulation cultivator and 2 demon emperors because of him. This record was indeed shocking. The immortal treasure that suppresses the Holy Land won't be easily moved. As of now, Chu Zheng indeed has an immortal treasure in his hands, the blood-transforming blade I sent to Songyun the other day. The Dongsheng demon Immortal subtly shook his head. He lacks the ability to control the blood-transforming blade. A mere Dongsheng could not possibly have the power to control an immortal treasurer, let alone such an inherently evil treasure. If Chuzheng dared to try using the blood-transforming blade, he would surely find himself without a place to bury his body. The eventual outcome would be that his body would be possessed by the evil god within the blade, turning him into a blade demon. After pondering for a moment, the Dongsheng demon Immortal spoke again, adding a layer of precaution. Chuzheng is cunning and resourceful, and he might have many unknown cards up his sleeve. When the time comes, directly force him to wear the lock Immortal ring and take him out of Tsongyun. I will wait for you outside the realm. Are you actually coming personally? Xiaoheng couldn't help but be surprised. Even though Chuzheng was young enough and exceptionally talented, to alarm a 7 Tribulations true Immortal seemed somewhat exaggerated. We'll discuss the rest when we meet. Do what you need to do. The Dongsheng demon Immortal waved his hand and cut off the connection. The reason she decided to go to Tsongyun personally was that she suspected there were significant secrets still hidden within Chuzheng. Secondly, she needed to retrieve the blood-transforming blade, a piece of immortal treasure of great significance. Even if she didn't use it herself, it could be exchanged for numerous benefits. Aside from these 2 points, she was also very interested in the treasures Chuzheng had pilfered from the Taisu Holy Land. To her, these items were greatly useful, cultivation resources that no one would ever consider too abundant. In a snap, several days had gone by. Wanlong City experienced an unprecedented thunderstorm that cast darkness over heaven and earth, creating an eerie atmosphere within the city as the situation swiftly evolved. In these past few days, the news of Bai Zhixiao, the Taishu Saint Lord, meeting his end at the hands of Chuzheng had spread like wildfire throughout the Tsongyun 4 regions. Xiaoheng publicly issued a declaration, demanding that Chuzheng come forth and confess his crimes, causing an uproar among various forces. In an instant, the situation had drastically changed. Following an incessant stream of messages, the door to Chuzheng's place of seclusion was finally knocked upon. He walked out from his Taishan residence with measured steps, surrounded by a mass of cultivators, as dense as a sea of humans. Above the long street, Xiaoheng stood tall, his face bearing a trace of sternness, his expression icy cold. A deadly silence hung in the air between heaven and earth, which was then abruptly shattered by a fierce shout that carried beyond the clouds. Chuzheng, do you admit your guilt? What crime? I implore the envoy to clarify. Chuzheng's brows slowly knitted together as he began to sense something, his muscles gradually tensing. You harmed the Immortal Alliance's family members and, after killing the Taishu Saint Lord Bai Zhixiao, you used foul magic to disguise yourself and infiltrate the Taisu Holy Land, stealing from its treasure vault, disregarding the laws of the Immortal Alliance, acting so recklessly and audaciously. Do you still not admit your guilt? Xiaoheng's face turned abruptly cold, his stern shouting echoing through Wanlong City like the tolling of a great bell, deafening to all. Having said that, he gave no chance for Chuzheng to explain and took a step forward. His aura shone with bright immortal light, with his 8-fold immortal tribulation cultivation fully exposed, his presence terrifying in its intensity. Follow me back to the Immortal Alliance, I shall report to the inspector and judge your crimes. Straightaway, Xiaoheng fetched a set of silver chains adorned with 5 black rings matching the head and limbs. Lower quality lock Immortal ring, 7th order created by the Immortal Alliance Divine Fire Camp, designed specifically for major Immortal Path offenders. It bears 36 immortal patterns of confinement, capable of suppressing the divine soul of cultivators up to 9 heavens immortal tribulation and forbidding the use of divine abilities and techniques. Watching Xiaoheng's sequence of actions, Chuzheng dissipated the spiritual light in his eyes and his face gradually calmed down, his gaze becoming a narrow slit. At the sight of the lock immortal ring, the surrounding crowd had mixed reactions. Not many recognized it, but it was clear at a glance that it was an instrument of punishment. With the affair still unclear, being directly subjected to such restraints was almost tantamount to outright declaring Chuzheng guilty. Being taken to the Immortal Alliance for questioning was likely only a formality. The area was filled with a stir of divine sense, all whispering among themselves. Never imagined that the Taishu Saint Lord had already died, slain by the Taishan Holy Master. This time, Chuzheng's chances don't look good. The envoy sent by the Immortal Alliance wouldn't lie. If Chuzheng is taken away, he's sure to face severe punishment. Such a pity, I had just sent a generous gift to Taishan not long ago. Seems like it's all been in vain now. If what the envoy says is true. According to the Immortal Alliance's penal codes, Chu Zheng's actions are enough to sentence him to death. However, with such exceptional talent, the Immortal Alliance would likely wish to spare his life. Xiao Heng's status as an Immortal Alliance envoy meant his actions in taking Chu Zheng for questioning were justified and beyond reproach in anyone's eyes. But for Chu Zheng, once he was made to wear the lock Immortal ring, his only destination seemed to be a dead end. Among the crowd, Song Lingqing's brow was furrowed, unsure of the right course of action to take. The weight of the two words Immortal Alliance was too great, no matter how monstrous one's talent, defying the Immortal Alliance guarantees punishment, and what the Alliance least lacked was extraordinary prodigies. The Tsungyun realm was but a corner of the great universe, insignificant in the eyes of the Immortal Alliance. However, with her current strength, she had no right even to speak up in such a situation. Whoosh, Xiao Heng raised his hand and tossed the lock Immortal ring in front of Chu Zheng, speaking in a deep voice, "Put it on yourself, and follow me to the Immortal Alliance to confess your crimes." At this moment, his eyes were calm, as if he were looking at a dead man. Regardless of whether Chu Zheng put on the lock Immortal ring or not, he would find it difficult to escape today's calamity. The Dongsheng demon Immortal had already traveled through the boundary gate and arrived near the Tsungyun realm. Even if Chu Zheng had some last-ditch measures to free himself, or even to escape from the Tsungyun realm, he would not be able to escape to the heavens under the watchful eyes of a 7 Tribulations demon Immortal. It's only a pity that you were born in Tsungyun. Had you been from another region, there would be a place for you among the heavenly judges of the Immortal Alliance. Xiao Heng sighed silently to himself. He bore no ill will towards Chu Zheng. In the end, he had no personal grudges with Chu Zheng. It was the Dongsheng demon Immortal who wanted Chu Zheng dead, and he was merely following orders. Chu Zheng looked around, spotting many familiar figures in his field of vision. Many powers had previously rushed to present their visitation cards, hoping to form ties with Taishan, including the Shenmu Pavilion that wished to establish a marriage alliance with Taishan. Now, all of them were avoiding him like a plague, retreating some distance away. The mere mention of the Immortal Alliance was enough to shatter all social relations and connections. To this, Chu Zheng felt no ripples in his heart. Having anticipated it, he had thought of countless opportunities to leave the Tsungyun realm, yet he had not expected to end up in this situation. The road ahead would undoubtedly be very difficult. In an instant, Chu Zheng's mind raced with many thoughts. Quickly, his gaze fell on Song Lingqing, and after a brief hesitation, he communicated to her telepathically, "Go to Taishan, seek Fu Quanliang, you should be able to find a place of safety." He no longer had the capacity to worry about Song Lingqing. The Dongsheng demon Immortal was after him, and as long as Taishan sealed the sect gate and waited for Gung Yiyang to return from outside the domain, there shouldn't be much trouble. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly raised his hand, swept the lock Immortal ring into his palm, and then directly sealed it into his small world. After all, it was a semi-immortal treasure capable of drawing out several strands of immortal qi. Xiao Heng's expression faltered, realizing that the connection between himself and the lock Immortal ring had been severed, and his face changed slightly. "Do you actually possess a cave heaven?" Ordinary storage spiritual treasures could not block this kind of connection, only a cave heaven world could. Without the intention of wasting words with him, Chu Zheng merged into the void, his figure disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xiao Heng's eyes flickered as his body radiated brilliant immortal light, and the terrifying fluctuation of his divine sense swept across heaven and earth in an instant. In a flash, he detected a trace of spatial fluctuation, catching a glimpse of Chu Zheng's trail. Chu Zheng was headed in the direction of the vast starry sky above. In just these few moments, he was about to leave the Tsungyun realm and enter the great universe, obviously intending to flee. As his eyes shifted, Xiao Heng's face abruptly changed, yelling, "Chu Zheng! If you dare to flee from your crimes, I can slay you today." Although his voice was loud, his steps did not move an inch, until after several breaths passed when he finally rose into the sky, heading straight for the 9 heavens beyond the clouds. Among the crowd, Shang Liangyi, clad in an orange vestment robe, wore a slightly concentrated look and quietly withdrew into the crowd, vanishing from sight. At the sky summit, Chuzheng stood on the Star Shatter shuttle, his expression solemn. He employed a powerful divine ability, shrinking Earth into inches, folding space, while at the same time activating his innate divine ability sky roaming, pushing his speed to its limits. Despite this, he could still sense Xiaoheng closing in on him from behind. With a thought, his consciousness sank into his dantian. In the center of the five elements immortal root, a blood-colored heavenly blade lay across it, and on one side of the blade, nearly 100 pieces of immortal jade emitted an intensely rich immortal qi fluctuation. An endless stream of immortal qi was infused into the blade, and the rich blood-colored divine light was gradually building up. In the blink of an eye, the time for a cup of tea had passed. Chuzheng had completely left the bounds of the Songyun realm, no longer under heavenly fate, venturing into the vast cosmos. At this moment, he detected something amiss. Xiaoheng behind him consistently maintained a certain distance, neither too far nor too close. Although he was fast, he was still too far behind compared to Xiaoheng. Under such circumstances, it could only mean that Xiaoheng was doing it intentionally. The distance between the stars is so vast it's unattainable, reaching billions upon billions of miles. Chuzheng had exhausted all his means, having traveled for several hours, yet the Songyun realm remained behind him, still within sight. Xiaoheng followed at a leisurely pace, maintaining the initial distance, and for several hours, he did not get any closer. At this point, Chuzheng finally confirmed his earlier speculation. Obviously, for some reason, Xiaoheng was reluctant to confront him head-on. Unwilling to capture him and also reluctant to leave, merely chasing him, this indicated he was waiting for someone else to make a move. Ahead on the road, there were unknown enemies blocking the path. Thinking of this, Chuzheng's heart couldn't help but sink slightly. Xiaoheng was not eager to make a move, showing his wariness of the unknown trump cards Chuzheng might have, while also revealing another piece of information. Xiaoheng was quite confident in the person blocking the path ahead. Much stronger than a demi-immortal of the eightfold immortal Tribulation, he didn't consider anyone other than a true immortal. Chuzheng even suspected that Dongsheng demon immortal might have come personally. If it really was a true immortal, this journey was likely to be perilous. After all, the blood-transforming blade was merely a lower-quality immortal treasure, and with his insufficient cultivation, he stood no chance at all. Under the starry sky, time passed unknowingly. Chuzheng roughly estimated that he had been fleeing for several days. Under the cosmic scale, the distance he had crossed was minuscule. Since entering the starry sky, the operation of his repair panel had been somewhat impacted. Initially, the essence of the sun and moon was abundant, and repairs could keep up with the wear, but as the distance from the sun and moon increased, the repair speed began to falter. The range from which the repair panel could draw energy clearly had some limitations, and coupled with his constant use of an immense amount of mana and yuan qi, if this continued, the repair speed would eventually fall behind. Far behind Chuzheng, Xiaoheng's expression was extremely grave. A long time of rapid fleeing, even with a cave heaven world to back him up, he too was starting to struggle and needed to consume spirit pills and draw on immortal jade to recover his immortal power. It logically seemed that with Chuzheng's level of cultivation, maintaining such high speed would inevitably result in greater consumption and would be even harder to maintain. Yet now, there was no sign of Chuzheng slowing down at all, nor had he seen Chuzheng consuming spirit pills or absorbing spirit stones to recover mana. This profound reservoir of mana couldn't help but feel somewhat startling to him, and he became increasingly wary of the trump cards Chuzheng might hold. Invisible spatial ripples spread across the universe, and a towering ancient tree suddenly appeared among the stars, its branches spreading as if opening a great realm, covering billions of miles of starry sky, blocking Chuzheng's path. In his haste, Chuzheng couldn't even dodge, and his Star Shatter shuttle crashed into it. Bang! The ancient tree was as hard as immortal gold and divine iron, and the massive impact caused Chuzheng's internal organs to shake violently, and numerous distinct cracks formed on the Star Shatter shuttle, nearly exploding on the spot. Steadying the boiling qi and blood within his body, Chuzheng got up, noticing a strange aura nearby, and suddenly looked up. Sitting on a branch of the ancient tree was a slender figure, dressed in green, with delicate features, and exuding a rich essence of vegetation. Dongsheng Yu, 8th Order, a member of the Xinglingwood clan and a demon immortal, possesses auspicious qi that can enhance fortune, cultivation at the level of 7 Tribulations, demon immortal, bearing an immortal seal, acknowledged by a master. Dongsheng, demon immortal. Seeing the woman's face, a chill flashed in Chu Zheng's eyes, and he mentally connected with the blood-transforming blade in his dantian, readying himself for a desperate struggle. No matter what, he was not about to sit and wait for death. He would rather abandon this body, as he could still find an incense flame golden body to start over. Seeing the ancient tree that had opened the starry sky, Xiao Heng, who had hurried to the scene, breathed a sigh of relief and bowed. Greetings, Dongsheng, demon immortal. You're welcome. The Dongsheng demon immortal nodded slightly, extended her hand, and emitted a green light that transformed into a spirit pill, falling into Xiao Heng's palm. There's nothing for you here anymore, you may leave first. Upon hearing the words of the Dongsheng demon immortal, Xiao Heng's first reaction was relief. He glanced at Chu Jing, intending to take back the lock immortal ring from him. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he turned and left directly. The lock immortal ring had been taken into the cave heaven world by Chu Jing, and without coordinates, the chances of retrieving it were very slim. With Chu Jing still holding cards up his sleeve, staying might pose unexpected risks. If Chu Jing indeed had some powerful measure, then Dongsheng demon immortal would be unharmed, but he didn't possess divine skills of a true immortal and might not be able to save his own life. It was better to step back for the time being. Dongsheng demon immortal looked down at Chu Jing, and seeing his expression, couldn't help but be a bit surprised. You don't seem nervous at all, why is that? Hiding from the Immortal Alliance and coming to kill me, aren't you afraid of leaving traces? Chu Jing's expression was calm as he slowly spoke. After all, I am from the Zhongyun realm, and the Zhongyun Immortal King is still alive. The last dispute between Zhongyun and the Myriad Realms was settled by the Zhongyun Immortal King's intervention. Having gone through several lifetimes, his temperament was no longer as unstable, hasty, and irritable as before. He wouldn't give up any chance for a turnaround until the very last moment. The cost of abandoning the progress made with this body was simply too great. What kind of person is the Zhongyun Immortal King? He wouldn't care about the life or death of a mere insect like you. The Dongsheng demon immortal let out a light laugh, her eyes full of mockery as if to scoff at Chu Jing's naive ignorance. Gathering the fate of an entire realm to nurture one individual, depleting the origin of a realm to provide true immortal seeds for the Immortal Alliance, all these were the ideas of that Zhongyun Immortal King. Can you expect him to have any affection for this homeland? Not to mention you, but even his own descendants and closest kin, many have perished in the cosmic wastelands over the years, and there's no word of him ever lending a hand. At this point, the Dongsheng demon immortal couldn't help shaking her head, her eyes unable to conceal her wariness. A person so cold to the bone, with no weaknesses to speak of, would not care about the life or death of others. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that Shang Tsongyun was able to advance so quickly on the immortal path, breaking through with vigor, even shattering the shackles that at Tsongyun could not become an immortal venerable and writing a legendary chapter. Shang Tsongyun, today, has become a giant among immortal kings, occupying the position of a heavenly judge, and in the future, he even has the potential to become an immortal path emperor. Discover hidden stories at Freeweb Novel. Such a character is rarely seen even in the great immortal realm. Hearing Dongsheng demon immortal's words, Chu Zhang's thoughts stirred, and a look of surprise couldn't be concealed in his eyes. He knew very little about Shang Tsongyun. In his previous life, when he spoke with Zhao Tingxian in the Divine Court, Zhao Tingxian mentioned that he and Shang Tsongyun were on the same path. Both of them came from Tsongyun, breaking through their own bloodline constraints to become immortal venerables and even immortal kings. According to Zhao Tingxian, the secrets behind this were likely associated with the cosmic wastelands. Shang Tsongyun facilitated the great tournament of 10,000 sects, using the fate of a realm to nurture true immortal seeds, evidently harboring ulterior motives. Chu Jing, your talent is indeed not bad. Although a descendant of Tsongyun, you might achieve something significant in the future. Before Chu Jing could think deeply, Dongsheng Demon Immortal spoke with a hint of regret. If you do not wish to die today, recognize me as your master. All your past offenses up to now, I can overlook. How about it? She began to feel a sense of cherishing talent. Even if Chu Jing couldn't reach the realm of an immortal venerable and only achieve true immortal perfection, he would still be a power to be reckoned within the Immortal Alliance. If she could bring him under her command, he would certainly be of great use in the future. Her answer came in the form of a streak of blood-red blade light. The blood-transforming blade emerged from within Chu Jing's dantian, unleashing a long-accumulated slash. The blood-red blade aura surged upon encountering the wind, aiming straight for Dongsheng Demon Immortal. Along its path, it severed fragments of starlight. Dongsheng Demon Immortal's brow furrowed slightly, and her figure vanished in an instant. The ancient branches, sturdy as immortal gold and divine iron, could not withstand the slash of the blood-transforming blade and were cut down in a flash. The remnant blade light swept across the galaxy, causing nearly 100 meteors to explode and turn to ashes. A snap of the fingers to annihilate stars, such as the might of an immortal treasure, and even a lower quality one possesses incredible power. A mere Tongxian, you've actually refined this blade? Emerging from the void, Dongsheng Demon Immortal's expression was tinged with shock. Upon seeing the blood-transforming blade, she couldn't help being somewhat astonished. She never imagined that with Chu Jing's meager cultivation, he could actually make an immortal treasure bow down and even activate it. What method did you use? Dongsheng Demon Immortal's shout echoed, her eyes filled with wariness. At this moment, she wasn't so certain anymore whether there might be other immortal treasures on Chu Jing. Some top-quality immortal treasures were much stronger than her, and if only there was enough immortal jade to activate them, they could wield incredible power, even enough to slay her. If Chu Jing had other immortal treasures at his side, today might pose no small trouble. Chu Jing remained silent, merely looking coldly at Dongsheng Demon Immortal, the chill in his eyes growing more intense. The quality of the blood-transforming blade after all was too low, even with the element of surprise, it could not injure a 7 Tribulations Demon Immortal. Seeing Chu Jing remain mute, Dongsheng Demon Immortal hesitated for a moment, a trace of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Without further hesitation, she extended a probing hand towards Chu Jing. If there were stronger immortal treasures, Chu Jing would likely not have resorted to using the blood-transforming blade just now. A verdant divine light shot out from Dongsheng Demon Immortal's hand, stretching forth a splendid path of heaven, upon which countless immortal blossoms and strange grasses thrived. In haste, Chu Jing could only summon the blood-transforming blade again, placing it in front of him. Clang! The moment it touched the verdant divine light, the blood-transforming blade trembled violently, recoiling as if struck by lightning, and whirled back surrounded by a fierce gale. Chu Jing's expression changed as a suit of armor bathed in resplendent immortal light appeared upon his body, none other than Bai Jixia semi-immortal treasure-level immortal armor. Crack, the immortal armor shattered bit by bit, even with a semi-immortal treasure for protection, it couldn't resist the enormous strength remaining on the blood-transforming blade. Chu Jing was sent flying millions of miles away by the impact, blood spraying forth as the 5 elements immortal root within his dantian shook violently, suffering grave damage. The repair panel worked strenuously, taking several breaths before stabilizing his injuries, gradually recovering to their original state. Seeing this, Dongsheng Demon Immortal couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, a light sneer escaping her lips, just this much. Just as she was about to advance, suddenly a low whisper came from above her head. "Cease your hand." Endless immortal light descended from the starry vault above, spanning across the sea of stars, and formed into a silhouette. The moment Dongsheng Demon Immortal made out the features of the figure, her fingertips trembled, and she immediately bowed deeply in a grand gesture of respect, with cold sweat seeping onto her pale complexion. "Greetings, Heavenly Judge." In the distant starry sky, Chu Jing looked up, and upon recognizing the projection, he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. The person was shrouded in immortal light, and with his current cultivation, he couldn't see through it. It was like staring directly at the sun. If he looked slightly longer, a sharp pain would strike his pupils and risk being scorched. However, he had felt this aura before, as Gung Yang had once brought back the shadow retention wall, which contained many records of the battles in the Outer Realms. The aura of that immortal king's projection was particularly memorable to him, identical to the figure before him now. The immortal king, Shang Tsongyun, the youngest heavenly judge of the Immortal Alliance. How could this be? Dongsheng bowed her head, unable to hide some unease in her heart. She couldn't understand why Shang Tsongyun would appear here at this moment. Just now, Shang Tsongyun had commanded her to stop her hand, and it was very likely that he had come specifically for Chuzheng. But how could that be possible? While Chuzheng indeed had monstrous talent, Shang Tsongyun was known for his blood-cold ruthlessness. How could he possibly project himself here and even speak in defense of him? The demon race colluding with the myriad realms, leading to consecutive defeats on the front lines, and in this critical period, you still dare to act recklessly and harm an immortal seed. Are you so eager to ascend the immortal slaying stage? Shang Tsongyun spoke in an even tone, void of any killing intent, yet the message conveyed made Dongsheng break into a sweat, as she quickly spoke up, "This lowly demon harbors no such intentions. Chuzheng committed a grave error, and I was merely enforcing the Immortal Alliance's penal code by capturing him to face punishment as prescribed by the law, hoping the heavenly judge would see the truth." As she spoke, she lifted her head somewhat frantically and added in a rush, "My actions today were indeed rash, losing all sense of propriety. I beg for your forgiveness. Without the heavenly judge's order or authorization from the punishment authority, what gives you the right to capture an immortal seed for questioning? And to inflict harm on him?" Shang Tsongyun's tone remained steady, without a trace of disturbance. "Who gave you the audacity to issue false commands?" "I acknowledge my mistake." Dongsheng face became even more terror-stricken, bowing deeply. "I implore the Tsongyun Immortal King for forgiveness. Please show leniency, perhaps for the sake of Fan Long Immortal King's face, grant me a sliver of grace today." "What standing have you to speak of grace in my presence?" Shang Tsongyun's eyelids drooped slightly, his expression unruffled as he spoke indifferently. "But a mere plaything. Does Fan Long know of your so presumptuous pride?" Dongsheng complexion drained of color, speechless. If it were any ordinary immortal king, today she might be able to cling to her connections for some chance of survival, but it had to be Shang Tsongyun. He was the youngest heavenly judge of the Immortal Alliance, a supreme figure anticipated to ascend to the rank of Immortal Path Emperor in the future, and she was in no position to provoke him. How could such a personage intervene over some trivial matter or person? Unless... Dongsheng eyelids suddenly widened, her head still bowed, careful not to reveal even the slightest hint of anomaly. Unless Chuzheng also possessed the potential to break Tsongyun's shackles and had the prospect of stepping into the domain of Immortal Venerable. At the thought, Dongsheng couldn't help but shiver. Since ancient times in Tsongyun realm, only two individuals had ever stepped into the domain of Immortal Venerable. One was Shang Tsongyun and the other was Zhao Tingxian. Explore more at Freeweb novel. Zhao Tingxian's rise to power had been less than 1,000 years, a frighteningly short time given his level of cultivation. The same was true for Shang Tsongyun. It had been only 60 to 70,000 years since the first great tournament of 10,000 sects in Tsongyun, hardly a beginning compared to the lifespan of immortal kings, which typically spans several millions of years. He was not even a common immortal king but stood at the very pinnacle among them, being the youngest heavenly judge in the history of the Immortal Alliance, commanding the laws of punishment, vested with the power to judge the heavens. Shang Tsongyun had the authority to execute first and report later over any cultivator below the rank of Immortal Venerable in the Immortal Alliance. With a single word, he could kill, his power overwhelming. If in such a short span of tens of thousands of years Shang Tsongyun could grow to this extent, it was implausible to assume that there were no unknown secrets behind. For a moment, Dongsheng thoughts surged like a tide. Chuzheng was but an ant that had not yet grown into its full potential. How could he have attracted the attention of a mighty immortal king who even made a special trip to solve his troubles and avert his disasters? Could there be some common link between Shang Tsongyun, Zhao Tingxian, and this Chuzheng? Linking it to the recent rumors within the Immortal Alliance, Dongsheng heart tightened and she bowed her head even lower. If she showed any signs of oddity, she was truly worried that Shang Tsungyun would personally execute her on the spot. Transmitting a false order with the intent of secretly harming an immortal seed is a capital offense. However, considering your merits in battle and the significant contributions of the Xinlingwood clan, I will spare your life today. Shang Tsungyun's voice echoed once again under the starry sky, as unruffled as before. Your cultivation of 1,000 years will be severed, you will suffer 60 lashes, and you must go to the punishment authority to receive your punishment. Thank you, Heavenly Judge. Dongsheng Yu will accept the punishment. Dongsheng Yu bowed her head, her gaze slightly focused. The loss of 1,000 years of cultivation was bearable, but 60 lashes was a rare and heavy punishment. After healing for 1,000 years, she might not fully recover, and her cultivation foundation could even be shaken. But at this moment, she had no choice but to accept it. After respectfully kowtowing, Dongsheng Yu did not dare to linger and turned to leave, vanishing without a trace. After her departure, Shang Tsungyun raised his hand and drew a curtain across the sky, isolating Chujing within and away from the 10 directions of the starry sky. After his pointing, the immortal light covering his side gradually faded, revealing his true appearance. He seemed incredibly young, looking not even 20 at a glance, his hair bound in a wooden crown, wearing a pale blue robe, his face handsome, eyebrows extending into his temples, and eyes deep black like lacquer, his demeanor gentle like the morning sun's radiant light. Thank you, Songyun Immortal King, for your assistance. Chujing bowed respectfully, his gratitude mixed with a hint of surprise. He had prepared for the worst, considered many possibilities, but had never expected Shang Tsungyun to come. I received a message from my clan. Someone had lit a blood talisman to signal me, hence my arrival. Shang Tsungyun waved his hand and spoke in a leisurely tone. This is not a projection, just a strand of my soul's consciousness. To arrive quickly, I have already expended a lot of energy, so let's make this brief. His tone was very gentle and he even refrained from referring to himself as this king, showing a sense of closeness. Chujing nodded repeatedly, focusing intensely and listening carefully. You need to leave the Immortal Alliance's territory as soon as possible, you cannot linger here any longer. Shang Tsungyun spoke earnestly, issuing a warning, your qi refining cultivation is still shallow, and tribulation qi has not yet gathered into form. This is why you have been able to repeatedly escape from deadly threats. As your cultivation deepens, fewer things will threaten you, but no matter what tribulations you face, they will inevitably be linked to the Immortal Alliance eventually. Upon hearing Shang Tsungyun's words, Chu Zhang's expression stiffened immediately. Shang Tsungyun's knowledge of him was far deeper than he had anticipated. Moreover, it seemed Shang Tsungyun had a profound understanding of the qi refining lineage's tribulations, which greatly surprised him. If tribulation qi became difficult to digest in a short time within the Immortal Alliance, it would surely draw various troubles from the Immortal Alliance. To Chu Zhang's confusion, Shang Tsungyun did not rush to explain, instead he continued in a soft voice, take Dongsheng Yu, for instance. I did not have the strength to kill her, leaving behind a future problem for you. I cannot help you sever this causal thread. It has already affected Court Immortal, even posing a threat to me. What do you mean, Immortal King? Chu Zhang's complexion changed slightly. Why would it involve Zhao Tianzuan? Because like Court Immortal and myself, you come from Songyun realm. Your extraordinary pace of cultivation is already enough to attract the interest of certain immortal kings and even emperors. The path that Court Immortal and I have taken differs from that of other immortals. He harnessed the power of myriad spirit incense, capitalizing on the time differential in the Chaos Sea, advancing his cultivation on the incense fire divine path to feed back into his immortal journey, thereby soaring high into the sky. However, his haste for success made him expose his tracks too soon. I did my best to cover for him, to buy time, but it also drew suspicion, putting me in a quagmire now, making it difficult to extricate myself. If this continues, I won't be able to stay within the Immortal Alliance much longer either. Hearing this, Chu Zhang's heart chilled. The predicament Shang Tsungyun faced could be far worse than that of Zhao Tingxian and himself. As a heavenly judge of the Immortal Alliance, Shang Tsungyun's duties bring him to battlefields across the myriad heavens and realms. there would be no place for him to stay. If his cultivation advances further, stepping above that of an immortal king, he would not be able to enter the Chaos Sea, and at that point, he might find no refuge in heaven or earth. Unless. Seeing the calmness on Shang Tsongyun's face, a spark flashed suddenly in Chu Zheng's mind. The vast universe. If the great universe had no place for him, facing enemies everywhere, then the vast universe would undoubtedly be the last resort. True Immortal Zhao Tingxian once said that he, like Shang Tsongyun, had embarked upon this path amidst the wilderness at the edge of the great universe, within the battlefield against the vast universe. Court Immortal Zhao had sent word to me not long ago, telling me about your situation. You carry with you great secrets and should already know much of the hidden matters, however, these are still premature for you. The path you are on, aside from the qi refining lineage, is similar to Court Immortal Zhao's, and you even outpace him. This will naturally draw more attention. The best course of action now is to leave the Immortal Alliance as soon as possible and head to the 10,000 realms. I cannot stay with the Immortal Alliance for long. I cannot help you much, nor can I assist you a second time as I did with Court Immortal Zhao. May I ask, Immortal King, why do you want to help me? Zhao Tianzuan did the same. This was Chu Zheng's most puzzling question, and he asked with full curiosity. Zhao Tianzuan previously acted upon another's suggestion, protecting me repeatedly. Which senior regards me so highly? What exactly do they need me to do? Your current thoughts are just like Court Immortal's at the beginning. He always felt that someone was paving the way for him, to the point of obsession. Shang Tsongyun shook his head slightly with a light sigh. The path is chosen by you. All the choices you've made along the way have been your own decisions. What arrangement is there to speak of? Who in this world can determine all the fates of the future unless that so-called future has already happened in the past? The only arrangement Court Immortal Zhao received was that he made a deal with someone when he set foot on this path, or perhaps someone foresaw the future and thus made preparations. If there truly exists such an entity, one who knows the past and future, threading through the river of space and time, the moment we are in would constantly change. In this world, the future never has a constant, the only constant lies in the past. The future can be reversed, but the past cannot be changed. Chu Zheng was momentarily stunned. He had always felt as though he was caught in a net, with each step he took seemingly known by someone in advance. He had thought that someone needed him to perform a specific task, hence the effort to pave the way for him. Perhaps it was that ancestral Tao or some other terrifying, unknowable existence. Even his traverse through space and time to this point seemed part of some arrangement. However, what Shang Tsongyun shared implied that this person he had always believed to exist might have never existed at all. Seeing Chu Zheng's stupefied expression, Shang Tsongyun shook his head slightly, the corner of his mouth curving into a smile. Today, I help you with no one arranging it, no one directing me, I simply wish to help. When I was younger, someone guided me once. It was because of that opportunity at the edge of the universe that I was able to emerge from my cocoon and walk the path I am on now. You are in a difficult situation now, just like I was back then. We are both from Songyun, and I just want to give you a hand, nothing more. At this point, Shang Tsongyun shook his head with a smile, the light and shadow beside him becoming increasingly blurred, his features gradually growing obscure. In fact, since I started out, I have helped every true immortal who has emerged from Songyun, and you are but one of them. Chu Zheng was slightly shocked, feeling somewhat dazed. He had already learned about the plight of the true immortals from Songyun realm through Zhao Tingxian. Even Zhao Tingxian, with his natural talent, still faced ostracism. After he became a true immortal, he was sent to the edge of the universe, where he battled demons in blood-soaked skirmishes, teetering on the brink of the netherworld every day. How many of the true immortals who had emerged from Songyun realm throughout the ages were able to return peacefully? In such circumstances, how had Shang Songyun been able to assist them? Looking at Shang Songyun before him, Chu Zheng's confusion only deepened. Shang Songyun had resolved some of his doubts, but at the same time left him with even more questions. With his current level of cultivation, the words Shang Songyun spoke to him were difficult to understand at the moment. the changes in space and time were indeed beyond his comprehension. Many things, with your current perspective, are indeed hard to understand. Your road ahead will most likely be even more difficult. Shang Tsungyun gave Chu Jing some time to digest, then spoke slowly. The immortal path relies too heavily on heaven and earth. To become an immortal through tribulation, one must depend on the heavenly Tao or even the great universe to send down the heavenly tribulation. Chi cultivators, however, are not bound by this. Perhaps compared to myself and court immortal Zhao, you will have the chance to go further in the future. Immortal path cultivators depend heavily on heaven and earth. Changes in the environment can have a severe impact on the immortal path. Though there are some powerful beings of the immortal path who can control the heavenly Tao and rise above it, they ultimately cannot escape their shackles. Even an emperor is still constrained under the great universe. Among the myriad paths of the universe, only the Qi refining path, or rather, only the ancestral Tao, can attain liberation. At the thought, Shang Tsungyun couldn't help but shake his head. He wanted to become the second ancestral Tao, but up to now, he dared not break through realm, missing by far more than just a little. Without a breakthrough, the Chaos Sea remained his way out, but once he took that step, he would become the enemy of the entire world. Regaining his senses, Chu Jing couldn't help but ask, Zhao Tianzuan once said that only immortal descendants could become an immortal venerable, and true immortals of the Tsungyun realm are incapable of fusing with immortal blood. Is this true? Indeed. Shang Tsungyun nodded and said, the only way to circumvent this shackle is through the cosmic wilderness, to the vast universe. Crack, time's up. The dome of the sky surrounding them began to show a hint of a crack. Shang Tsungyun looked up, and with a grave voice, remember, come directly to the 10,000 Realms battlefield. While I am still part of the Immortal Alliance, I can help you one last time and leave you a way out. You have 5 years. If you take the boundary gate, you should just make it. Junior will bear it in mind. Chu Jing bowed in gratitude, and when he looked up again, the space around him had returned to normal, without leaving the slightest trace. After pondering for a moment, Chu Jing promptly turned around and headed towards the direction of the Tsungyun realm. The coordinates of the 10,000 Realms battlefield were quite distant from here, and traveling night and day, hurrying along the way, several years of time were still far from enough. He must go through the boundary gate of the Immortal Alliance to reach the vicinity first. Before that, he had to make some arrangements for after and prepare for other matters. This time, his departure from the realm was too hurried, and many affairs had not been settled. He couldn't just toss them aside and leave directly. Shang Tsungyun's ability to arrive so quickly was thanks to the Shang family's message. Shang Liangyi was also present that day, and if nothing went wrong, it should have been him. With an uncertain return date, he wanted to prepare a generous gift to thank the Shang family for their aid this time. To avoid leaving any trace, Chu Jing changed his appearance and used the invisibility technique, traveling through the starry sky. It took nearly twice as long to finally return to the Tsungyun realm. Since his departure, a little over half a month had passed in the Tsungyun realm, and the situation had already changed drastically. The once highly sought-after Taishan Holy Land had plummeted overnight, and many forces were quietly moving away from Taishan City to avoid implication. Chu Zheng's direct confrontation with the Immortal Alliance envoy and his subsequent escape entailed a crime almost equivalent to betraying the alliance, implicating many people. Since then, whether or not the Taishan Holy Land could continue to exist was now a question. Discover stories with FreeWeb novel. P.S. A small portion of the content needs to be revised. Chu Jing concealed his appearance, making his way to Wanlong City, heading straight for the Shang family's residence. With an uncertain return date, he wanted to prepare a generous gift to thank the Shang family for their aid this time. To avoid leaving any trace, Chu Jing changed his appearance and used the invisibility technique, traveling through the starry sky. It took nearly twice as long to finally return to the Tsungyun realm. Since his departure, a little over half a month had passed in the Tsungyun realm, and the situation had already changed drastically. The once highly sought-after Taishan Holy Land had plummeted overnight, and many forces were quietly moving away from Taishan City to avoid implication. Chu Zhang's direct confrontation with the Immortal Alliance envoy and his subsequent escape entailed a crime almost equivalent to betraying the alliance, implicating many people. Since then, whether or not the Taishan Holy Land could continue to exist was now a question. Within the Greenstone Grand Hall, Shang Liangyi dismissed his attendants and looked at Chu Jing with a puzzled expression. If the Holy Master has already escaped unscathed, why return? How did Elder recognize me? Chu Jing couldn't help but be surprised and revealed his true appearance, dissolving his false form disguise. It took a Dongsheng spiritual treasure just to see me. Aside from the Holy Master, I can't think of anyone else capable of such a gesture. Shang Liangyi shook his head, seemingly relieved. The other day, Xiaoheng returned, yet the Holy Master was nowhere to be found. I feared you had been assassinated. It is good to see you unharmed. Elder Shang's perception is extraordinary. Chu Jing clasped his fist in greeting and spoke slowly. I have come to express my thanks. Without the Shang family reporting to the Immortal King, I would have surely not escaped this calamity. No need, I was merely following orders, creating good karma for the Shang family. In the future, should there be any need, I hope the Holy Master will not hesitate to help. Shang Liangyi waved his hand. Furthermore, I merely passed on a message. The ancestor was willing to help you because you yourself have remarkable qualities. There's no need for thanks. Upon finishing, his expression turned somewhat solemn. In my humble opinion, it would be best for the Holy Master to leave the Tsangyun realm as soon as possible. Xiaoheng is still in the realm, and he might seek trouble with you. The ancestor is entangled with many matters and may not have the spare energy to assist you again. Thanks for the advice, Elder. I return to the realm only to make some arrangements and will leave shortly. Shang Liangyi's words came from the heart, and Chu Jing could tell. He took out a storage spirit ring and presented it before Shang Liangyi. Please accept the appropriate gratitude, and I ask you not to decline. Shang Liangyi hesitated, but eventually accepted. Then I shall accept it without shame. Take care, Holy Master. Chu bids farewell. Elder, please stay. Chu Jing didn't say anything more and turned to leave directly. Shang Liangyi glanced at the storage spirit ring, his breath catching in surprise, his eyes involuntarily showing a hint of shock. Thousands of storage wooden boxes were neatly arranged inside the spiritual ring. On many boxes, the spiritual seal of the Tai Su Holy Land was carved, clearly indicating that they were treasures from the arms of the Tai Su Holy Land. Shang Liangyi casually opened a few and was almost blinded by the spiritual light shining from within. With this single gesture, Chu Jing had given the Shang family nearly half a holy land. Coming back to his senses, Shang Liangyi inhaled sharply. The magnitude of this gift was alarming. Had he known how significant the gratitude would be, he would not have accepted it at any cost. Looking at the empty grand hall, Shang Liangyi let out a sigh. Even for the sake of this gift, the primordial spirit Holy Land must take care of Taishan in the future. However, the Shang family might not remain in the Tsangyun realm for much longer. In time, the situation of the primordial spirit Holy Land might not be much better than Taishuan's current situation. In recent times, the Taishan Holy Land has been in a tough situation, and similarly, the Tai Su Holy Land, having just lost its Holy Master, was also in quite an awkward predicament. The pillaging of the Holy Land treasure vault had a massive impact, almost affecting the entire Holy Land's operations. Even the monthly distribution of cultivation resources for many disciples was incomplete, necessitating the urgent use of profits from various industries under the Holy Land to cover the shortfall. As a result, throughout the Tsangyun realm, the figures of those from Tai Su Holy Land had become more prevalent, and disciples nourished by the generosity of countless sects now had to spend a significant amount of time searching for various cultivation resources. Chu Jing, hearing scattered news from various places, made his way out of Wanlong City. As he was about to leave the city, he saw Xiaoheng, clad in a silvery white immortal robe, sitting cross-legged on the city's pinnacle, lecturing as if he were the bright moon and the cool breeze, detached from the world. A large number of cultivators gathered around, all listening intently with serious expressions. High-grade cultivators lecturing was a rare opportunity, and someone of Xiaoheng's level hadn't appeared in the Tsangyun realm for many years, especially since he hailed from the Immortal Alliance and had exceptional insights. Listening to his lecture was greatly beneficial for Cultivation. Chuzheng glanced up but remained undisturbed and continued on his way out of the city. Xiaoheng was undoubtedly allied with the Dongsheng demon Immortal, but whether his status as an Immortal Alliance envoy was genuine or not, Chuzheng was not in a position to stir up trouble. If he truly killed this man and alerted the Immortal Alliance, it would be akin to playing with fire, an unwise move. Even if not for his own sake, he had to consider Shang Tsungyan. Despite difficult circumstances, Shang Tsungyan still helped him. At such a critical juncture, he couldn't afford to cause more troubles. The Taishan Holy Land was located in the far south of the southern region. Transformed into a breeze, Chuzheng moved through the cracks in space. In less than a day, he had crossed tens of millions of miles and arrived outside the gates of the Taishan mountain sect. By noon, the fierce sun hung overhead, and the already unbearable heat of the continuous volcanoes intensified. Each breath felt scorching hot, nearly enough to desiccate a person. The once bustling Taishan city now seemed somewhat desolate, with several streaks of light occasionally emerging from within the city, heading north. Upon receiving news about Chuzheng, some smaller forces had already withdrawn from Taishan city in advance. Even the slightly stronger forces had retreated nearly all of their elite members, leaving only a few people behind to watch the situation before making further plans. Using his identity Jade token as the Holy Master, Chuzheng entered the Taishan Holy Land without any hindrance. Following the sense from the lifelink seal, he went deep and soon reached a grand hall. The space in front of the hall was empty, with no disciples on guard. Only one elder remained, situated in a side hall, immersed in cultivation. The Taishan Holy Land now had less than 10 elders left. All of their cultivation had surpassed the divine transformation stage, yet none were in the Dongsheng realm. Their time was running out as the mortal world was about to claim them. The disciples had yet to grow up, and the sect truly faced a life-or-death moment due to lack of succession. Chuzheng sent a message to explain the situation to the elder in the side hall before he slowly stepped into the main hall. Fu Quanliang was sitting by the jade table on one side of the hall, his brow furrowed as he sorted through the accounts for the month. Though the foundation of Taishan had greatly declined, the account still represented a significant sum. The monthly distribution of cultivation resources for the disciples, the materials needed by the elders, the consumption of spiritual materials for alchemy and crafting artifact spirits, the inventory of the Holy Land's treasury, Taishan City's tax revenues, the cultivation resources tribute by various powers, and the loans Taishan had given to other forces. Each transaction involving spirit stones had to be carefully verified. A discrepancy in the accounts could easily lead to mistakes, amounting to unnecessary losses for the Holy Land, and this undoubtedly required a great deal of energy. In the administrations of the various sects, such mundane affairs were typically handled by the deputy sect master. In the larger sects, there might sometimes be more than 10 such deputies. Although Fu Quanliang's official position was merely that of a senior inner sect disciple, within Taishan, his authority had already reached a level second only to the Holy Master. The responsibilities he shouldered were immense, involving various regions. Among these, the exchanges with various powers were the most crucial. The elders of Taishan had long been reclusive and were mostly hot-tempered by nature, hardly skilled at social interactions. Often, Fu Quanliang had to make appearances on their behalf. As the Taishan Holy Master, Chuzheng was undoubtedly lacking in his duties, even more so for the time to come. Quanliang. Chuzheng composed himself and called out to get his attention. Startled, Fu Quanliang abruptly lifted his head. After seeing Chuzheng, he first rejoiced then grew alarmed, quickly rose from his seat, circled around the jade table and began to speak rapidly. What exactly has happened? I heard you killed the Taishu Saint Lord, and the Immortal Alliance has sent envoys to capture you. Rumors are rife outside, saying that you have been apprehended and taken back to the Immortal Alliance to be punished. Since I am standing here now, it means no harm has befallen me. Chuzheng shook his head slightly and reassured him calmly, indeed, I killed Bai Zhixiao. He intended to kill me, and in self-defense, I had to strike first. Fu Quanliang was taken aback. Then you know. I am going to leave the Canyun realm. There are some matters I must entrust to you. After I leave, I will find a way to inform the former Holy Master to return to Canyun. You'll only have to hold on for a little while longer. Chujing had fully contemplated the arrangements for after his departure. The location of Gung Yang was in the 10,000 Realms battlefield, and once he reached there, he would be able to find a way to contact Gung Yang and request his return to Canyun to take charge. Despite the grave mistake committed by Zhao Tingxian, becoming the Zhutian Lord, rebelling, and fleeing into the Chaos Sea, Taisu Holy Land had not been implicated. Since he had not harmed the Immortal Alliance envoy, and with Gung Yang as well as many elders having military achievements from campaigns beyond their borders, it seemed likely they would not face serious repercussions. Very well. Fu Quanliang calmed his breathing and listened carefully. After a moment of contemplation, Chujing asked, "Has Ling Qing visited Taishan recently?" "She just arrived the day before yesterday, and is currently in the chamber that used to belong to your wife." Fu Quanliang nodded right away. "After I leave, don't rush to seal the mountain. The Song clan line is still within Taishan City. Try to make contact and use them if possible. If they turn out to be of little use, take back the family heritage blood jade and temporarily store it. Wait until Ling Qing's cultivation deepens before making a decision." Having said this, Chujing took out a storage spirit ring and handed it to Fu Quanliang. "Keep these cultivation resources safe. After I leave, no one else will be able to help you. You will have to think things through thoroughly to preserve this foundation for me." Chujing had divided the resources from the Taisu Holy Land's treasury into 3 parts, keeping one for himself, giving one to the Shan family, and leaving the remaining one in Taishan as a reserve for emergencies. No matter what, these resources should be sufficient to support Taishan until Gung Yang's return. "Rest assured, Holy Master, I will do my utmost." Taking a deep breath, Fu Quanliang accepted the spirit ring. With a glance at the spiritual seal of Taisu Holy Land, he understood the origin of these items. "There is one matter that requires the Saint Lord's decision." Fu Quanliang looked somewhat anxious, and spoke in a grave tone. "Recently, inside the Holy Land, some wicked and evil trends have begun to emerge." Listening to Fu Quanliang for a moment, Chujing came to understand. After passing through Wanlong City, the Taishan disciples had vaguely begun to form factions due to various reasons, and small groups with different levels of closeness had sprung up. This was harmful and not beneficial for the Taishan Holy Land. Chujing also felt somewhat helpless about this. He had not considered everything thoroughly. Previously, he had only thought about taking these disciples out to meet the prominent figures of their generation, but he had never anticipated that it would lead to this situation. However, even without the incident at Wanlong City, rifts between disciples were bound to happen sooner or later on the path of cultivation, which fundamentally could not be as even-keeled as a bowl of water, for the strong are respected. You handle picking 2 outstanding disciples to be recognized as true inheritors. Try to use these 2 as the core to divide the disciples into 2 factions. As for the rest, let's wait for the return of the old Saint Lord. As for the 2 superior immortal bones we exchanged before, hide them for now and assign an elder to guard them." In a rush, Chujing could only come up with this method, attempting to reduce the internal disputes within Taishan as much as possible. A struggle between 2 sides could still be somewhat balanced and would not turn into a complete mess, thereby preventing the accumulation of unnecessary animosity due to friction. "I have noted it." Fu Quanliang nodded in agreement. "There's one more thing." Chujing abruptly raised his hand and pointed to Fu Quanliang's forehead. "I do not know when I will return from this journey, or if I might die in some forgotten corner. Therefore, today I will dissolve the lifelink seal and grant you your freedom." Upon hearing the words lifelink seal, Fu Quanliang was stunned for a moment. If Chujing had not brought it up today, he would have almost forgotten about it. After the lifelink seal dissipated, deep within his divine soul, it felt as if a shackle had been broken, bringing a sense of relief. However, Fu Quanliang didn't feel much joy at this moment. It was as though he had lost something, leaving a sense of emptiness. Although the lifelink seal existed, Chujing seemed to have never used it to threaten him. While by Chu Zhang's side, he had received too many benefits, going from an abandoned outer sect disciple to overseeing a holy land, and even the strong cultivators of the divine transformation realm had to follow his commands. The change in his status was nothing less than a leap from the heavens to the abyss. Being in Taishan, even though he was entangled in numerous affairs, he never felt tired of it, at least his existence was valuable to these disciples of Taishan. It was only after he had started following Chu Zhang that he felt like he was living like a real person, no longer timorous and walking on thin ice. It was not so much that Chu Zhang needed him, but rather that he needed Chu Zhang. The lifelink seal, rather than being a shackle, was more like a bond. Now, this bond had been severed by Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang smiled faintly, raised his hand to pat Fu Chuanliang's shoulder, and said earnestly, "I have not made many friends in this realm, you count as one. It is difficult to get to this point in cultivation, so live well." Before the sound of his voice had faded, he had already turned around and left the great hall. Fu Quanliang came to his senses, bent down deeply in a grand salute, and knocked his head in farewell. "I respectfully see off the Saint Lord. May the Saint Lord encounter no harm on your path and journey smoothly and safely. P.S. Some content needs to be modified." Compared to Chu Zhang, the one who understands Song Lingqing the best would no doubt be Song Lingxue. However, from the few interactions over the years, he had also vaguely perceived certain traits in Song Lingqing. Song Lingqing took her cultivation very seriously and was willing to pay any price for it. Back when she was in the Phantom Spirit sect and her immortal bone was shattered, she didn't show the slightest sign of defeat, maintaining a terrifyingly stable mentality, with her heart towards the immortal path not deviating in the slightest. This wasn't a state that ordinary people could maintain. Song Lingqing had a persistence that was unlike that of normal people. Such people were rare in Chu Zhang's experience, but without a doubt, as a cultivator of the immortal path, Song Lingqing was entirely qualified. Staying in Taishan would be of no use. It might be better to travel and, perhaps, encounter some fortuitous opportunities. Song Lingqing obviously wasn't too willing to go along with Chu Zhang's arrangement. She didn't want to be confined to a corner of the world. Moreover, after Chu Zhang left, what would become of Taishan was completely unknown. Staying here might soon bring even more troubles her way. Staying in Taishan would be like being trapped in a cage, but outside the Holy Land, as long as one is cautious, one can play a much greater role. With her cultivation deepening, her mentality was also undergoing a transformation. After securing the position of the top individual in the entry Dao realm during this grand competition, her thoughts had become quite different from before. "I'd like you to stay in Taishan because I need a favor from you." Seeing the clearly resistant aura on Song Lingqing, Chu Zhang did not insist and chose to phrase it differently. "Help me stabilize the Song clan. Without you acting as a bridge, the connection between Taishan and the Song clan will likely crumble quickly." Upon hearing this, Song Lingqing fell into silence. She knew that these cultivating families valued bloodline far beyond what outsiders could imagine. After all, she and the Song clan shared the same roots. Compared to the cultivators of Taishan, at least she had a say. "It's just a small effort on my part, not really a favor. I will stay in Taishan City and do my best." After considering for a moment, Song Lingqing nodded her agreement. She had owed Chu Zhang too many favors before, so now she would consider this as paying back a part. That would be good. In truth, the Song clan didn't hold much significance to Taishan, but there was no need to make that clear. What Chu Zhang needed was just an excuse to keep Song Lingqing in Taishan Holy Land. Both Taisu and Taishuan's holy lands had suffered heavy losses and were at a moment of instability. The other powers in the southern region might well harbor intentions of replacing them. According to what Shang Songyun said before, he would likely soon be in trouble, which would inevitably involve the Shang family and the entire primordial spirit Holy Land. Should the three Holy Lands weaken, and without the Holy Land suppression, the forces below would surely become restless. The whole dynamic of the southern region and even the Songyun realm would be thoroughly unbalanced, and many startling changes could occur. Even though Holy Lands possess immortal treasures that secure their destiny, these are not easily utilized. Under the administration of the Immortal Alliance, the best outcome would be that the three Holy Lands, like Taishan had done before, would be forced to close their sect gates and cease to concern themselves with world affairs. Song Lingqing's temperament was not that of a turtle that could endure the quiet, she was more like a snake that would bite back at the first opportunity. In a world where things were about to turn chaotic, wandering outside might end her life early. Staying in Taishan, at least, would ensure her safety and allow her to safely weather this storm. Looking at Chu Jing sitting cross-legged under the silver moon, Song Lingqing hesitated slightly before asking in a low voice, "After you leave the realm, where will you go?" "It could be anywhere, I do not even know myself." Chu Jing looked up at the starry sky, his words carrying an ambiguity. "Perhaps I will just get lost in the vast expanse of the great universe, which wouldn't be impossible." There was no need to explain too much about the myriad heavens and realms to Song Lingqing. "Will you ever return?" Song Lingqing seemed to be asking but also appeared to be speaking to herself, her voice very low. "Perhaps." Chu Jing did not provide a definite answer, his gaze measuring the heavens and earth, the mountains and rivers before him, as he said in a deep voice, "If one day I am powerful enough to take back the Tsungyun realm, I will come back." This place was, after all, his home in this life. If one day he could hold it in his grasp, he wouldn't mind taking charge of it casually. "Take care." After speaking, Song Lingqing didn't say more. Turning away, her figure cloaked in moonlight was gradually swallowed by the darkness within the hall, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. Chu Jing slightly lifted his head, swallowing the last bit of moonlight, and stood up, walking towards the Taishan main peak. In the blink of an eye, he reached the summit of the main peak and entered the red-hued heavenly pattern Immortal Fire Hall. The hall was empty, with spirit tablets and divine positions of the ancestors of the Taishan Holy Land placed on the altar. In a corner, there were many soul lamps, representing those Taishan cultivators still battling in the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Some were burning brightly, while others were about to go out, clearly not in a good situation. There were even many extinguished soul lamps, their owners having already died. Chu Jing glanced around and found the soul lamp belonging to Gung Yang. His soul lamp was still burning, having grown stronger than before, suggesting that he was still in a passable situation. After offering pure incense to the ancestral tablets of Taishan, Chu Jing produced the Taishan Holy Master robe, which had been repaired to its original state, along with the blood jade, symbolizing the status of the Taishan Holy Master, and placed them before the altar. Then, Chu Jing bowed respectfully before rising and turning to leave. He did not pray for the blessings of these ancestors. Those ancestors of Taishan probably weren't keen on blessing a heretic path cultivator. Moreover, rather than seeking the protection of those who have gone before, it would be better to think about how to deal with the living. When Chu Jing stepped out of the hall, the remaining elders of the Taishan Holy Land were already present, standing scattered and silent. "Please forgive Chu Jing's incompetence. From now on, I will have to rely on the elders to take pains," said Chu Jing with a fist and palm salute, his expression earnest. "Holy Master, please journey safely." "That is what we should do. Holy Master only needs to take good care of yourself without any concerns for the rear," replied the elders. "Please hurry on your journey." The elders did not say much, nor did their emotions show much turbulence. They had seen bigger storms before, and the scene where Taishan faced the world as its enemy was still vivid in their minds. For them, what remained was to burn the last glimmer of their twilight, to lighten Taishuan's path in the dark night a while longer, quietly waiting for dawn. At the break of dawn, Chu Jing greeted the morning glow of the great sun and left the Tsungyun realm, heading straight into the depths of the starry sky. This voyage he was not alone, for Bai Nian remained within the small world, accompanying him on this path. The brilliance of the stars pierced through the pitch-black curtain, pulling up an odd landscape of starry illusions. Traveling amongst the stars often made it easy to neglect time. After several months of travel, Chu Jing finally discovered a life star. The star was not large, with a diameter of only over 20,000 li, but it was overcrowded with people. Spatial gateways would frequently open, disgorging large numbers of figures whose backgrounds were a mix of dragons and fish. There were many cultivators from the Immortal Tribulation secret realm, though no trace of a true immortal was seen. Chuzheng blended into the crowd and entered the realm inconspicuously. Soon after, he managed to gather some information. This star, named Tingyun, served as a transit area, with over 100 teleportation arrays set up above it, connecting over 100 territories, life stars, transit fortresses, or worlds. In the great universe, merchant fleets sailed, and without stars like Tingyun for resupply stations, they could easily lose their way midway through their journey. In such situations, there was no doubt that the final outcome would be terrifying. Being gradually consumed to death was the most common ending. Separated from heaven and earth, immortal path cultivators could only sustain themselves on spirit stones and immortal jade. If these resources were cut off, they would ultimately die from mana exhaustion. Only by stepping into the true immortal realm, with internal worlds formed into cycles and possessing complete heavenly Tao laws, could one sustain endlessly without relying on external things and survive in the universe. Getting lost in the sea of stars could mean that even if one was lucky enough to preserve their life, it often resulted in centuries of drifting in the desolate cosmos, an unbearable length of time for most cultivators. After inquiring around, Chuzheng did not stay long on Tingyun's star. He spent a sum of spirit stones to purchase some route maps, then boarded a teleportation array, and continued rapidly towards the direction of the boundary gate. In recent days, Song Lingshui had written him another letter. The letter stated that everything was stable in the martial hall, that she had met many peers on the same path, and that her cultivation had made great progress, nearing the late stages of the embracing pill realm. Chuzheng was somewhat skeptical about this. He always felt that Song Lingshui wasn't telling the whole truth. Given that the martial hall was as renowned as the Immortal Alliance, it was destined not to be a comfortable place. Moreover, the martial path itself was a path of slaughter. To accelerate the increase in cultivation required fighting to the death. Even if he had his doubts, Chuzheng was powerless to act at the moment, so he discarded unnecessary thoughts and quickened his pace towards the boundary gate. After traveling through a series of teleportation arrays, Chuzheng finally approached the region where the boundary gate was located. A gate of light stretching for millions of li hung beneath the vault of the starry sky, its interior producing a hazy vision, showing layers upon layers of starry curtains with no clear end in sight. This place was the boundary gate. The boundary wheel, connected to the countless star domains under the Immortal Alliance's jurisdiction, reaches everywhere, enabling Immortal Alliance envoys to arrive quickly after anomalies occur in various realms. Around the boundary gate, there were also teleportation arrays leading to various stars, like a spider's web, blanketing the entire Immortal Alliance. The starry space near the boundary gate, due to the interference from the powerful space force of the gate, was unable to set up any spatial teleportation arrays, leaving one to rely only on their own pace. Chuzheng did not stop for a moment. After a long journey, to save even more time, he burned immortal jade and activated the blood-transforming blade to slice through space and hasten his travel. It took him another half a year to finally arrive at this place. At this moment, the boundary gate was shrouded in a heavy seal. Chuzheng concentrated and sensed it for a moment, his expression becoming slightly tense. The boundary gate was not always available for use, requiring a significant amount of resources and the right timing to activate. The last activation was when Dongsheng Demon Immortal personally visited this star domain. When it would next be opened was uncertain. Next to the boundary gate, there was a vast expanse of metallic plain, a treasure refined in one piece, designed specifically to provide resting space for beings from various places. In front of Chuzheng, many were already queuing up and waiting. Though he was pressed for time, Chuzheng could only spend some time waiting. He paid 100 pieces of immortal jade and began queuing up honestly, not uttering a word. Mainly because the boundary gate was presided over by a true immortal whom he simply couldn't afford to provoke at the moment. P.S. Some content requires revision. The star domain where the Tsangyun realm is located is named Sword Lion, commanding over 100 great thousand worlds, with countless life stars. The cultivators waiting in front of the boundary gate, originating from various great realms, numbered in the thousands. Naturally, their destinations varied significantly, necessitating staggered entry. The area Chuzheng was heading to was closest to the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Among these thousands of cultivators, most had the same destination as him, thus, he was arranged to be in the first group. Currently, the situation at the 10,000 Realms battlefield was far from optimistic, showing signs of escalating far beyond minor skirmishes of the past. Under such circumstances, the Immortal Alliance had already issued a summoning order in all realms, calling cultivators above the Dongsheng level to the main battlefield. For many cultivators from minor realms, this was undoubtedly an opportunity. If they could earn enough battle honors, they would be able to enter the Immortal Alliance and might even have the chance to merge with immortal blood and become an immortal descendant. Once one became an immortal descendant, it was like ascending to the heavens in a single step. Even a mixed-blooded immortal descendant becoming a true immortal was a matter of course. Moreover, apart from this, there were also unseen rewards of heavenly fate that could accelerate one's cultivation speed. Faced with such temptations, despite the significant dangers involved, many cultivators flocked to the frontline battlefield incessantly. Chuzheng, following among the crowd of cultivators, stepped into the boundary gate. The feeling of the boundary gate was completely different from that of a teleportation array. The instant he crossed the boundary gate, Chuzheng's vision darkened momentarily. Above his head and beneath his feet, to the sides all around, were invisible barriers, as if he had entered into a narrow box. His divine sense was trapped within his physical body, unable to detect any spatial fluctuations, or even feel any vibrations. The darkness that made it impossible to see anything inevitably induced anxiety. Chuzheng steadied his mind and silently counted, starting to calculate the invisible time that was passing. About an hour later, light finally restored in front of Chuzheng's eyes. Before him was a vast and boundless plain, with 9 suns hanging above the sky, with the boundary gate stretching from the earth to the heavens behind him. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was so abundant it was terrifying, far exceeding that of the Zhengyun realm by dozens of times. At that instant, Chuzheng's breathing became somewhat labored, his throat and tongue were filled with the thick spiritual energy. Within his dantian, the 5 elements immortal root stirred lightly, gently stretching and beginning to absorb spiritual energy at an explosive rate. After adapting for half an hour, the discomfort slowly faded. Many of the cultivators who had just stepped out of the boundary gate were like Chuzheng, looking unwell and struggling to adapt to the environmental changes. Chuzheng glanced at his repair panel. The daily repair count had changed from 1 to 6. If there was enough immortal chi in hand, a common semi-immortal treasure could be repaired in a day. The current realm, with its complete heavenly Tao laws, was a great realm and not a temporary stronghold concocted in the starry sky. As Chuzheng was pondering, a blurry intent swept past him, causing a sudden chill in his heart. Continue reading on freewebnovel.com. This realm, just like the previous Zhengyun realm, had its heavenly Tao governed by living creatures. Had he not already sealed his middle dantian earlier, blocking the influence of the golden core on the outside world and concealing his chi cultivator identity, he would have immediately been detected by the realm, attracting great calamity. Chuzheng involuntarily held his breath, adding another layer of seal in his middle dantian, completely isolating the 9 orifices golden core, while feeling somewhat relieved inside. It was fortunate he had not rushed to break through refined spirit, otherwise, once the primordial spirit underwent transformation, concealing his identity as a chi cultivator would have been impossible, a case of certain death upon exposure. As this place was close to the boundary wall, the Immortal Alliance's surveillance of cultivators would inevitably be stricter, necessitating even more caution. Initially, Chuzheng had wanted to perform the heavenly divination technique, attempting to sense Gung Yiyang's location, but now he had to temporarily suppress the thought. Near the boundary gate, many colossal cities were scattered around, bustling with people of various levels of cultivation. Chuzheng casually glanced around and even spotted some mortals devoid of any mana. The boundary gate lit up again behind him, clearly indicating more cultivators were about to arrive at this location. Don't linger near the boundary gate, quickly move away. A low whisper came from above the clouds, from a true immortal clad in pitch-black battle armor, urging the crowd to leave. Concerning the great realm before him, Chuzheng was completely in the dark, having zero knowledge, so he could only follow the flow, blending in with the mass of cultivators, and moved away from the area near the boundary gate. The area near the boundary gate was covered by a large array, inside which were numerous campsites. Occasionally, one could see cultivators clad in Immortal Alliance armor, all of whom had cultivation at least in the divine transformation realm. Dongsheng pseudo-immortals, rare in the Songyun realm, were common here. Blending into the crowd and catching snippets of conversations, Chuzheng gained some rough understanding of this world. This realm was called Immortal Deer, serving as an outpost between the Immortal Alliance and the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Originally, there was no great realm here until an immortal monarch from the demon race perished here, his own cave heaven world transformed into this great realm. Over the years, reinforced by multiple immortal path emperors, this realm had become far superior to its past self, amongst the top in the great thousand worlds. The 9 great suns in the sky were not celestial bodies from the universe but transformed from the 9 venerable three-legged golden crows. Their cultivations had all entered the 9 Tribulations demon immortal realm. Sharing the same origin of blood, if any one of the golden crows broke through to Immortal Venerable, the remaining 8 would simultaneously achieve a breakthrough, sharing in each other's glory. Chuzheng, without uttering a word, followed the flow of people and soon arrived at the entrance of the camp. Beside the doorway stood a side hall. In front of the hall were placed more than 10 broad jade tables, each with a war commander seated behind, draped in silvery white immortal armor. To prevent himself from being noticed, Chuzheng dared not casually use his spiritual eye at this moment and could only roughly estimate based on his senses. The immortal generals before him were all in the late stages of the Immortal Tribulation realm, having at least passed through the 7th layer of Immortal Tribulation. Each cultivator who passed through the boundary gate to this place had to register before leaving the camp, after which they were issued an identity jade token by the Immortal Alliance for easy summoning. Many cultivators lined up in front of Chuzheng opted not to leave the camp but directly joined the Immortal Alliance, preparing to enter the 10,000 Realms battlefield through the Immortal Alliance to obtain military achievements. There were also many options upon joining the Immortal Alliance. The war machine under the Immortal Alliance was generally divided into 3 forces. The first was the Punishment Authority, an absolutely elite combat power led by many heavenly judges and inspectors. The second was the Breaking Kill Army, the main force responsible for the majority of the frontline battlefield slaughter. The Breaking Kill Army was divided into heaven, earth, and man camps, as well as many other side forces, with the largest number of personnel. Enjoy exclusive adventures from Freeweb Novel. The third was the logistical branch led by the Divine Fire Camp and the Heavenly Craft Camp, which included elixir and magical treasure making, talisman making and array setting, and healing and saving people. Aside from cultivators who came for military achievements, there were quite a few cultivators whose purpose for coming here was not for military achievements but for trade. Among the myriad realms, there were many special spiritual materials of great use to Immortal Path cultivators. Resources extremely scarce within the Immortal Alliance's boundaries could be found in ample reserves in the myriad realms. Therefore, trade was also one of the highly developed industries in the Immortal Deer realm. A small portion of cultivators simply came for a better cultivation environment, exhausting their efforts to gather the boundary gates fee to enter this realm, also to bet on their future prospects. Chuzheng followed the crowd and soon it was his turn. Where are you from? Do you have a sect? Is this your first time to Immortal Deer? The Immortal General glanced at Chuzheng and asked indifferently, his tone quite casual. Sword Lion Star Domain, no sect, first time here, Chuzheng replied one by one. The Immortal General jotted down Chuzheng's information and asked offhandedly, would you like to join the Immortal Alliance? I am not skilled in combat magic, nor proficient in alchemy or crafting. Joining the Immortal Alliance, I fear I would only hinder the esteemed seniors. Chuzheng's expression hesitated, appearing slightly embarrassed. For him, joining the Immortal Alliance was an impossible route. The Immortal Alliance's checks on its own cultivators would undoubtedly be more rigorous. With his current means, it would be difficult for him to slip through. Extend your hand. The silver-armored immortal general said no more, gesturing for Chuzheng to extend his hand. He then cut open the tip of his finger, taking 2 drops of blood to drop into 2 jade talismans. You may stay an immortal deer for 100 years, after 100 years, you must pay 1 immortal jade every 10 years. If by that time you have entered the immortal tribulation, then it's 1 per year. Do not forget. With that, he casually tossed a jade talisman to Chuzheng. His eyes didn't linger on Chuzheng for a moment longer as he turned his head and said, "Next one." From beginning to end, he never asked for Chuzheng's name. There were too many cultivators coming in and out of Immortal Deer, countless others shared the same name, not to mention the plethora of nicknames, which were even more difficult to remember. Unless someone was a close acquaintance, no one would care what your name was. A name was the least important thing here unless you could make a name for yourself and have others bestow an honorific title upon you. Then, naturally, people would take the initiative to get to know you. After leaving the boundary gate, Chuzheng headed south and quickly entered a city to start gathering information. He could not stay in the Immortal Deer realm for too long and needed to hurry to the vicinity of the boundary wall. Shang Tsungyun had claimed that he had a way to help him, thus, once Chuzheng approached the vicinity of the boundary wall, leveraging the Immortal King's divine skills, he should be able to locate Chuzheng's position. On the other hand, his Qi refinement's cultivation was nearly impossible to suppress any longer. His cultivation had been rising every day, and even without actively circulating the circuit of Qi, it was difficult to contain. Once he breached into refined spirit, it would be highly improbable to keep deceiving the patrol of heavenly Tao in the Immortal Deer realm. Once he attracted Tribulation Qi, a chain reaction could easily be triggered, potentially culminating in a deadly immortal tribulation. The plan for now was to first attempt to get close to the boundary wall and see if Shang Tsungyun would appear to help him. If that failed, Chuzheng would have no choice but to take a dangerous risk. Back in the Dongyuan realm, Niao Longhu had given him a Dao seal. If Chuzheng reached the vicinity of the boundary wall and released this Dao seal, Niao Longhu would request a golden immortal to intervene and bring Chuzheng into the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Chuzheng was quite reluctant to try this. Previously, Niao Longhu had mentioned that around the boundary wall, an immortal path emperor might patrol, and occasionally, figures from the ancestral realm of martial Dao might appear, making it exceedingly perilous. In the presence of such entities, they could see through everything with a single glance, even causality lines could not be hidden, and his relatives and friends would be exposed in an instant. In other words, if discovered by such entities, all traces of his presence would be erased instantaneously. After wandering around the city for a while, Chuzheng gathered quite a bit of information, and what surprised him was this: the Immortal Deer realm was just a stone's throw away from the boundary wall. It was only because the canopy of the sky blocked the view of the stars that one couldn't see the situation outside. As long as he left the Immortal Deer, he would be only a step away from the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Having realized this, Chuzheng immediately began his preparations. Due to the proximity of the Immortal Deer realm to the battlefield, many marketplaces had semi-immortal treasures and fragments of immortal treasures, as well as fragments of treasures originating from the 10,000 realms. These items, whose true spirit had perished but whose material was still the rare immortal gold and divine iron, could have impurities after resmelting and the quality would be discounted, yet they retained significant value. Chuzheng traded most of his resources for a portion of immortal jade and then along the way collected some fragments. After completing these tasks, Chuzheng took out the Starshatter shuttle and began adjusting his breath. Leaving the realm during the day risked injury from the 9 rounds of the sun in the sky, so it was not until the sky was fully dark that Chuzheng suppressed his breath and stealthily headed beyond the heavens. His journey was unobstructed, and soon Chuzheng entered the vast cosmos. As soon as he left the sky of the Immortal Deer realm, the starry space in front of Chuzheng transformed. A light wall spanning billions of galaxies lay across the peak of the Milky Way, its boundaries imperceptible up, down, left, and right. Beyond that light wall was a shattered starry sky, its emitted starlight blocked by the wall, unable to pierce through even the slightest bit. Behind the broken starry space were points of light twinkling like permanent stars, with mountains, rivers, suns, and moons faintly materializing, intertwining panoramas of worlds forming an expansive and limitless screen. This place is the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Gazing at the scene before him, Chuzheng was momentarily dazed, staring at the world beyond the boundary wall, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Inside the Immortal Deer realm, there was extremely detailed information on the development of the 10,000 Realms. Although the 10,000 Realms only occupied 1.5% of heavenly fate today, their history far exceeded that of the Immortal Alliance and the Martial Hall. In the primordial era, when heavenly fate was in chaos and a myriad of paths vied for dominance, heavenly fate was not as centralized as it is now, and the second-fold immortal martial path was merely one among the myriad, not standing out. P.S. Some content needs to be revised. The second-fold immortal martial arms was too powerful, forcing the myriad heavens and realms to join forces to barely defend against the collapse that was about to ensue. In the late primordial era, the ancestral Tao intervened, creating the Chaos Sea, halting the last half of the heavenly fate. The second-fold immortal martial involved again in a dispute, igniting a great war, and both sides were severely injured and forced to negotiate peace, creating a starry sky barrier for governance. Since then, the great universe gradually stopped its internal strife and formed the current power structure resembling three balanced forces. Today, the myriad realms only occupied about 15% of the heavenly fate, much weaker compared to the Immortal Alliance, yet all parties from Taoist orthodoxy retained many strategies left by their predecessors, allowing them to protect themselves. Looking at the boundary wall before him, Chuzheng's expression grew more solemn. The 10,000 Realms battlefield was within reach, and once he entered, he would likely be immediately sucked into the whirlpool of war. Your journey continues with Freeweb novel. As for how to cross the boundary wall, he now had two options, the first of which was to call for Shang Tsung. Having reached the level of Shang Tsung, his connection with the immortal path and heavenly fate was already incredibly close. Anyone within the Immortal Alliance's realm, calling his true name, would certainly get a response. The second path was through the Tao seal given by Niao Longhu, to request aid from the Taoist school. In such an extreme battlefield, even immortal king-level powerhouses risked falling, let alone a mere Dongsheng cultivator. Chuzheng needed to consider all possible scenarios thoroughly, the most crucial being whether to make contact with the Taoist school or not. Chi cultivators of the Taoist school were now within the myriad realms, but their situation was similarly precarious. After several encounters with Niao Longhu, he had learned a lot about the Taoist school. Chi cultivators had too many tribulations. Although they didn't invite natural disasters, man-made calamities were continual, and the portion of heavenly fate they owned could only protect within themselves, unable to safeguard the entire path. The ancestral Tao was the prime example, monopolizing 25% of heavenly fate, yet unable to bless the Qi refining lineage with it. Having heavenly fate by his side also meant he faced extremely terrifying tribulations. As strong as the ancestral Tao, he now had to hide from the world due to the coercion of a great calamity, disappearing without a trace. The rise of the second-fold immortal martial was precisely because the existence of the ancestral Tao prompted the great universe to develop self-protective thoughts. If the ancestral Tao were to further protect the Taoist lineage, it could cause unpredictable consequences and bring disaster to them. The Qi refining lineage had always been sparse, sometimes even those with the qualifications for Qi cultivation were unwilling to enter this path because of this reason. In the grand scheme of the universe, Chuzheng's level of cultivation was akin to that of an ant, unable to stir any waves, and any carelessness could lead to him being crushed by the aftermath of the conflicts between the two forces. He needed to choose carefully. After considering for a moment, Chuzheng still attempted to call Shang Tsung. This area was still within the Immortal Alliance territory, and Shang Tsung's actions should be more convenient. Buzz, the moment Chuzheng spoke, a faint light suddenly surfaced on the distant boundary wall, and the entire starry sky trembled. A terrifying aura rapidly approached, though the figure had yet to arrive, the surrounding stars had already begun to shatter. In an instant, Chuzheng's expression changed. This aura did not belong to Shang Tsung. A figure flashed through the boundary wall in the blink of an eye, stepping across the starry sky and thundering toward him. With one step, he had crossed the boundless star sea and arrived in front of Chuzheng. This was a massive figure clad in golden immortal armor, nearly 1,000 feet tall, resembling a blazing sun, his entire body emitting a surging immortal light. His facial features were dignified, his eyes shone bright as star fires, radiant and splendid. Chuzheng couldn't help but flash a look of terror in his eyes. The person before him was terrifyingly powerful. At least, much stronger than Zhao Tingxian, a true immortal king. For a moment, Chuzheng held his breath, not daring to make any slight movement, bowed his head, and the Tribulation chi by his side showed no activity, which slightly eased his mind, suggesting no immediate danger. The immortal king did not speak a word, reaching out directly to grab Chuzheng and placed him in his palm, then turned and stepped toward the boundary wall. Seeing this, Chuzheng felt certain and let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, this must be Shang Tsung's doing. His originally anxious mind gradually settled down a bit. A few breaths later, the boundary wall was already in sight. Just as they were about to cross the boundary wall, a flash of immortal light suddenly streaked across the starry sky, accompanied by a low whisper, "Stop." The moment the voice sounded, the Tribulation chi beside Chuzheng began to surge, growing increasingly violent. The immortal king carrying Chuzheng stiffened in form and halted his steps before the boundary wall. The starry sky fell into a deadly silence. No abnormality occurred, but Chuzheng's back involuntarily began to sweat, his face turning somewhat pale. Invisibly, an overwhelmingly suffocating aura of assassination spread, almost freezing his limbs and causing his blood to flow backward. A streak of light surged from above the boundary wall, stopping not far in front of Chuzheng in the starry space, manifesting a phantom. The newcomer appeared to be in his 40s, wearing a blue cloud-patterned immortal robe, his hair bound with a purple golden crown, his appearance as handsome as a celestial deity, every move as if walking on clouds, untainted by a speck of dust, with a divine ring manifesting behind him, and within it, a gold and a silver dragonfish swimming. He took a glance at Chuzheng and spoke indifferently, "Who is this person? Why is he not using the Heaven Pass but entering the battlefield from here?" The immortal king holding Chuzheng remained silent and did not respond. "If you won't speak, then never mind, I'll see for myself." The man's gaze fell on Chuzheng, and in an instant, Chuzheng felt as if pierced by an arrow through the heart, every inch of his muscles and flesh stripped open, leaving no secrets hidden anywhere on his body. Chuzheng's face suddenly tensed, his heart sank. This man's level of cultivation, perhaps already beyond that of an immortal king, was an immortal path emperor. Niao Longhu had not lied to him, near the boundary wall was indeed extremely dangerous. Before even crossing it, he had collided head-on with an immortal path emperor who blocked the way. The man's eyebrows slightly raised, his gaze sweeping over the 3 dantians in Chuzheng's upper, middle, and lower parts, showing a bit of interest. Unexpectedly, within the Immortal Alliance territory, there is still a chi cultivator who also cultivates the incense fire divine path. You're young, but your ambitions aren't small. Observing your cultivation talent is not bad. I will spare your life today if you remove your golden core, extinguish your incense fire, and kill 100,000 enemies on the battlefield. I'll forgive your past, and you'll be admitted into the Immortal Alliance. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed, becoming a bit peculiar. "I can't see your line of fate. Do you bear the fate of the solitary star, with all relatives and friends dead, or is there someone protecting you in the shadows? Who is it?" As he spoke, his gaze fell on the immortal king, supporting Chuzheng, and his expression once again revealed a hint of confusion. "Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? After many years, you young immortal monarch, your eyesight has only grown worse." The immortal king chuckled lightly as his figure gradually shrank and a brilliant immortal light burning on his body slowly dissipated, revealing his true face. Dressed in a light cyan robe with a wooden crown and possessing a handsome countenance. "You are Shang Tsung?" Yu young immortal monarch appeared slightly shocked as he glanced at Chuzheng and chuckled softly. "It seems you're still too young, unable to stay calm, and taking risks to bring this person into the 10,000 realms. What were you thinking?" Shang Tsongyun did not answer his question. His eyes were like icy abysses, unfathomably deep. Please, Immortal Monarch, step aside. Step aside? With your current cultivation, do you also think you can overshadow the Immortal Alliance and manipulate destiny? Preposterous. Yu Yang Immortal Monarch scoffed coldly, his expression chilling. It's a pity, considering you as a sharp knife in the Alliance. I thought to keep you for a longer period. Since you seek death, I will accompany you along the way. Ending his speech, his gaze landed on Chu Jing once again with a dismissive tone. This one seems like a wicked spawn from the burial realm, thus, unnecessary to keep. Songyun Immortal King. Chu Jing's expression changed slightly. He could not have anticipated that in just a few breaths, the situation would have escalated to this extent where Shang Tsongyun was at the brink of a fallout with the Immortal Alliance. In his eyes, for Shang Tsongyun, his life was not worth such a massive price. It was bound to happen one day, just somewhat ahead of time. Shang Tsongyun shook his head slightly and signaled Chu Jing to be silent. He stretched his muscles and sinews as immortal light burst from his pupils, and his aura began to swell wildly, stepping toward the highest domain, for tens of thousands of years, serving as a knife for the Immortal Alliance, constantly wary. I nearly forgot how to be human. Sensing the change in Shang Tsongyun's aura, Yu Yang Immortal Monarch's expression turned icy, his tone chilling. I know not by what means you became a pure-blooded immortal descendant overnight, but such a riffraff from the burial realm dares to overturn the heavens? Absurd. Before his words fell, he had already stepped forward, with a terrifying immortal light blossoming around him, pressing down towards Shang Tsongyun. Behind him, two koi, exploding from their divine ring, leapt like carp transforming into dragons against the wind, immediately turning into two dragons, one gold and one silver, whose bodies stretched billions of miles, crushing a swath of the starry sky. Shang Tsongyun remained immovable, standing firmly with his fingers formed into a sword, unleashing two dazzling sword lights. The sword lights, like thunderous bolts, tore through the expanse of the starry sky. In an instant, the glow of the boundary wall was obscured, endless chaos chi poured out between the stars as if the universe was reborn, filled with a deadly aura of slaughter. Puff puff. The two true dragons were repelled, shattering countless stars along their path and slamming heavily into the boundary wall, their frontal bones shattered, their skulls nearly pierced, leaving behind two ghastly sword marks as blood spurted out, cascading down the boundary wall and staining vast stretches of the Star River red. Shang Tsongyun did not cease his attack, slashing once again with his sword light, tearing open the boundary wall, then casually turning his head toward Chu Jing with a faint smile. Go. Throughout, his aura remained as calm as the morning sun, dispelling the chill amidst the stars. Songyun Immortal King, how can I ever repay your kindness today? Chu Jing was profoundly shaken, struggling to comprehend the reason behind Shang Tsongyun's help, as they had only met once and could not even be considered acquaintances. Who decreed that this favor must be repaid? If fate wills it, we shall meet again someday. Before the words finished, Shang Tsongyun lightly pushed with his hand, shifting the starry expanse, sending Chu Jing into the boundless light years away, falling into the layers of the great realm, leaving no trace. So brazenly defying the Immortal Alliance just to aid an insignificant ant, what exactly is the reason? Yu Yang Immortal Monarch's brow slightly furrowed as he summoned back the two dragons, his face filled with incomprehension. Now that you've ascended to Immortal Monarch, the Chaos Sea holds no place for you, the myriad heavens and realms despise you deeply. Even if you're lucky enough not to perish today, where can you possibly find footing in the future? To do as one wishes, to help as one desires, why need so many reasons? Where in the world are such meticulous calculations of cause and effect? Shang Tsongyun shook his head with a smile. Furthermore, beneath my feet lies a place for rest, and above my head is the boundless celestial sky. Throughout ancient and modern times, where can't I establish myself? For the sake of a lowly life on the heretic path, ruining your future, truly as foolish as a pig. Yu Yang True Monarch sneered, his body radiating brilliant immortal light, instantly manifesting his life-bound Dharma form, towering billions of miles high, his pupils shining like celestial bodies. Without moving, his aura alone was enough to shatter the cosmos in all 8 directions. Ripples appeared in the starry sky, a portal opened behind him, releasing various colors of immortal treasures. Terrifying waves of immortal chi stirred up violent waves in the starry sea, shaking the star oceans. With each move he made, the semblance of space-time flowed, carrying fragments of time changing. As an immortal monarch, stepping into the highest domain of the immortal path, touching the space-time law, his combat power far exceeded the imagination of immortal kings. We are all cultivators, merely walking different paths. How can there be high and low, noble and base? Shang Tsungyun maintained his usual calm expression, drawing a 4-foot-long sword from the void with a light remark. Moreover, his cultivation journey has just begun, while your journey ends today. Arrogance. Yu Yang, true monarch, let out a fierce cry, his Dharma phase supporting the heavens and earth as if opening the starry river, immortal treasures wrapped in endless immortal light falling in succession. Lights of obliteration and samsara exploded across the universe, scattering billions of brilliant strands of immortal light, subsuming all traces. P.S. Some content needs to be revised. As the sun began to rise, the air was filled with the moisture of the morning dew, and the yang qi between heaven and earth gradually stirred. In the secluded valley, a deep pool lay horizontally, surrounded by all manner of exotic and strange grasses. Aside from the blue ox, no other living creature was present, an utterly serene and quiet place removed from the world. The laws of this vast realm before him were completely different from those of the Immortal Alliance territories, and also had some differences from those within the Chaos Sea. Heavenly fate, intangible, was quite scattered and showed no particular bias. Chu Jing could vaguely sense that amidst these fates, there were some that belonged to Qi cultivators, but for himself, they offered little assistance. The heavenly fate of Qi cultivators had to be fought for by oneself, and the heavenly fate obtained belonged only to the seeker. Many Qi cultivators are often at the end of their tether, at the brink of death, before they open their sect gates to accept disciples and pass on their mantle. Such a path is doomed from the start to be arduous, despite even having figures like ancestral Tao emerge. Today the Qi refining lineage still cannot become a force like the Immortal Alliance Martial Hall. Looking back now, Chu Jing's initial idea to preach to the world seemed even more whimsically ambitious. After pondering for a moment, Chu Jing cast the heavenly divination technique, starting to search for any trace of Gung Yang. The situation had changed too quickly before, and he had not had time to send word to Gung Yang. Taishan Holy Land was now in imminent danger and needed someone to return and take charge of the situation, yet Gung Yang was still completely unaware. After some calculations, Chu Jing gave up, helpless. The realm was perhaps too far from the battlefield, and he couldn't even deduce Gung Yang's whereabouts. In the end, his cultivation was still too shallow to unleash the true might of his divine skills. Shaking his head slightly, he cut off the distractions in his mind, took a deep breath, and went to sit cross-legged by the pool, unraveling the layers of seals from his middle dantian. The moment the seals were released, the 9 orifices' golden core began to tremble, like parched earth welcoming sweet rain, starting to voraciously absorb the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi. His qi refining cultivation had been suppressed for too long. As soon as the restraints were released, his cultivation exploded in growth. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation had advanced further, stepping into the refined spirit realm as his divine soul in the depths trembled and began to transform. When he crossed the refining god barrier, Chu Jing instantly sensed something amiss. His qi refinement cultivation was still skyrocketing at an alarming rate, without the slightest intention of stopping. After perceiving for a while, he instantly understood. Qi refining into spirit was always about tempering the strength of the divine soul, to hold the prime and keep the one, preparing to forge the pure young primordial spirit. And he, due to the immortal path, had long since forged the yin-yang divine infant, and his divine soul was already far beyond the limits of the refined spirit realm. Though these were 2 separate paths, his divine soul was one and the same. On his person, the immortal path and qi refining technique were subtly merging. This fusion, whether it was good or bad, remained unknown. Chu Jing refocused his mind, drawing upon heaven and earth yuan qi, enhancing his mana cultivation, and all the while continuously refining the incense fire willpower transmitted from beyond the stars to nourish his primordial spirit. Day and night passed, yin-yang dual qi flowed throughout heaven and earth, continuously nurturing the qi within him. Before he knew it, Chuzheng had been sitting in that secluded valley for half a year. In this short period, his qi-refining technique underwent a qualitative change, unforcedly crossing an entire great realm, stepping from golden core realm perfection into the refined spirit realm great perfection, just one step away from the returning to void realm. Throughout this process, he did not consume any spiritual elixirs, his cultivation naturally grew, and still, he made astonishing progress. The most tangible sign of his cultivation's increase was the change in the aura around Chuzheng. It became more lucid and lively, the connection with the heaven and earth laws grew closer, and his divine skills became vastly more powerful. What a qi cultivator seeks is to return to the origin, pursuing the most fundamental force between heaven and earth. Naturally close to all life under heaven, if not troubled by calamities, the path of the qi cultivator truly ought to be the most carefree and satisfying. Calming the energy within his body, Chuzheng slowly ended his cultivation session and looked around. The blue ox that had been there before had disappeared without a trace, leaving him with a twinge of regret. They had gone many years without eating, and the taste in their mouth was undeniably bland. He had hoped for a little feast. Chuzheng again attempted to sense Gung Yang's qi to no avail. After considering for some time, he didn't persevere further, rose to his feet, and left the secluded valley, heading eastward. Now with his primordial spirit undergoing another transformation and even stronger than an immortal path cultivator first entering the immortal tribulation secret realm, he spread out his divine sense, and everything within tens of thousands of miles came into view, whether there were marks of human habitation or city walls, all clearly discernible. 2,000 miles into his eastern journey later, Chuzheng arrived at a city that spanned just over 20 miles, a small city by any measure. Within the city, many auras drifted about, the strongest among them was only at third order, equivalent to a cultivator at the soul-condensing realm of the immortal path. Such cultivation, in the eyes of the now Chuzheng, was hardly different from that of ordinary mortals. Now, while the Immortal Alliance was engaged in battle with the myriad realms, Chuzheng used his shape-shifting divine power to conceal the immortal path qi in order to avoid trouble. However, such methods, when he employed them now, at most could deceive living creatures of the seventh order, but the existence of those above the eighth order could still detect the subtleties. Nevertheless, in this small wilderness town before his eyes, the chances of encountering a strong being of the eighth order were as unlikely as a rain of spirit stones from the sky, so as long as he was cautious and careful, he reckoned no problems would arise. As soon as he entered the town, Chuzheng felt a wave of red dust qi rush towards him. If it were in the Zhongyun realm, a city where soul-condensing monks were active, it would be an immortal marketplace on its own with an otherworldly qi that suggested detachment from the mundane world, transcendent and sublime. Yet, this small town before his eyes resembled more immortal domain, with hawkers yelling on both sides of the streets, and the cultivators coming and going were no different from the peddlers and porters in the midst of red dust. Different from the territories of the Immortal Alliance, here, not even a single ordinary person could be seen, everyone possessed cultivation, and no matter who they were, within the myriad realms, they could find a suitable method of cultivation. The sea that embraces all rivers, that was the true secret to the enduring existence of the myriad realms. The various auras of these cultivators were quite chaotic. Standing on the street and sweeping a glance over, Chuzheng saw no fewer than dozens of unusual auras. The coexistence of so many diverse Taoist orthodoxies, yet without any sense of conflict, felt as if it were natural, harmonious without flaws. Within this small city, everything was complete: Taoist temples, Buddhist halls, ancestral shrines, academies, a variety of everything. Chuzheng opened his spiritual eye and scanned over the many cultivators, receiving quite a few surprises and felt as if he had finally seen the world. Finding a secluded corner, Chuzheng quietly released Banyan, who he had kept constrained within the small world. Here, Banyan no longer needed to hide, he could live openly under the sky. Find your next adventure on freewebnovel.com. As Banyan followed at Chuzheng's side, looking at the city before him, he felt somewhat dazed. It had been so long since he last saw so many people. Isolated from the world for many years, he had almost forgotten what it felt like to live among a crowd. Among the coming and going cultivators, he saw quite a few donned in Confucian robes and topped with guan jeans, dressed as students, with each movement exuding vast righteous qi, each possessing an aura of integrity. After a while, Chujing stopped in front of an inconspicuous wonton stall. The small wonton stall's owner had reached second order in cultivation, a rarity in this city, and the wontons made were full of spiritual energy. Chujing sat down directly with Bai Nian and ordered 10 bowls of wontons, drinking leisurely. Towards wontons, he always had an inexplicable attachment. If he had spare time and stumbled upon them, he would always stop and have a few bowls. Bai Nian was still somewhat absent-minded, his gaze lingering on the long street, reluctant to move his eyes away, as if he feared he was dreaming. Is this what the myriad realms are like? It took a long time before he finally squeezed out such a sentence, his expression astonished. Before Chujing could reply, the sound of reading suddenly came from a distance, the sayings of sages echoing in the void, carrying the might of thousands of troops, majestic and grand. Bai Nian's eyes lit up as the vast righteous qi within him was stirred, involuntarily radiating a faint light. How about it? Want to go take a look? Chujing asked casually upon seeing this. After a moment of hesitation, I do. Then I shall take you there. P.S. Most of the content needs revising. This realm is called Qingyun,